birth of a titan. Minato Namikaze, Yondaime Hokage, and Kiroi Senko of Konohagakure stood pacing outside the delivery room for the news of his wife and child. He paced silently as his friend, Tsume Inuzuka, watched him. Tsume was the head of the Inuzuka clan and also a longtime friend of both Minato and Kushina Uzumaki, Minato's wife. She was currently pregnant with her second child, her current daughter being 4 years old, and was barely showing. She sighed as she watched Minato wear a hole in the floor and said, "Quit pacing. She's strong. Just believe in her and wait already." Minato looked at his friend and sighed. "I'm sorry. I'm just anxious about the delivery," he replied. Tsume nodded her head. Yes, but you're making me nervous. You can't do anything at the moment, so just sit and calm down for when you are needed," she replied. Minato went to open his mouth before the surgery light went off and both people turned to the door to see Tsunade of the Sannin walking out smiling brightly. "Well, the delivery was a success and you have a healthy baby boy, Minato. Congratulations. You can go to the maternity ward anytime," she said before she was twirled around anime style as Minato tore through the doors next to her and rushed to the maternity ward. Both women chuckled before joining him. Maternity ward. Kushina Uzumaki, the Red Death of Konoha, sat in a bed smiling brightly as she cradled her newborn son, Naruto. The name came from Jiraiya's book and the idea that the little bundle would be a maelstrom of activity if he was anything like his parents. Suddenly, the doors flew open and Minato froze as he stared at his newborn son. A smile crept its way onto his face before becoming what would soon be dubbed Naruto's prankster smile, and he walked over to his wife. He stroked her hair and kissed her head before she spoke. "Beautiful, ain't he?" she asked. Minato nodded and said, "He may look like me, but I'll bet he has your personality." Both of the parents chuckled at that. Tsunade and Tsume walked in and smiled brightly seeing their friends so happy. Unfortunately, it was not to last. An ANBU burst into the room. "Hokage-sama, the QB has been spotted heading this way. It will be here within the hour," he said. Minato swiftly rose and Kushina began to shake as she had an idea of what would happen. "Hold it off. Keep it from the village whilst I figure out a way to stop it," Minato said before turning to Kushina. Kushina held her child fiercely and glared at her husband. "Absolutely not, Minato. You know as well as I what life Jinchuriki lead. I will not subject my son to that horror," she said. Minato looked downcast and said, "I know that. However, with you here and Tsunade and Jiraiya, not to mention Tsume and our other friends, he won't live that life. You can prevent it and make sure he's the hero everyone should see him as." Kushina wavered for a second before shaking her head again. "No," she stated and glared at her husband who sighed before sunshining to his home. She looked to her friends. Tsume spoke. "Kushi-chan? What would you say to a marriage contract between my daughter and your son?" she asked. Kushina looked shocked. "What? You want our children to marry one another?" she asked. Tsume nodded. "It would be a good way to let little Naruto here not have to worry about finding love. You know that Inuzukas are fiercely loyal, and if Hana consents when they are of age, then why not let the two of them have a chance? Besides, it'll keep those civilians off your back," Tsume said with a smirk. The contract would let her be closer to her friends and would be mutually beneficial to both clans and parents. If it didn't work out, then nothing was lost as contracts allowed the couple to decline when they were to be wed. Kushina thought about it for a moment before nodding. "Yes, I agree. Tsunade, will you take care of the paperwork? I don't want to leave Naruto here," she said. The other women smiled and bowed before leaving the new mother and setting off to take care of the marriage contract. Tsunade looked at Tsume and said, "You know Minato is going to wear her down, right?" she asked. Tsume nodded. "That is one of the reasons for this contract. I will let my daughter know and hopefully Hana can be someone precious to the boy. I just hope that this all works out," she said before they both disappeared in Shunshin's. With Minato. It had only been 20 minutes since he had spoken to Kushina, and he had already found the seals he needed to make his son a Jinchuriki. He didn't want to do it, but he firmly believed in his village, his friends, and most of all, his wife. Besides that, Naruto was the only newborn in the village. He decided to give one last gift to Naruto before he left. He grabbed all his sealing books and large amounts of materials, with the Hiratian notes and details among them, and separate them into several different sections before mass sealing them into a scroll with some blood on it. He gathered his things before taking one last look at his home. He sighed before sealing it one last time and taking a scroll he had made for the Sandaime when the sealing was done. Hopefully everything would be just fine. Too bad no one ever told Minato that life is never fair. With Kushina and Naruto. Kushina was sitting in the hospital bed, smiling happily at the little boy in her arms. She could already tell he would look like his father, and probably have a fan base to boot. She held him gently but tensed when she felt the familiar buildup of chakra before a shunshin. She looked up and sighed as she saw Minato once again stand before her. And he didn't look like he was playing around. "Kushina-chan," he started. "My answer is the same as before, Minato. I refuse to allow you to seal Kyuubi into Naruto. His life will be horrible no matter what we do," she said sternly while glaring at her husband. "Naruto is the only child who was born. If there was anyone else, I wouldn't even ask. Besides, I have faith that this village will honor my dying wish and our friends will help him," he said. "But most of all, you will be there to care for him, because I won't get that chance. Please, Kushina-chan," he begged. Kushina stared at her husband, a million thoughts rushing through her head. She looked down at her sweet, innocent baby boy inside. Promise me that if these people won't honor him, that I can leave with him and not be pursued," she said with pleading eyes. She knew Minato wouldn't give up and there really was no other alternative. She just wished it didn't have to be this way. Minato nodded and quickly unrolled the scroll before adding it to the conditions he had given Sarutobi. "It's done, Kushina-chan." He walked over to her and hugged her while putting their heads together so they could stare at their son. "He's gonna be a lady killer when he grows up," Minato said with a smile. As if knowing his dad was speaking about him, Naruto opened his eyes to show two beautiful sapphire orbs. Kushina let out a barking laugh. "Yeah, but he won't have to worry about his fans once I am through with him," she said with tears in her eyes. Minato nodded and kissed Kushina on the head before taking Naruto into his arms. "I'll have Sarutobi bring him back soon. I love you," he said before vanishing in a yellow flash. Kushina gripped the sheets as the first roars of the Kyuubi made itself known over Konoha. Tears fell from her face and stained the sheets below until she heard a voice speak. "I'm afraid that you won't be able to live up to your husband's expectations. I cannot allow you to interfere with my master's plan," said a man with an orange spiral mask. Kushina's head whipped up and she glared at the man. She readied herself to fight, but before she could act, the man spoke again. "I will ensure that my master wins this day. Kamui," he said, opening his eye. Kushina felt the fabric of reality twist and turn, and she let loose a roar of maternal fury and launched herself at the man with a hidden kunai. Surprised by her actions and the sudden inclusion of a massive amount of Yuki-infused killing intent, Ki, the man was taken unaware and stabbed fatally in the heart. His eye, however, was unaffected and Kushina's roar faded as the man's body turned to dust, and she disappeared from reality. With Sarutobi, after the sealing. Sarutobi picked up young Naruto and frowned at the boy. Things were not supposed to be this way. He looked around the Hokage's office and sighed deeply. It had been nearly 5 hours since the sealing. He had received distressing news just a moment ago. The Kyuubi's attack had destroyed the maternity ward where Kushina was supposedly staying. They had yet to find her body. Tsunade had, apparently, seen the destruction and, believing that both Kushina and Naruto were inside, fled from Konoha almost immediately after 2 hours of searching the rubble. Now, he was once again the Hokage, and he needed to report to the council about the Kyuubi and the rumors of a demon child. He held no illusions that Naruto's life would never be normal. However, he did hope to give his surrogate grandson as normal of a life as possible. Minato would have wanted as much for his child. He sighed once again and pulled out a simple Genjutsu tag and placed it on the boy's head. It would deter anyone but Sarutobi from making the connection between Naruto and the Yondaime until it was reapplied or the seal itself was noticed and destroyed by an experienced Genjutsu user or put out when flooded with enough chakra to summon Gamabunta nearly 20 times. The only one currently able to destroy the seal would be the Sandaime or Jiraiya if he ever looked close enough. Sarutobi, still carrying Naruto, made his way through the tower, down some stairs, and through a pair of large double doors before being assaulted by the ruckus that was the Council of Konohagakure. The room quickly quieted, however, when they noticed the bundle in his hands. Some thought it was the demon child, civilians. Some thought it was an important child, clan heads like Tum, but 3 others thought of it as a weapon, Danzo and the elders. Sarutobi quickly made his way to his seat and set the child in front of him. He took a breath before making his announcement. The Yondaime Hokage has died and left me with the title of Hokage once again. I gladly serve this country once more. After a moment of praise and happy comments, he continued, "Now, in the aftermath of the attack, we are down by 40% of our shinobi forces. Several residential and merchant buildings have been either destroyed or damaged, and we have a rather delicate matter to attend to aside from those problems," he said, gaining the attention of everyone in the room, including Jiraiya. Sarutobi pointed to the boy and said, "Yondaime-sama was able to defeat Kyuubi by sealing it into this newborn babe. He didn't get a chance to start another sentence as cries of 'demon child' and 'kill it' were heard throughout the room before the Sandaime sighed and unleashed his full Ki on the petty fools. "Enough!" he roared. "I will not kill this child, Naruto Uzumaki. From this point forth, anyone who talks about the Kyuubi being sealed into Naruto will be killed for revealing an S-ranked secret," he said. Several people grumbled but ultimately gave in. Danzo, however, wasn't so easy to put down. "I request the boy be put into my root program. We can have the boy be conditioned to serve only Konoha and to never question our orders this way. He could even learn to control the beast inside him," he said. Jiraiya and Sarutobi both glared at the man before the Sandaime spoke once again. "Absolutely not, Danzo. I will not have an emotionless Jinchuriki running around the village. You will stay away from him and the boy will be allowed to live a normal life. Am I clear?" he said, blasting the man and civilians with his Ki once more. During this scene, Sum was eyeing the boy warily as she believed it could be Minato's son. However, the Genjutsu was messing with her mind and she dismissed it while thinking that Minato must have found another baby somehow. She did, however, have the marriage contract that Hana Inuzuka and Naruto Namikaze were to be married when Naruto turned 16. Little did she know that the contract wouldn't be seen for nearly 12 years. Back to the meeting, the Sandaime sighed at some of the more covert attempts to control the boy or to outright kill him. He decided to put Naruto in the orphanage and let him have a chance instead of being sabotaged by the various council members. He made his decree and dismissed the council before he told Jiraiya to run his spy network and keep it strong while watching for anything related to Jinchuriki. Jiraiya nodded sadly and quickly made his way out of the village. As the Hokage dropped off Naruto, the matron smiled at the boy and put him with the other orphans of the night. If she had stayed even a second longer, she would have seen the intricate seal on the babe's forearm with the kanji for 6 emblazoned in the middle before it disappeared. Time skip, 6 years. October 10th, Naruto's birthday. Sarutobi took another puff of his pipe as he looked out on the village he loved so much, and hated at the same time. The past 6 years had been close to a comparable hell for the young Jinchuriki. While none of the younger generation knew of the Kyuubi, as per the change in his law by the damned civilian council, the older generation absolutely despised the boy and made no secret of it. Just last year, the matron had kicked Naruto out of the orphanage and Sarutobi had been forced to get him a rundown apartment and an allowance from his father's estate. He tried to get the people to understand, but they were too blinded by hate. Not that he could blame them fully. He understood that Naruto represented the embodiment of the death and destruction that had occurred that day. He knew that the village needed to vent their anger. However, he knew they were going too far. They had begun to physically harm Naruto, outside of the orphanage, and the Hokage was trying to prevent it. The boy deserved a better life than the one he was given. Every time he visited Naruto, he got the same question. "Why Ji-san?" Naruto would ask. It broke the man's heart not to inform the boy or at least keep it from happening. However, all he could do was tell the boy that the villagers needed forgiveness and that Naruto shouldn't blame them or take revenge. Little did he know that the unconscious repetition of this speech would fundamentally change the way Naruto viewed the world and his outlook on life. He sighed once again as he felt chakra signatures approach. He turned to the ANBU team and gave them a stern glare. "This year, if one person enters Naruto Uzumaki's apartment without his consent, then I will personally kill you all. Understood?" he asked in a deadly calm manner. The ANBU all nodded their consent before he dismissed them. This year would be the only year that Naruto did not receive a beating on his birthday. Naruto's apartment, 8 p.m. Naruto sat in his apartment all alone. He stared at the small cupcake that he had been able to purchase, at an outrageous price of course, with the single candle atop it. He quietly sung "Happy Birthday" to himself whilst the ANBU ignored him from the outside. None of them cared about him, they simply had to guard him. He sniffled and then started to cry softly after he blew out the candle. The entire village hated him, and he didn't know what he had done to earn their hate. In the orphanage, he had always been hidden away when adults had come to adopt a child, always being told that a demon doesn't deserve parents. He had cried initially, but he eventually grew used to the degrading remarks. He hid behind a mask of happiness, always smiling, always laughing, over the slightest thing. He knew it was but a defense against the village, but what else could he do? Ever since he had been thrown out by the matron of the orphanage, he had lived on the streets for a month before one of the masked men found him and his Ji-san, as Naruto knew him, gave him this apartment. It was run down with only a small living room with a kitchen and bedroom attached with a bathroom inside the bedroom. He knew it wasn't much, but he was happy to know that his Ji-san cared enough to get him a place to live. He could only afford to buy ramen packets or, on rare occasions, to eat at Ichiraku's ramen bar. It was the only place in town that he could enter without being glared at, overpriced, or thrown out of. He smiled, remembering the lunch the two ramen stand owners had given him, and silently sent a prayer to Kami thanking them. Little did he know that a particular Kami was paying attention, and she only wished she could do more. He remembered Ji-san always telling him to forgive the villagers, and while he didn't understand why he should, he took it to heart because it was the word of the old man who cared for him. Still, he knew the man was hiding the reason why he was hated and who his parents were. He had stopped asking simply because he knew he would not get a straight answer from the old man. Not that he didn't like the man, no he did, he just didn't trust him anymore. He finally stopped strolling down memory lane as grabbed his cupcake before slowly eating it. The only reason he ate so fast at Ichiraku's is so that he could leave and not affect their business, and so that no one can knock it away from him before he was done. In truth, Naruto liked to savor his food, not scarf it down like a ravenous dog. He sighed as he finished the cupcake and looked at the clock before heading to bed. He would be starting the academy soon and he would need his rest. He got into his room before he glanced down and noticed something on his arm. Now, luckily, the Sandame had been able to ensure that he received enough education so as to read and write at least moderately well. He noticed the kanji for 6 on his arm pulsing for a minute before a puff of smoke appeared and a book along with a letter addressed to Naruto appeared in his hands. He looked at the books before looking at the seal in time to see it pulse before settling back into his arm with a slight change. Naruto didn't know it at the time, but the seal had several compartments, and each one was more difficult than the last. Naruto would be able to gradually unlock the next level after mastering the current level of sealing that his father had given him. Naruto looked at the book once again before shrugging and grabbing the note. "Dear Naruto, I'm sorry for what has been done and that I cannot be there for you. I hope you can forgive me and that these notes and books will help you. They contain all my vast knowledge on the art of sealing. Please follow in my footsteps and I will be watching from above." Naruto sat there a little perplexed at the vague message. He shrugged his shoulders and picked up the book titled Sealing for Dummies Volume 1, He knew only one thing as he started on the first chapter of what promised to be something both entertaining and powerfully useful. He would honor the mystery man's wish. He would follow in this man's footsteps because, even though Naruto had no idea who he was placing his faith in Naruto, and Naruto had no intention of letting the man down. Titan's defense. A 10-year-old Naruto was running, in his usual bright orange attire, from the jounin that was chasing him after his latest prank. He laughed loudly even as he ducked into an alleyway, and the jounin ran right past him looking all around. Naruto stayed hidden for a good 5 minutes before he dropped his henge of a trash can and bursted out laughing again. He smiled, remembering his latest prank. Several people would not allow Naruto to buy regular clothing or unspoiled food, so he would prank them. His latest prank, a masterpiece, if he did say so himself, used an exploding tag set to go off from underneath a rack of clothing and turn everything into a myriad of neon orange to lime green colors. He had snuck into the store and set it up in the early morning and watched from a balcony across the street. That was how they found out that it was him who set up the prank. What no one knew was the real reasons behind these pranks was to test his abilities as a shinobi. He tested his stealth and infiltration by setting up the pranks, his intellect and observation by planning them, his speed and stamina by running from the various shinobi that would chase him afterwards. Everyone just thought they were cries for attention, which they did have that effect, but Naruto didn't do them for that. Hell, he even had the Sandaime fooled. Ever since he had received those books on his 6th birthday, Naruto had realized that he was somewhat of a prodigy in seals. That paint bomb seal took him about 10 minutes to invent and keep all the bugs out of it. He had only studied seals for 4 years, and yet he was an expert class according to the notes. With his prowess and ability, he would be a seals master by the time he was 12. Despite this revelation, Naruto hid it from everyone. Simply put, Naruto didn't trust anyone with the knowledge that he was actually good at something. Everything that was ever good in his life was stripped from him and destroyed. He wouldn't allow that with this. He trained in secret at night and outside the village. He had found an old abandoned base with a desk that he could use. Apparently it had been used by some guy named Orochimaru, but Naruto didn't care. He did care, however, when he found Oroteam's, as Naruto came to call him, cursed seal notes. Naruto had only been at a journeyman level with seals when he found it, but he understood the basic concept and idea of the mark. For a quick review, seals levels went from apprentice to journeyman to expert to master. Simple but effective. An apprentice could probably use seals but barely understood them. A journeyman could understand the basic seals and use most of the intermediate level seals. An expert understood everything up to intermediate level seals and could even use some, if not most, master seals. Finally, a master could do just about anything with seals, even use them in battle. The Yondaime was a true seal master, while Jiraiya was more of an upper-level expert than a master. Naruto had found that he understood the cursed seal and, recently, believed he could remove the accursed thing from anyone who wanted him to. He wasn't 100% certain if he could, but he was confident that, if a seals master like maybe Jiraiya would check his work, that it would be effective. He had figured out the catalyst, seeing as Orochimaru had been stupid enough to leave the chemical formula for it in the notes, that changed the person's body and mind. He had devised a seal that would purge the afflicted's body and allow him to destroy the seal at the same time. It would be painful but possible. Naruto had also come to another conclusion in his studies. He was a Jinchuriki. He had noticed the complex seal array on his stomach anytime he practiced with his uncontrollable chakra. He had taken to studying it, even going so far as to make a copy and breaking it down into pieces so he could understand its function better. He had figured it out when he was 8, and he knew it had to be the Kyuubi sealed inside him. He had been a little scared at first, but after 2 years he just wanted to meet the beast and understand why it had caused so much destruction when there were no historical incidents with it before. He had tried to focus on his mind to access the area that previous Jinchurikis had mentioned within Oroteam's notes, but anytime he did so he seemed to lose his concentration and was hit with a massive headache that would leave him wondering what exactly he had been doing right before. Orochimaru seemed to have a slight curiosity about how Jinchuriki would react to his curse mark. Naruto quit laughing and stood up while thinking about lunch. He patted his belly and made his way to the only place in town that would serve him, Ichiraku Ramen. He swiftly moved through the crowd and to his favorite restaurant. He walked in and sat down on his stool and smiled at Ayam. She was his sister figure and he trusted her much like he trusted the Sandame. Not for the same reasons though. Tucci, owner of Ichiraku's and Ayam's father, and Ayam were the first people to serve him without a price inflation and even gave him a free bowl from time to time. He trusted them enough to let them know of his daily life, but he did not burden them with the beatings and other abuse he put up with. On the same hand, he did not inform them of his sealing ability simply because it could cause trouble for all of them if they accidentally mentioned it to the wrong people. And yes, he meant accidental. He ordered his usual 10 miso ramen and smiled as Ayam disappeared into the back to speak with Tucci. Today was his birthday after all. He knew he would have to hide in the forests at night and take any and all precious things from his apartment if he didn't want them destroyed like they were every year excluding his 6th birthday. It seems that the council had found a way past his yearly ANBU guards. Naruto didn't know how, nor did he care. All he knew was he had to fend for himself. Tucci came out of the back with a big smile on his old face. "Well, Naruto, it's good to see you again, my boy. How is the academy going?" he asked as he tended to the noodles now being cooked. Naruto let loose his epic grin and responded loudly, "It's great. We learned Kawarimi yesterday. I can't wait to graduate." He wouldn't tell Tucci that the whole loud-mouthed idiot mask was to make the teachers believe that they didn't have to sabotage him, although they still did, and so the council wouldn't block him because they would believe he'd die on any high-class mission without any skills. Tucci smiled as Ayam came out of the back with enough materials for Naruto's order. "That's good. I can already see you with that headband," he said as he placed the first bowl in front of Naruto. "First 5 bowls are on me tonight, kid. Happy birthday," he said. Naruto responded with his usual enthusiasm. "Thanks, Tuchiji-san," he yelled as he dug in. Ayam giggled and Tucci laughed loudly, but you could feel the warmth coming from Naruto. He rarely got gifts on his birthday, and this was one of the best he'd ever received. The other was the very jumpsuit he wore, given to him by the Sandame. It had the same Genjutsu seal woven into it as the one that used to be on his forehead. Not that Naruto knew that. He wore it out of love for the old man and because it helped with his stealth training tremendously. Naruto spent a good 3 hours with the Ichirakus before heading home for the night. He could already see the people who were setting up for the festival. He sorely hoped that he could avoid the annual fox hunt, as it had come to be called. He had no intentions of being caught this year. He made it home within 20 minutes and gathered the few pieces of clothing, various cups of ramen, and sealing supplies that he had borrowed from people who denied him service. He looked outside and swore. It was getting dark and he was barely leaving his apartment. He sealed all his belongings into the chakra seal that the mysterious man had originally placed on him and set it to release in the morning, or if his chakra was fed into the seal at certain intervals. He quickly left his apartment and ran for the forest of death. Hopefully, it would save him as it had in the past. Midnight, forest of death. Naruto was panting hard. He had evaded most of the mobs but had been caught by some particularly vicious ANBU. He sighed as he felt them pass overhead. Maybe he could get away after all? Well, what do we have here?" an ANBU with a ox mask said. Maybe not," Naruto thought as he silently cursed his luck. "Seems like we got a little fox here. What do you say we make a show out of it?" his partner in the snake mask replied. Naruto got up and started to run but didn't get very far before he was yanked back and tied up by the man with the ox mask. Now, we just want to let the villagers have their annual fun with the village demon. You wouldn't want to ruin that, huh?" he said. Naruto scowled and spit on the man's mask. "Go fuck yourself, you ox fucker," Naruto yelled. Ox didn't take too kindly to that and backhanded Naruto, forcing him to grit his teeth in pain. Ox pulled Naruto roughly to his feet. "Don't worry, there's plenty more where that came from," Ox said as his friend chuckled. Ox picked up Naruto and bounded away into the trees with Naruto raining obscenities all the way. Soon enough, Naruto found himself in the most hated place he could be. In front of a mob on his birthday in an alleyway secluded from the village proper. Naruto chuckled grimly in his mind but decided if he was going to be hurt, at least he'd make it worthless for them. The ANBU took money from the crowd to let them throw stones at Naruto. Naruto simply stood there and didn't even try to move. His famous foxy smile on full blast, and it unnerved several of the mobsters. Unfortunately, it pissed more of them off and they started throwing stones without paying. They yelled obscenities and things like, "This is for my sister," or the ever-classic, "Die Demon." Some started to throw bottles, and as the first one shattered on his head, all hell broke loose. They soon began to close in and beat him with sticks and pieces of pipe. Luckily, no one had a real weapon. That didn't mean he wasn't damaged, however. Broken bones, crushed organs, it was amazing he was still alive and conscious. Little did the villagers know that, after all the years of abuse and pressure, a seal made itself known on the back of Naruto's head and glowed white before shattering and allowing the boy to fall into the sweet bliss of unconsciousness. The last thing Naruto saw was the Hokage descending into the mob like a vengeful angel. Mindscape, same time. Naruto opened his eyes to notice that he felt no pain. He thought that was odd until he saw that there were pipes running along the wall of what seemed to be a sewer. He frowned and thought, "So they threw me in the sewer? I thought I saw Aji-san coming to rescue me?" He thought for a few more seconds before dismissing it as an illusion. His thought process came to a halt as he heard a soft boom echo throughout the sewer. He frowned when he heard it again and again. It was like someone was throwing themselves against a wall or something like that. Curious, like most boys, he made his way towards the sound. As it got louder, he could tell it must have come from something far stronger and far larger than himself to make this much noise. He noticed a red glow coming from ahead and the sounds of crying and someone yelling gibberish. He could tell they were pissed, but he couldn't tell at what. He noticed the light intensify and he stepped into a large room and looked to his right only for him to freeze at the sight. A large red fox with burning red eyes was slamming itself into cage bars as large as the Hokage monument themselves. That wasn't what stopped him, however. This fox had 9 tails and Naruto had just figured out that he was now in his mindscape. It took all of 5 seconds for him to process this and to listen to the ranting demon. The QB continued to throw itself into the bars while crying. Its eyes burned with a fierce hatred and Naruto could make sense of its words now that he was close enough. "Let me out. The kit needs me. I will tear those humans to pieces," it yelled as it threw its weight against the seal once again. Naruto's eyes widened and then narrowed. "Why does it want to help me?" he thought. "Please, please. Let me help him. Please." QB said, its voice getting softer as its body collapsed, heaving from the effort of trying to help its container. Naruto was shocked to say the least. No one had ever just helped him before. He had been the first customer of Ayam and Tucci. Yet here was a being called a demon of all things wanting to help him. Slowly, he made his way forward and to the fox, who was still oblivious to its company. He looked at the gates for only a second before entering them and walking up to the being who wanted to help him. He sat down and grabbed one of the tails that had fallen still. Gently, he stroked its crimson fur, admiring the quality and sheer feel of it. Soft, almost like velvet, Naruto thought with a soft smile. QB's head shot up as, "I guess I can say it now, huh?" Her container stroked one of the vixen's tails. She turned its head and was shocked to see the boy. No man that was stroking her tail without a fear or care in the world. No being had ever gotten close enough to QB without her permission before. QB's eyes softened and lost the crimson glow as they turned into a deep shade of cerulean blue. "Your eye changed the color. Big whoop. Wanna fight about it?" QB smiled brightly and spoke to the boy. "It would seem that my container is either bravely foolish or foolishly brave," she said softly, her voice becoming more feminine without her rage fueling it. Naruto appeared unfazed as he continued to stroke her tail. "Either is fine with me, QB-san. However, I would like to know if what you said earlier is true," he said as his gaze turned and captured her own, all without stopping his actions with her tail. QB's breath hitched as she stared into his eyes. Those eyes were far too old for a 10-year-old. Her gaze softened once again. "Every word, Naruto-kun. she replied. Naruto stared for a moment before stopping his hand and earning a groan of disappointment from the vixen. He smirked at her and she blushed, although he couldn't see it. Well, it seems the fabled Kyubi has a weak spot for her tails, he said as he stroked her tail, once again getting a low rumbling purr from the demoness. Kyubi gathered her thoughts and smirked. So you figured out I am a female and have not made some stupid sexist remark. I'm liking you more and more, Kit, she replied as she curled up to put her snout directly in front of him. Naruto chuckled. Women are more important than men. Without women, we would not exist, for it is the woman that bears and raises a child. The man only aids in the process. Although some men do take their responsibilities more serious than others and some women forsake their duty, but we are not here to discuss which gender is better, he said with a smirk at his resident. Kyubi chuckled. Indeed, Kit, I wish to offer you something. If you accept, I will be most happy for you. If not, then nothing is lost on my end, she replied as she got serious. Naruto looked at her for a moment before nodding and said, Very well, but what do you expect in return for this offer? Kyubi was taken aback by that statement and replied, Kit, nothing. I have been awake for a week and, while I have not seen everything you have been through, why would you be so distrusting? Kyubi could sense feelings coming from her container, but she could not look into his memories. Naruto was silent for a moment before replying, No one has ever just given me something, Kyubi-san. Even Aji-san made me promise certain things when he gave me my own apartment. My birthday gifts are out of pity, not because they simply want to give me something. His voice was almost devoid of emotion as he spoke. It was obvious he did not believe anyone loved him. Kyubi frowned. She may have been an immortal demoness, but no one deserved to be unloved. Unless they chose it, of course. Kyubi nodded and said, Very well. My offer still stands. I wish to help train you. I will teach you what I know of chakra control and what few jutsus I do know, including Shunshin and a few useful ones like Kagebunshin. In return, I want nothing except your happiness. It is that simple. Take it or leave it, Naruto-kun. As a note, my name is actually Hikari. She dearly hoped he would take the offer. She wanted to see more of his life and help him. In just a week, she had seen the hatred he had taken, and having no one to love him was not something she would allow. She could see how kind he was to animals and the people who were at least neutral towards him. Naruto looked at her for a moment before nodding. She was about to speak when he spoke the words she thought she'd never hear. Would you like to leave this cage? He asked. Hikari blinked and stared at Naruto. What? She replied. Naruto continued to stare and responded. I said, Would you like to leave this cage? I did not believe I would need to repeat myself. Hikari was stunned. He would let her out? Why would he do that? Naruto, that's... She couldn't answer. She knew the seal was strong. There was no way he could release her without destroying himself in the process. Naruto smiled softly, a true smile. You are the first person to offer me something that I did not ask for. You are my friend and, even if you were not, I cannot stand to see a girl cry nor to see someone behind bars when it is obvious they do not belong there, he replied sincerely. Hikari smiled and her body glowed until Naruto found himself staring at what he would call a goddess. She was about 5 feet 8 inches with crimson red hair, 2 red fox ears with black tips, and those beautiful blue eyes. Her skin was a healthy tan color and she had 3 whisker marks just like Naruto. She had DD cup breasts and a slim waist that showed off her shapely rear and well-toned legs. She was wearing a beautiful red kimono and her 9 tails were splayed out behind her, red with black tips. Naruto gawked for a second before he heard Hikari giggling and he moved his stare into her eyes. He refused to be a pervert. She smiled at him. Like what you see? She asked as she gave a twirl to show off her form. Naruto simply nodded dumbly. She giggled again and Naruto found the sound to be like soft bells in the wind. You were saying about getting out of the seal? She asked. Hikari's voice will be normal in her human form. Naruto nodded. I studied the seal extensively. It won't allow you to leave with your power without killing me. But that doesn't mean you can't leave and then have me provide the power to Yune," he asked with a smirk. Hikari stared for a second before looking down. "You haven't even asked me why I attacked or anything. You haven't blamed me for all those people dying. Why are you being so kind?" she asked. Naruto grew serious. "I searched for a year for any mention of you being hostile in the past and found absolutely nothing. There was no reason for you to attack Konoha, so I figure someone must have tricked you or controlled you. I hope it's the first because I do not want to face someone who can control you," he replied. Hikari smiled and hugged Naruto before whispering a "thank you" into his ear. She pushed him back and grew serious. "Naruto, I was tricked by a man known as Orochimaru into attacking the village. Unfortunately, he is not what he appears to be." Seeing the confused look, she continued to explain. "Some years ago, the celestial beings, along with the Biju, combated a vicious creature known as the Yamata no Orochi. We eventually succeeded in sealing away his power, but it seems that he has returned and is determined to achieve immortality once again and wage war amongst the heavens. He was able to catch me asleep and used a powerful genjutsu to cause me to fly into an uncontrollable rampage. I am sorry, Naruto," she said. Naruto simply nodded at the story. "That explains that," he said. "Now, to get out of the seal, I'm going to need your consent to separate your body and your power for a time. You can come and go inside the seal once this is complete, but, as I understand the seal, you cannot die so long as even 1% of your chakra is inside me. You will return when your chakra runs out and you will have to stay in the seal until it recharges. Luckily, your body will have enough so you could stay out indefinitely if you used only everyday chakra," he explained. Hikari nodded. "Listen, Naruto. I wanted to ask your permission to see your memories. While I could just do it, I feel it would violate your privacy and I don't want to do that," she said. Naruto raised an eyebrow but smiled and said, "Thank you for asking, Hikari-chan, but why would you want to see my memories? Most of them are not pleasant." His voice became sad and lonely at the end of that sentence. Hikari frowned and said, "I want to get to know you a little better. Besides that though, I was thinking about making a contract with you, and I was hoping to see something in your memories that would help me cater the contract to you." Naruto's eyes widened, but he was curious. "This contract, what is it?" he asked. Hikari looked at him and replied, "Basically, it's an agreement between the two of us that I grant you a specific power and you do something for me in return. It's actually how most bloodlines were created. Oh, and it would also serve to give you control so I could get out of this seal," she replied. Naruto's eyes took on a devious glint that sent a shiver down Hikari's spine. It reminded her of herself when she was thinking of something fun. "So you could give me a bloodline?" he asked. Hikari nodded. "If that's what you want," she said. Naruto thought for a second and slowly added up the pros and cons. Finally, he nodded to Hikari. "Very well. I'll allow you to look, but please be careful. I'd rather not have to relive something because you get curious," he replied. Hikari smiled brightly. This was a major sign of trust and she was hoping to get that. Apparently being inside him at birth had helped somewhat. "Okay, you won't have to relive anything. I'll just go through it now that you gave me the go-ahead," she replied and closed her eyes before a tendril of red chakra went down the hallway and into a door. For almost 2 hours, Hikari watched everything Naruto went through and was horrified. She couldn't explain how much damage these villagers had done, and she wanted to tear several limb from limb. When all was said and done, she collapsed and cried into Naruto's chest, who simply held her and whispered to help her deal with it. She finally stopped crying and looked at Naruto. "I believe it's time for that contract, Naruto," she said with puffy eyes and a smile on her face. "You mean it?" Naruto said, acting a bit like his goofy self at the prospect of a bloodline. Hikari nodded her head. "Definitely. I even have an idea for a bloodline if you want," she replied. Naruto nodded his head as he hadn't thought of anything particularly viable. "Since you get attacked so much, how about a defensive bloodline to help you not get hurt?" she suggested. Naruto cocked his head to the side as they sat on the floor Indian style. Yeah, but how? I mean, it's a great idea, but just how do we stop things from hurting me? He asked. Hikari put her finger to her chin in a thinking position and thought for a moment before snapping her fingers. I got it, she said. We will allow you to change your skin into an adamantium-like armor. I'll even make it resistant to jutsus to a certain extent. The only downside is that lightning jutsu would be extremely effective against you when your bloodline is active. She explained. Naruto thought for a few seconds before his grin grew to epic proportions. Great idea, Hikari-chan, he said enthusiastically, missing the blush that came to Hikari's face. Hey, when you see all of someone's life before your eyes, wouldn't you get a little attached too? Besides, her mind was already thinking of things she could clear's throat, take care of, to make sure he's something every woman would want. She came back to the real world just as Naruto asked. So what would you want in return for this, Hikari-chan? I know you can't just give it to me. Hikari chuckled and sauntered over to Naruto, who suddenly had a very bad feeling about what she would want. What I want, Naruto-kun, is very simple. You see, finding a mate is a very tricky ordeal because I am very picky. Also, I can't mark you as my eternal mate because my power is inside you, so I don't have the strength to do so. Naruto's feeling got even worse as she was now face to face with him and breathing hotly onto him. My want, Naruto, is for you to make me your lover when you come of age. In other words, be my mate, she said with a bit of lust in her voice at the end to accentuate her point. Naruto gulped as he felt her body be pressed against his and her lips softly caressing his own. He slowly relaxed and enjoyed the kiss only to feel her break off and look at him smirking. Naruto nodded in consent and said, Fine, fine. It's a deal, Hikari-chan. Don't know why you'd want me though. He spoke softly at the end. Hikari just giggled and said, By the time I'm done with you, you won't be asking that question again, she said with a slightly perverse smile that Naruto didn't know whether to be happy about or be scared of. Now let's get to work. /N. Get used to the perverted girls because it's going to be a theme. Cue perverse giggle from Hikari. Time skip, 2 days. Sarutobi Hiruzen was having a horrible 2 days. First, his paperwork was so bad that he couldn't visit Naruto on his birthday. Then, he finds out that a mob has somehow caught Naruto outside his apartment on his birthday. Finally, he arrives on scene only to see his surrogate grandson being beaten to death and, when he takes him to the hospital, he had to threaten people to heal him. That was only day 1. Today, he spent 3 hours in the council room with the idiotic civilian council and the apathetic clan heads as they ranted and raved about how the demon had done some damage or other when Sarutobi knew it was a load of bullshit. When he finally dismissed them, it was noon and his paperwork had built up. He had been so tempted to burn it all. Instead, he had brought it with him as he had gone to the hospital to visit Naruto and, hopefully, apologize for the attack once again. He had watched for years as the village took its hate out on Naruto and had tried to help Naruto cope with it. He had been somewhat helpful, but he still didn't think that Naruto fully trusted him. He didn't know why, just call it a gut feeling. He had arrived at the hospital and proceeded to Naruto's room. He entered only to see him still asleep and hooked up to the various machines. He spent most of his afternoon there and surprisingly felt several small chakra pulses from Naruto. Before he could have it investigated by the doctors, however, Naruto stirred and began to wake up. This prompted Sarutobi's full attention because he didn't know if Naruto had met the fox. He had never been unconscious for more than a few hours, so it was logical to assume that something kept Naruto from awakening. He stared as Naruto's eyes opened and smiled when Naruto yelled out with his usual enthusiasm. Hey Aji-san! Naruto yelled. Sarutobi chuckled before he responded. This is a hospital, Naruto-kun. Please keep it down, but it is good to see you again. Although I wish it were under better circumstances. The Hokage said. Naruto chuckled and apologized. Sarutobi grew serious and said, I'm sorry once again, Naruto-kun. You should not have to wake in this hospital, and yet. He never got to finish as he felt Naruto's glare. I love you, Aji-san. But if you give me one more speech about forgiving the villagers' ignorance, then I'm gonna take your pipe and shove it down your throat," Naruto said in a half-serious, half-playful manner. To say Sarutobi was shocked would be an understatement. He was absolutely flabbergasted. Naruto would never threaten him. Just as he was about to accuse the imposter or look for some genjutsu or prank, Naruto spoke again. "I don't have the villagers, Aji-san. I'm simply tired of hearing the same thing every time I'm in the hospital. I know they hate me for something, but I just can't understand what it could be." Naruto said, his head going down in sorrow. Sarutobi looked sorrowfully at the boy. It was definitely Naruto to not hate the villagers, so it had to be him. Besides, he could feel the Kyuubi's chakra that lingered after healing the boy now that he focused on it. He considered telling the boy his burden here and now, like he had every time Naruto was in the hospital, but mentally shook it away and simply hugged the boy instead. Mentally, Naruto and Hikari were laughing up a storm. Literally, there was a storm in Naruto's mind of mouths just laughing. "Kit, you could start your own acting company. I can't believe the old man is falling for this," she told him. "I know. Kami no shinobi my ass. He can't even see through a 10-year-old's bullshit." Naruto thought back as he hugged his grandfather. Honestly, Naruto didn't want to lie to the old man, but if the Hokage was keeping secrets, then why shouldn't he? After all, he knew there was no way Sarutobi would let him have continued access to Hikari, the safety of the village, and all that jazz. "Nay, Aji-san, could I get out of here?" Naruto asked as Sarutobi pulled away. Sarutobi smiled softly and picked up his chart. After a few moments to make sure everything was in order, he nodded to Naruto. "Sure, Naruto-kun. I can sign you out because it looks like you healed up just fine," he said. Naruto, still being a kid and in his mask, jumped up and rushed to put on his jumpsuit before dragging his Aji-san out of the room so they could go get some ramen. They quickly checked out of the hospital and headed to Ichiraku's for some dinner. Naruto kept up his mask and was able to throw off Sarutobi from remembering about the chakra pulses in the hospital room. Sarutobi smiled at Naruto and got up to go home as the Ichirakus closed the shop for the night. It was getting late and he had to get home. Naruto bid him a farewell and watched as he disappeared down the street. Naruto smirked before heading to his hidden lab to check and make sure no one had found his hideaway or his notes on ceiling. Naruto's hidden lab, 10:15 p.m. Naruto entered and smirked as he saw all his notes still in the position he left them. He began to look through his notes until he came across the seal he designed for removing a curse seal. He wanted to make sure that it would work theoretically before he even tried to make it into a practical application. He believed he had enough information to remove the seal, but he still had a nagging feeling that he should take a look at an active seal before he tried applying his seal. There may have been changes from the notes, or it may have reacted badly to the host's body and attempted to destroy its chakra coils or something along those lines. He sighed and set them aside. They were useless for now. He picked up a seal he had specially designed to make him faster and stronger than just using weights or a gravity seal. A resistance seal. It basically increased the force against every little movement he made. He had to be careful, however, because he could break his bones if he put it too high, or he could develop muscles that have nothing to do with fighting and cause them to limit his mobility during combat. He had found his way around that by adding in limiter seals so that the resistance was only on the muscles he wanted. He had studied anatomy just for the muscles and, while he was no medic nin, he could properly locate and describe the different functions of bones and muscles in his body. He doubted that the information would be used often, but better to be prepared than caught unawares. He smiled in contentment as he picked up a special ink container that had ink laced with his blood and chakra on it before he started to draw the seal on his chest. 30 minutes later, and much rechecking of the seal, Naruto was ready to activate it. He sent a small amount of chakra into his seal and immediately felt his muscles begin contracting to work against the resistance. He smiled brightly and yelled in excitement as he declared the seal a success. "Congratulations, Naruto-kun. I am rather surprised at how good you are with seals," Hikari said in his mind. "Thanks, Hikari-chan," Naruto replied. "I am glad it worked, but I still want to find a way to remove the curse seal, and maybe find a way to incorporate seals into my battle style," Naruto added. Hikari nodded mentally in his head. I may not be a seal's master, but I could probably help with organizing and challenging your ideas, Naruto-kun, she offered. Naruto beamed with happiness. Thanks again, Hikari-chan. I would appreciate that. I never had anybody just offer to be my idea board, he said mentally. Hikari smiled in his mind. Get used to it now that I'm here. I won't leave you and I won't betray you, my mate, she said, adding a little lust with the mate word. Naruto shivered and blushed in response. He wasn't old enough to have perverted thoughts yet, but that didn't mean that Hikari was going to wait. She had already explained what being a mate entailed and said that she would be enhancing a few of his features to make it more enjoyable for her. Naruto had actually given permission for it so long as she didn't change his ideas or his obvious looks. Not that she was going to do that anyways. He had no objections to it because it meant that he would have a family sometime later in his life, and secretly that was one of his goals. Besides, who wouldn't want to be married by demon standards to a goddess like Hikari? Naruto didn't want to find the man that didn't. In any case, Naruto smiled warmly and replied, I seem to be thanking you a lot. What do you say we just skip that and start brainstorming ya? Hikari laughed. Very well. Actually, I may have a solution to your seals in battle idea, she said. Noticing she had his attention, she continued, my chakra ability that every Biju has, mind you, is to literally make my chakra solid, usually into a cloak around my person. Now, you, by extension of me, now have that ability, but I doubt that you could form the cloak or anything small without enormous training in control and capacity. She noticed his disappointment but continued in favor of making him happy. Ideo believed that you could trace a seal in the air using your chakra before touching it and activating its effects by making the seal into reality by using your chakra. You would have to train to focus your chakra to your finger, but that is far easier than controlling all your chakra and trying to force it into something small, she explained. As she finished, she could feel his happiness and giddiness at the idea that he could simply draw seals in midair. Naruto was grinning from ear to ear as he sent a mental hug to his mate. All right, I can't wait to see if that works, Naruto replied enthusiastically. He looked at the clock and noticed it was midnight. He frowned as he knew the training would have to wait. He needed to leave now if he didn't want to catch the last call round of drunks. After a quick use of seals, and putting away all of his material, he promptly disappeared into the forest surrounding the entrance that was hiding in a bush. Konoha Streets, 12:30 a.m. Naruto was stealthily making his way home to sleep off the excitement when he heard a loud noise in the nearby alleyway. He was tempted to ignore it and continue on his way, passing it off as nothing but a regular everyday cat or something. However, he heard a scream and he froze. That was a female scream, and it wasn't the good kind. He sighed to himself and thought, I can't let a woman get raped or something. I'd be worse than the villagers. Hikari-chan, think you could help me out if I get into trouble? He asked the Fox Queen. Definitely, Naruto-kun. Let's see what's going on, she replied as she brought up a screen inside her cage to see through his eyes. Naruto smiled at Hikari's helpfulness and scaled the nearby building, only 1 story tall, and looked down on the alleyway. Enko Mitarashi was not having a good day. She woke up and got dressed rather quickly, but things went downhill from there. The esteemed council had denied her advancement to full jounin once again, with the only blemish on her record as the time away from Konoha when she had been marked by Orochimaru. After spending all morning trying to get them to change the bigots, she had gone to lunch only to find that her favorite dango stand had run out of dango and red bean soup, her favorite meal. After lunch, she was scheduled to do an interrogation, except that the man had, apparently, escaped from the custody of the ANBU. So, she had spent most of her afternoon tracking down the bastard and interrogating him. She had ended up with a new scar on her left arm and a sprained ankle for her troubles. It had been 9 p.m. by the time she was done, and she still hadn't eaten dinner. After her report, she had promptly run to the nearest bar and ordered some dango and sake. That was where everything went straight into the gutter and kept going until it reached the deepest pits of the sewer. She hadn't been paying attention to her alcohol consumption and was thoroughly drunk. Unfortunately, Several of the men who believed she was nothing more than Orochimaru's slut/spy had found her and proceeded to secretly buy her drinks, and one of them had apparently slipped her a drug that would leave her very sober but completely disoriented. That is what led her to right now. She was surrounded by 6 men, all civilians, although one was a poison maker that had made the drug. She was down to nothing but her panties, and they were preparing to rip them off when she had done something she had swore to never do: scream like a woman. She hated being weak, and this was the first time she was this close to being actually raped. Orochimaru hadn't touched her because she believed he liked little boys. Sure, people had tried before, but she had always kicked their asses. She wasn't Konoha's snake mistress for nothing after all. They slammed her head into the pavement, making her vision swim, and she knew she'd probably black out soon enough. She cried at the thought that she'd lose her virginity to some jerks that were just trying to get their rocks off. The men just laughed harder as they ripped her panties off and forced her to sit up and look down at her naked form. "Don't cry, you're going to enjoy this, you snake whore," the man who had dropped his pants said as the other men were still laughing. He began to kneel down. Up on the roof, this was the scene that Naruto came upon, and it made his blood boil. He hated seeing anyone being taken advantage of, but to top it off with it being a crying woman. That was the line for Naruto. "Hikari-chan, can you get me enough Ki to make these men shit their pants and never come near her again?" Naruto asked, knowing that was his only option right now as he had no sealing materials on him. Not that he had the time to make the seals. Naruto heard a bestial growl come from the seal and smiled. "Of course I can. Show these men what happens when they try to take what is not theirs," Hikari said angrily. She agreed wholeheartedly with Naruto's sentiments. Men should not try to force themselves on unwilling women, and the ones that did were too weak to claim a real woman. Naruto noticed the man getting closer and focused all his Ki on that one, whilst Hikari helped to guide her own against the others. Needless to say, the effect was instantaneous. The men stopped and started to shiver, and Naruto smelt several disgusting smells as the men did exactly what he wanted: shit themselves. Naruto felt Hikari put some of her chakra into his body and smirked at the looks on the men's faces as they came to face what they believed to be a demon. "You may want to leave while I'm still in a good mood, otherwise..." Naruto flexed his claws. "I may not be so kind when I get down there," he said. The men looked at one another before they all scattered, too scared to think that he was just a 10-year-old boy. Naruto jumped down into the alleyway and felt the demonic chakra recede. Luckily, Hikari had kept the output so low that no one had noticed it. He looked at the woman before quickly gathering the fishnet shirt, shin guards, skirt, and trench coat and put it in her lap. He saw her look up at him before her eyes rolled into the back of her head and noticed the bump forming on the back. He panicked until he heard Hikari's voice. "Put your hand on her head, Naruto-kun." He did so and watched as a small amount of red chakra healed the wound. "She will be out until morning, so you're safe, but you may want to check her shoulder. I believe it holds something of interest to you," Hikari said. Naruto was curious, so he did as Hikari asked, and his breath hitched in his throat. There, on her shoulder, was an active curse seal. Naruto frowned, while inwardly he was happy to have found an active curse seal. He was very angry at the way on which he had found it. He sighed and tried to pick her up, only to fail. He felt Hikari pump her chakra into his arms and legs. He mentally thanked her and picked up the woman. He didn't know her name nor where she lived, so he resolved himself to take her to the lab so he could study the seal before she awoke. He struggled for a moment before hurrying towards the lab. Luckily, it took him only 5 minutes to get to the lab with Hikari's help. He set the woman down on the futon he kept here before covering her body up to her neck. He put her gear next to the bed and took a minute before sighing. "Looks like I'm not getting any sleep tonight. Let's get to work, Hikari," Naruto said, gaining a mental nod from the fox demoness. Oath of the Snake Mistress. Enko slowly awoke. The first thing she noticed was that she was both covered with a sheet and she was naked. Her headache, which should have been prevalent, was nowhere to be found, and she didn't know where her clothes were. She slowly opened her eyes while preparing her body in case she needed to fight off some pervert or rapist. What she saw, however, she was not expecting. She opened her eyes and looked to her right only to see her clothes and equipment. She looked around and noticed she seemed to be in an underground bunker of some sort. She scanned the room, taking in the mostly empty space, except for a few filing cabinets and a door that seemed to lead into a hallway. She kept going around until she came upon the desk that was littered with different papers. She couldn't read them from here, but she could see a few hanging off the edge. She silently got up and got dressed with all her gear. She didn't remember coming here, but everything was hazy from the time she took her first drink till now. She quietly made her way to the door until she heard another door slam in the distance. Her heart raced and she tried to figure out what to do. Finally, her instincts kicked in and she quickly used her chakra to hang onto the ceiling directly over the door and wait for whoever it was to come into the room and interrogate them. Naruto had just finished making 3 bowls of instant ramen and was bringing them back to a, hopefully, awake woman and feed her something. He knew ramen wasn't particularly good, but it was all he had. He was balancing the ramen and 2 glasses of tea on a tray when he walked into his study only to find that the woman was nowhere in sight. Hikari was asleep right now and he quickly grew concerned, so he headed over to the desk and set the food and drink down. He immediately started to walk back towards the door when he was tackled by a purple blur. When Naruto walked in, Anko was shocked to see a 10-year-old boy tending to her and in a bunker no less. Still, she was wary until he turned around. She immediately suffered a flashback and everything that the men had done to her returned full force. The last thing she remembered before blacking out was a blonde-headed boy trying to pick her up after putting her gear into her lap. After freezing for a moment and thinking for one more, she quickly decided on a course of action and sprang. Naruto rolled with the purple blur until he found himself being pressed into the futon by the very woman he was about to go look for. He stared up at her until he found a kunai at his throat. Immediately, his demeanor changed and he glared at her with as much ki and unrestrained hate as he could muster, which was a very large amount considering what he put up with daily in Konoha. Anko was shivering. If she hadn't faced Orochimaru's ki, she would have been knocked out by this kid's ki. A kid, not even out of the academy, could produce enough ki to rival a Sannin. That was damn impressive and it caused Anko to rethink her plan. She had originally intended to interrogate the kid on what he was doing, but now she was impressed and a bit curious as to just why this kid could produce so much ki. She took a closer look and gasped. She had the Kyubigaki. Oh, this was so not good. The Sandaime would kill her if she hurt him. Naruto cleared his throat, gaining Anko's attention. You know, this is an awful way to treat someone who saved you from being raped, he said coldly. Anko chuckled nervously. I know that, but why did you save me? She asked, genuinely curious as she removed the kunai from his throat, although she didn't let him up. Naruto looked at her curiously. Do I need a reason to rescue a beautiful woman from being taken advantage of? He asked seriously, his cold edge slightly abetted with the kunai gone. Anko blushed, in both embarrassment and from the compliment, as she remembered that he had saved her and hadn't done anything to her while she was knocked out. Sorry, I'm just not used to people helping me. Normally, no one would care, so I was curious as to why you would, she said as she let him get up. Naruto stood up and stared at her for a moment before extending his hand. Naruto Uzumaki, and considering my reputation, you should know the answer to your question, he said. Anko smirked and grabbed his hand. Anko Mitarashi, sexy and single snake mistress of Konoha at your service, she replied. Naruto shook her hand and let it go. So I'm assuming you knew Orochimaru before his betrayal, and that's why those men called you a snake whore, he asked bluntly. Anko winced but hid it behind her mask and smiled brightly before saying, Nah, you do one guy in his office and word gets around even when you threaten him and his friend to remove their unmentionables, she replied with her usual gusto. Naruto frowned as Hikari woke up in his mind. She is hiding her pain just like you, Naruto-kun. Perhaps you should help her with it. Naruto sent a mental shake of his head. I'd have to remove that seal and, after studying it, I need to add a few things to remove and destroy the piece of Orochimaru's soul, otherwise she'll die as it is now. Hikari sent a mental nod back as Naruto decided to continue to be frank with Anko. Anko-san, I have done you the courtesy of not hiding behind my mask. May I please ask you to do the same? He said. Anko opened her mouth to respond with her mask on until she looked into Naruto's eyes. Her words died in her throat as she looked upon the same eyes that had shocked Hikari just days ago. So cold and alone, just like mine. Anko thought as her mask slowly crumbled before Naruto's eyes. Fine Gaki. Yes, that's why they called me a snake whore, and that's why nobody ever helps me. Only my friends Kurinai-chan, Hana-chan, Yugao-chan, and the Hokage believe me to be loyal to Konoha, and only the old man has broken my mask. She replied. She didn't know fully why she felt compelled to confide in him, but she did know she felt like she could trust him with her life. Naruto smiled softly. Thank you, Anko-san. I don't know why, but I feel like we outcasts should stick together, he said. Anko chuckled. Indeed we should, kid. So tell me, where are we anyways? She asked. Naruto frowned. We are in an underground bunker I found and used to study my passion. I don't trust the villagers to not destroy the only thing I'm good at or that I take an interest in, he replied. He quietly walked over to his desk and picked up the notes on the cursed seal before sealing them away into his arm. Anko looked at him curiously. And that would be? She asked. Naruto looked at her, sizing her up. Tell her, Naruto-kun. It may help you to win her full trust if you show her some of your own. With a mental nod, Naruto spoke. Promise not to reveal where this is and what I'm working on to anyone, even the Hokage, he asked. Anko was, once again, surprised by the boy. He really was secretive. Still she could defend herself, he can't. She nodded. I promise on pain of death not to reveal it, she replied. Naruto nodded in appreciation. Sealing, he replied. Anko raised an eyebrow. Sealing is a difficult art. Not many shinobi find it useful and most discredit it unless you're an acclaimed seal master like the Yondaime or Jiraiya of the Sannin, she said. Naruto nodded again. Exactly why I like it so much. No one knows what sealing is capable of and very few, if any, shinobi have a defense against it. Besides that, I seem to have a knack for it. You know those people who have been getting pranked for a while now? He asked. After getting a confused nod from Anko, he explained. They're all people who treat me like shit, so I usually just develop a weird seal to screw with their business. One of the shop owners who refused to sell me kunai, I made a seal that converts some of the chakra in the air into electricity, so anyone who entered his store and tried to pick up his metal equipment got a light shock for about a week. Naruto said. Anko's mouth was hanging off her jaw. Gee Gaki, that's incredible. Do you have any idea how much someone would pay to have a seal like that in their vaults? She said. Naruto thought for a second before shrugging. Never thought about it honestly, but you do raise a good point. Maybe I should find someone to sell my seals, so I can get out of that rat hole everyone calls my apartment. Naruto thought out loud. Anko looked at him sternly. What do you mean rat hole? She asked, a little annoyed. Abuse on the streets was one thing, but she believed that everyone's home should be their safe area. Naruto shrugged. I've always lived there ever since I was kicked out of the orphanage when I was 4. He replied, dodging the question. Anko wanted to glare at him but sighed instead. Fine, fine, you don't have to answer me. She eyed him up and down before speaking again. You're in the academy, aren't you? She asked. Naruto nodded. Yes, but I am being sabotaged even with my mask of stupidity. I can't control my chakra as it is, and no one will teach me the proper taijutsu style. You know, it'd be easier to tell you the things they do teach me, which is pretty much the lectures on history and stuff. The practical I am usually thrown out of, he replied. Anko's blood was boiling. How dare they sabotage such an untapped resource? She thought. Just from this meeting alone, she could tell Naruto had immense potential, and she refused to let it go to waste on the bigots of the academy. They may be able to sabotage you, but that doesn't mean I can't help you, she said, smirking at the thought of training this diamond in the rough. Naruto smiled softly at his new friend. In his mind, you'd really do that? He asked. Anko nodded furiously. Hell yes. Geez, kid. From your KI and sealing abilities alone, you'd make a great shinobi. Ninjutsu isn't really applicable until Jounin level. Genjutsu is more for those specialized in it. Taijutsu, well, that's needed at every level, so that's what we will work on first. Chakra control will have to wait until I deem you at an acceptable taijutsu level. She replied. Naruto's smile threatened to split his face. That's fine. Thank you, Anko-chan. Oh, can we keep this from the old man? I want to surprise him when I pass the exams, he said. In his mind, Naruto made a solemn vow to complete his curse seal removal soon, so he could help his new teacher and friend. Anko thought about his request for a second before nodding. Very well. However, I expect you to pass those exams with flying colors, you understand me? She said with a serious tone but a smile on her face. Naruto nodded. Hi! He responded, happy that someone else was taking an interest in him. It seems that this was a good week for him. In his mind, Hikari was smirking up a storm and giggling perversely. Hopefully she becomes another one of Naruto-kun's lovers. She looks like she'd love to tease him mercilessly. Hee hee, I'm gonna have so much fun, Hikari thought. Time skip. 1 month. Anko was smiling broadly as she stepped into her dango stand to meet the girls. The girls hadn't been able to get together for the month after her near rape. As a matter of fact, they didn't even know about it now that she thought about it. She shrugged mentally before noticing all her friends sitting at their usual table. Kurenai was the first to notice her, as always, because she was looking for her. They had been on alternating mission schedules, so they hadn't had much time to talk. Kurenai Yuhi was a black-haired, red-eyed kunoichi that wore a dress that looked like it was made of medical tape. She had a curvy figure, much like Anko's own, with lower D-cup breasts and shapely legs. She had recently made Jounin and was planning on taking a team from the graduating class this year. She had made a reputation of being ice-cold and earned the moniker Ice Queen of Konoha because she never went on dates with men. Hana Inuzuka was a brunette with slight red highlights and a rather feral look overall. She was more tame than most members of her clan, but still more feral than regular. She was only 16, but she was a chunin with a solid D-cup breast size, slim hips, and a shapely rear. She wore the regular chunin vest with a forest green shirt underneath and spandex shorts that stopped mid-thigh. She was a veterinarian and she almost never went on dates. She turned down most guys because none met her standards. Yugao Yuzuki was another purple-haired woman who was also a kenjutsu master and an ANBU. She had a perfect hourglass figure that all the girls were slightly jealous of with DD cup breasts. She had a boyfriend named Heiate Geku who was also a kenjutsu master. She wore standard ANBU pants, shirt, and sandals. She also happened to be one of the ANBU that watched over Naruto and never shirked her duty. Anko quickly sat down and ordered an obscene amount of dango. She didn't drink any sake because of what nearly happened last time. Kurenai, being her best friend, noticed this and grew concerned. Anko-chan, are you okay? You never have dango without sake, Kurenai said. The other girls looked at the nervous Anko who replied, yeah, but I just didn't want sake today. The other girls gave her a skeptical look. Come on, Anko-chan. We all know you never have dango without your sake. What's the matter? Hana said, trying to get her friend to spill the beans. Anko looked nervous. She did not want to tell her friends that she had nearly been raped only to be saved by a boy, who she considered to be more of a man than September 10th of the village, who she was now training. Well, I guess we could just tell Ibiki that you still sleep with a stuffed snake you affectionately call. Yugao never got to finish her sentence because Anko had covered her mouth before sighing. Fine, you win, she replied. She noticed the smirks on their faces before she opened her mouth again. Promise not to tell anyone? She asked. She received 3 nods as her answer. She sighed before she began telling the story from her point of view up until she passed out. So, I had a pretty shitty day and I decided that a drink was in order. I went to the nearby bar and proceeded to get stone-faced drunk. Unluckily for me, there were 6 jerks that just wanted to fuck me, so they slipped a drug into one of my drinks. Kurenai glared at her friend. You know that men are always after you more than normal anyways. Why would you let yourself get so drunk as to not notice? She asked. Anko frowned. I was having an off day, okay? Besides, I don't consider all men to want us as nothing more than breeding machines. Unlike you, she replied. Before Kurenai could respond, Hannah interposed herself. Look, we aren't here for a philosophical debate on men. Anko-chan, please continue, she said. Kurenai was quiet. For now. Right, where was I? Oh yeah, so they drugged me and got me outside into the alleyway. They proceeded to take off my clothes and attempt to rape me. Anko said a little too calmly for the girls. She should have been a bit more broken up over it. Still, they kept quiet because they wanted to hear what happened. I say attempt because, before they could do anything else, they all shit themselves and ran off. I swear I was never more scared and relieved than I was before I passed out. The last thing I saw was a mop of blonde hair. Next thing I know, I wake up in a hotel room completely fine with a note saying to be more careful next time. She said amending what really happened so her friends wouldn't go digging into it and found out it was Naruto-kun who saved her. So nothing bad really happened and you're still? Hannah said curiously. Nothing bad, Kurenai said a little louder than she meant to. She was almost raped and she was sexually assaulted. This is why men are absolute pigs, Kurenai said with disgust. Yugao rolled her eyes. Give it a rest, will you? Not all men are pigs. Most but not all. Besides, Anko came out of it fine and there was the person who saved her. She replied. Kurenai glared at Yugao. 99% of men are pigs and you know it. I bet the person who saved Anko-chan was a woman who couldn't stand to see the rape. She replied. Hannah sighed again. Not this again, please. Let's talk about something else. Has anyone seen anything funny lately? She asked, desperately trying to change the subject. Anko chuckled. Well, I saw an orange-clothed gaki turn a fruit stand into a fruit salad, if that counts as funny, she said. What could she say? She was proud of the gaki. He had taken to her training like a fish to water, scratch that like a sponge to water. He absorbed what she taught with a zeal that made Orochimaru seem tame in comparison. Not that she would ever compare him to that team. Naruto had come a long way from his brawler style when they started. He was able to take her snake style and change most of the basic katas to make his own style that he liked to call Yuriken, meaning back fist. He mainly focused on dodging or blocking strikes and delivering devastating counterstrikes. He had a few offensive katas, but they were mostly basic ideas at this point. He was, by no standards, an expert, but he could pass for a mid-level genin, and she expected he could probably fight off a chunin if he was prepared with his seals. She had also been able to help him with his stealth and chakra control. He was able to do water walking rather well, but still needed to work on it. His stealth was easily ANBU level, as even she had trouble finding the blonde-haired nuisance when he really wanted to hide. When he changed into clothes that didn't make him a neon sign, he could probably infiltrate the Hokage Tower and get away with it. Back to the girls, they spent the rest of the afternoon chatting about different things like clothing trends, which Anko ignored of course, Naruto's pranks, which they all found amusingly enjoyable, and missions. They parted ways around 5 p.m. and Anko made her way to meet her unofficial student. She expected much out of him and hoped to see more progress soon. Time skip. 1 month. 2 months since Naruto met Anko. Naruto was in his lab when he suddenly jumped up and yelled, "Eureka, I did it!" In a very un-Naruto-like way. He started to dance around until he heard chuckling coming from his head. Congratulations, Naruto-kun. You have successfully completed the seal to remove Anko's blemish, Hikari said with a tone of mirth at her containers and mate's actions. He could act like such a child when he was excited. Naruto scratched the back of his head. He's sorry about that. But thank you. It would have taken another month without your help, he thought. He only got a mental blush from the praise before he started cleaning up his lab and thinking of ways to tell Anko about both Hikari and the seal. Hikari and Naruto chatted back and forth for an hour before deciding on a course of action. They didn't want to frighten their new friend and lose her help. They decided that telling her about Hikari first would be the best idea. She would probably overreact to the fact that he could remove her curse seal and not let up until he did it. Naruto nodded in acceptance of the plans they made and immediately set up the lab to remove her curse seal. There was no way they could do it anywhere else. Took him 2 hours to set up the seals and double-check everything to make sure it was in place. He wiped the sweat from his brow and nodded in appreciation of his hard work before turning to the clock and noticing it was 7 p.m. He only had half an hour to eat and meet with Anko for his nightly training session. He quickly showered and ate 3 cups of instant ramen before bolting out the door and to the Forest of Death. Forest of Death, 7:32 p.m. Anko tapped her foot on the tree branch as she waited for her student. He was never late before, and she was beginning to worry when she saw his orange clothes burst through the tree-line outside the Forest of Death and proceed to hop over the fence. She smiled inwardly. She had really come to both respect and like the blonde ball of energy. Even if he was serious when they were alone, he was always happy to see her and train with her. It's nice to have someone appreciate me for once, she thought to herself as Naruto landed on the branch next to her. Naruto landed and smiled brightly at his friend/sensei. She had taught him much in the past 2 months and he was deeply indebted to her. He decided to cut straight to the chase as he knew she did not like to beat around the bush. Anko-chan. Anko looked at him intently. I have something private I wish to speak with you about, so could we forego training tonight and head back to the lab? He asked. Anko raised an eyebrow and replied, I guess so, Gaki, because you haven't missed any of our sessions yet, and today was the only day you were late. What's so important that you want to be in the lab for it? She asked curiously. Naruto looked around before turning his back to her and readied himself to jump. The reason why I'm hated, he replied before jumping away, hoping that was enough to get her to follow him. Anko stood there for a second processing what he said before she sprung after him. Did someone tell him he was the Kyuubi? Oh God, I hope not. I'm gonna kill whoever told him, she thought as she increased her speed to try and catch the orange blur. Naruto's lab, 7:45 p.m. Naruto landed and immediately went inside before setting up the 2 chairs he had in the main room. The seal setup he planned to use was in one of the smaller rooms so Anko wouldn't see them too early. He sighed and tried to calm his nerves as Hikari whispered soothing promises from the back of his mind. He looked up as the door opened and Anko stepped in only to immediately sit down in the open chair and stare at him, obviously expecting an explanation. Naruto sighed again and looked Anko straight in the eyes. I hate to say this again, but I need your oath as a kunoichi and as a person that you will not reveal anything of what I say here today. If this information got into the hands of the civilian populace, I have no doubt that I would be killed almost instantaneously, he said seriously. Anko's brain was in overdrive. The last time he had only come off with half his secrets. It seems like he trusted her enough to tell her all of them now. That one thought made her nod her head in acceptance. No one else had trusted her with all of their secrets. I swear an oath on my pride as a kunoichi and a woman that I shall not reveal what you tell me here, she replied seriously. Naruto smiled at her. Thank you, Anko-chan. I promise you will be happy by the end of this discussion, he said, confusing her. Why would she be happy? Please do not interrupt me until I am finished with telling you my story, okay? He asked. She nodded, so he continued. 2 months ago I met you, but I also met the Kyuubi no Kitsune 2 days before that. Let me start out by saying that she is not what everyone makes her out to be. Yes, Kyuubi is a she and her name is Hikari. Anko's jaw dropped before she suddenly pumped her fist in the air. Hell yeah, another one for the girls, she yelled enthusiastically. Naruto groaned as Hikari spoke up. I knew there was a reason I like her. Hikari mentioned. Yes, anyways, I was being beaten by a mob on my birthday and I was eventually knocked unconscious. I met up with Hikari-chan, who was throwing herself against the seal, trying to get out to help me. That got an appreciative and surprised look from Anko, a rather funny sight actually, and a mental blush from Hikari. We talked for a while before I agreed to sign a contract with her that stated she would give me a bloodline and, in return, I would be able to give her a body and chakra outside of my body from time to time. Well, that and I am officially her mate, but that's just bonus, he said with a smile at the end. Anko took a moment to take her jaw off the floor and shook her head. Only you, Gaki. I'll trust you with Hikari. For now, but could I meet her? She replied. Hikari smirked in his mind as Naruto nodded, and he molded her body next to him. As soon as she was formed, she moved behind him and wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her assets against the back of his head. Hello, Anko-chan. I am Hikari, the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Thank you for taking care of Naruto-kun for me. I can only do so much, she said. Anko's mind went blank for a second before it rebooted and reminded her about Hikari being mated to Naruto, so she ignored her blatant sexuality and said, Let's just get one thing straight. I'll trust you because the Gaki trusts you. But he pulled out a kunai and started playing with it. You hurt him, and not even Kami could keep you safe from me, she said seriously. Hikari chuckled. I won't hurt him. I am making a few cosmetic changes though. Naruto-kun agreed with it all beforehand, so it's far game, she said. Anko nodded and put her kunai away. Naruto sighed and said, Since you're fine with that, I have another bombshell for you. Anko gave him her full attention. He took a deep breath and said, I can remove your curse seal. Time seemed to stop for Anko. Not even Jiraiya could remove the damn thing, and Naruto was telling her that he could remove it. It shouldn't be possible, and yet. She had seen some of his seals, and she knew he was serious when he said he had a knack for them. Her eyes hardened as she glared at Naruto. Gaki, if you're messing with me, not even Kyuubi could help you, she said coldly. Naruto flinched slightly. I'm not lying. I have everything set up and was going to remove it for you whether you kept my secrets or not, he responded. Anko looked into his eyes and didn't see any deception. For almost 5 minutes, they stared at one another until Anko spoke again. Gaki, you remove this seal and I am your bitch for life. You want to fuck me every day for the rest of my life? Fine. You want to get a group of your friends and gangbang me? I'll do it all with a smile on my face. Hell, you can cut off my tits for all I care. Just remove this damn seal, she said, yelling at the end. Her eyes had tears in them as she desperately wanted to be rid of this stain on her soul. Naruto opened his mouth to respond that she didn't have to do that when Hikari forced it closed. He looked at her curiously, as did Anko, before she wagged her finger at Naruto. She knew what he was going to say and she wouldn't allow it. She walked over to Anko and said, Stand up. Anko was confused but did as she said. Hikari circled Anko slowly, touching her and testing her body like one would a piece of fine meat before she nodded in acceptance. She had only seen Anko's body. She wanted to test it first before she put her plan into action. She smirked as she leant in and whispered hotly into Anko's ear. You made a good offer right there, and I intend to make you live up to it. As a little incentive, I'm going to tell you what I'm doing to his body for the future. Anko's eyes were fluttering as she felt the hot breath on her neck and ear. He's already got stamina in spades, so that's an easy one. I've already increased his sperm count, so when he's grown, he'll be able to come buckets easily. I'm making sure his body will be supremely flexible for both combat and the activities in the bedroom. Already, Anko was having trouble hiding her increasing arousal, but the best was soon to come. The last and most important thing I'm doing, he's going to be hung like a horse. She said horse with a very lustful tone, sending shivers up Anko's spine and sending her mind straight into the gutter. By the time I'm done, he's going to be at least 8.5 to 9 inches long and 3 inches wide, Hikari said, finishing her explanation and giving Anko a very welcome nosebleed. Think you can handle that? Receiving a nod from the purple-haired woman, she smiled. Good. She stepped back to Naruto and said, Naruto-kun, accept her generous offer. Naruto looked at Hikari like she was nuts. I don't want her to be a sex slave, he started to say until Hikari cut him off, seeing as Anko was still daydreaming. Look, she wants to do it. Besides, you're probably going to be under that CRA thing anyways. Better with girls you know and trust. Maybe love someday. Than some hussy that will leave at the first sign of trouble, right? Hikari said. Anko came around by this time and was nodding with Hikari's words. Naruto looked a bit unsure and was about to decline when Anko crossed the room and grabbed Naruto before full-on kissing him. Naruto melted into the kiss as Anko gently probed his mouth. They broke for air, panting as Anko looked at Naruto. "That good enough for ya?" she said. Naruto nodded dumbly. "Good, let's go get this seal off," she said as she dropped Naruto and turned to head out of the room. Hikari stepped up to Anko and put a firm hand on her shoulder. "That was his first kiss. You won that, but I'm the one who gets to take his virginity, got it?" she said, too sweetly to be real. Anko nodded nervously and Hikari smiled brightly. "Great. I know we will get along just fine, Anko-chan," she said as she wrapped her arm around Anko's shoulder and led her to the room where the unsealing would take place. Naruto struggled up with a dazed look on his face before it split into a goofy grin. "If that's what a kiss feels like. Damn, I'm glad I got two beautiful women to do that with, and according to the CRA, I'm gonna need more." He thought as he headed for the sealing room. No, he will not be an open pervert. Only for his girls. Sealing room, 8:45 p.m. Naruto stood behind Anko, who had her shirt and trench coat off as he painted the seal onto her back and over the cursed seal. He took his time to ensure that every piece of the seal was perfect and in place. He double-checked and triple-checked the seal on her while Hikari checked the seals he had set up beforehand. Hikari gave him the sign that everything was okay and then disappeared back into her cage so she could complete her part of the unsealing. Naruto had set up an amalgamation of seals. One seal purged the strange chemical that allowed the seal to change the user's mind and body. Another would actually reverse the damages made by the seal. This could not be used for medical reasons because it was specifically made to counteract the chemical compound. Yet another would expel Orochimaru's soul from the seal so that the user's body could, once again, reach its full potential. The last one, made specifically for this night, redirected that piece of Orochimaru's soul into the seal on Naruto's stomach so Hikari could have some fun with the bastard. Naruto nodded as he took his place in the sealing circle. He looked towards Anko, who nodded. "All right, this is going to hurt a lot. Please bear through it," he said. She nodded and pulled out a strip of leather before biting into it. Naruto nodded once more before running through a few activation hand seals and saying, "Fuin Hakai!" seal destruction, and slamming his hands onto the seal. Anko felt like every cell in her body was being lit on fire only to be doused and then reset on fire again. It hurt worse than when the seal was first applied. She screamed into the leather strip until her throat was raw and she was heaving for breath before it finally ended. It had felt like hours, but in reality only took about 2 minutes. She collapsed, heaving for breath, and was able to turn her head to see Naruto smile warmly at her before she blacked out with a smile on her face. Naruto smiled at Anko, and it just intensified as he heard Hikari start tearing into the soul piece that was being utterly destroyed in his mindscape. He got up and slowly walked over to Anko before half-dragging her to the bed in the lab and setting the alarm for 8 a.m. He had miscalculated the chakra needed to destroy the seal and had ended up using nearly all of his Jounin-level chakra to destroy it. He sighed as he laid down on the floor next to the futon. The next thing he knew, he was inside of Anko's arms as she crushed him to her body. He blushed but promptly passed out from not having any chakra. Hikari giggled in his mind but didn't wake her container. It would be funny to see their reaction in the morning. Naruto's lab, 8 a.m. Naruto awoke to find himself in a very comfortable position. His head was being pushed into the generous cleavage of one Anko Mitarashi. He also noted that he had one of the most restful sleeps of his life. He sighed as he slowly got out of bed and went to make a real breakfast. He had started to henge and buy regular food ever since 2 months ago, but he still loved ramen. He spent a good 15 minutes making a breakfast of eggs and toast before he calmly poured 2 glasses of orange juice and bringing them to the study/bedroom. He walked in only to see Anko smirking at him. "You know, usually, I'd kill a man for being in my breasts," she said nonchalantly. Naruto started sweating even as he put the breakfast in front of her on a tray. "Good start," she said before she started laughing at the look of complete terror on his face. "Calm down, Naruto-kun. After all, I kissed you yesterday and you removed my seal as promised. She smiled softly at him before it turned into a smirk. If you want to touch them, all you have to do is ask Naruto-sama, she said lustfully. Naruto promptly turned a shade of red to make Hinata jealous and began to shovel in his food. Oh yeah, we are gonna get along just fine, Anko-chan, Hikari said as she laughed in Naruto's mind. Stupid, perverted girls. Naruto thought, still blushing, causing Hikari to laugh even harder. Suddenly, Naruto remembered something. Anko-chan, I know you probably want to go run and tell everyone you're free of your seal, but can I ask you to wait off on that until I'm a genin? If the civilians knew I had access to Oro Team's notes. He let the answer trail. Anko sighed. Yes, that's fine. I swear those civilians need to die because all these secrets you have to keep are stupid. You shouldn't have to hide for fear of retribution for something you do exceptionally well, she said with a frown. Naruto nodded in agreement. I know what you mean. I'm sad I have to hide it, but once I'm a genin, it won't matter because I'll be under the old man. Not to mention I'll be considered a legal adult, he said. Anko smiled. I can't wait for that day, Naruto-kun. She looked at the clock and noticed it was about 9 a.m. Shit, I've got an interrogation at 9:15. Sorry, but I've gotta go, Naruto-kun. I'll see you for training tonight. She got up and threw her shirt and trench coat on. She wavered for a second before kissing Naruto goodbye on the cheek and dashing out of the door. Naruto's face split into a goofy grin again as he cleaned up the breakfast dishes. Genin exams and team. Naruto was walking to the academy smiling in his mask like normal. Still, he was actually happy for once. Today were the genin exams and the first time he would drop his mask around his classmates. He was still wearing his orange jumpsuit, but he would soon change out of that when he passed the exam. He was going to really show his abilities when the time came. He could fight off a decent chunin now. His resistance seal was at level 4 and, when removed, would let him be about as fast as a high-level jounin. Granted, he couldn't fight at that level just yet, but he was making steady progress. His seals were ingenious, and he smiled as he remembered all the work he had done in making sure he could make the seals in midair with his finger. It had taken him a good month of pure chakra control to let it happen, but it was combat ready. His ninjutsu consisted of Kage Bunshin and Shunshin, those being the only ninjutsu that Hikari could teach him, and Anko wasn't allowed to teach him legally, so he never asked to ensure that their relationship remained a secret. That didn't mean that, when they were alone, she didn't tease him mercilessly, with Hikari happily aiding her in making the blonde-haired boy blush like mad. They loved to creep up behind him while he was working on a seal and snuggle his head into their breasts, trying to make him guess which girl was holding him. Surprisingly, he got it right 90% of the time. He sighed as he walked into the academy. Hikari had asked to leave the seal for about a month 3 weeks ago. For some reason, she refused to tell him, claiming that it was a secret. He had a quest when she had kissed him silly. Still, he was worried about her. They had been together since his birth, and he felt empty without her around. He had grown used to her advice and suggestions and was missing it terribly. Anko was good for ninjutsu and taijutsu, but seals were beyond her. She had kept her promise not to show her destroyed cursed seal to her friends, but that would be null and void come tomorrow. He walked into the classroom and sat down at his desk. He noticed the blush on Hinata's face. Thanks to his girl's constant teasing, he now knew that she liked him. Too bad her image of him would shatter soon enough. He sighed and leaned back in his chair, waiting for his Sakura-chan to come in. He would need to keep up his act around the students, except when he acutely took the tests. He was pretty sure that Shikamaru and, maybe, Shino would pick up on the change, but he doubted anyone else would. He noticed that the room filled up and Sasuke sitting in the chair next to him, making him mentally curse up a storm. Damn Uchiha! He knows that Sakura and Ino are gonna kick me out of this seat, Naruto thought as he heard rumbling coming from outside the academy and, then, down the halls. Akamaru whimpered and ducked into the hoodie that Kiba was wearing, while covering his ears. Kiba's eyes widened and he yelled, "Hit the deck!" before he dove under his desk and covered his ears much like his canine friend. Suddenly the door burst open and 2 girls were standing in the doorway. /N. Unless I say otherwise, all characters have their pre-Shippuden outfits. Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka were both stuck in the doorframe, glaring at one another heatedly while screaming at the top of their lungs about fighting for their Sasuke-kun. Naruto mentally rolled his eyes and prepared for his grandiose performance of liking the pink-haired banshee. Honestly, he couldn't stand her and had only picked her because he knew she would refuse him constantly and would not create trouble with the villagers thinking the demon brat had a girlfriend. Anko and Hikari don't count. They're too strong to fall to such ignorant bigots. Naruto smiled as they tumbled into the room and quickly got up to help his Sakura-chan to her feet. "Let me help you, Sakura-chan," Naruto said loudly as he rushed down the stairs and purposefully tripped and collided into the swirling mass of limbs that was Ino and Sakura. That earned him a double punch, one from Ino and one from Sakura. "I don't need your help, Dobe," Sakura said rudely and quickly stalked off to continue arguing with Ino about seating arrangements around the Uchiha. Naruto just kept his mask up and stood up before making his way to a nearby seat. Irika and Mizuki walked in not even a minute later, and Irika used his patented big head no jutsu to shut everyone up. "Good, now we will begin the genin examinations. The first part is a written test on aspects of a shinobi's life and history of Konoha. The second part is a taijutsu spar between either myself or Mizuki-sensei, in which you must last at least 3 minutes or land a decisive blow. The third part is a weapons accuracy test in which you must throw 10 shuriken and 10 kunai at varying targets with more points for distance and accuracy. The final part will be a showing of the 3 academy jutsus in order to show you are proficient in its use. If everyone will remain quiet, we can begin," Irika said as he passed Naruto a paper. He never noticed the scowl on Mizuki's face as he did so. Hokage's office. Same time. Many aspiring Jounin sensei were gathered in the Hokage's office to view their potential students. Anko Mitarashi, Kakashi Hatake, Kurenai Yuhi, and Asuma Sarutobi, just to name a few, were watching with some interest, although Kakashi was still reading his book. Anko was watching because Naruto was there and she could notice that he was blazing through the test like it was a bowl of ramen. Kakashi was watching the last Uchiha, as ordered by the stuck-up civilian council. Not that he minded watching over someone he believed was his responsibility. Kurenai was paying special attention to the Hyuga heiress, and Asuma was mostly eyeing Kurenai with a few peeks at Shikamaru. Sarutobi cleared his throat, gaining the people's attention. "You are all here today to observe the graduating class at the academy. I hope you can all make wise choices in your teams this year," he said before returning to spying on the students. Academy taijutsu tests. Naruto was sure he had aced the test, although he kept up his act and took the full time allotted for the test. Now they were moving on to something Naruto was sure wouldn't be a problem. If he didn't get Mizuki. He was not blind to the subterfuge and tricks to make his stance or skills worse throughout the year. He could also tell that Mizuki had something sinister planned because he kept eyeing Naruto like he was the forbidden scroll or something. They went down the list of applicants and Naruto sighed at the horrendous display that the civilian kids, not to mention Shutters, the fangirls, put on during their turns. The shinobi kids were a different story, for the most part. Chuji thoroughly won his match with a hit on Irika at 2 minutes and 48 seconds. Kiba did slightly better at 2 minutes and 39 seconds. Shikamaru, surprisingly, lasted the 3 minutes, as did Ino and Sakura. Hinata was too timid to outright attack Mizuki, so she lasted the full 3 minutes without a single hit on her. Shino lasted the 3 minutes, but that was more due to his family style, which revolved around dodging and blocking instead of attacking. Naruto counted the remaining students and mentally cursed. Sasuke was next, and it was Irika's turn. That meant Mizuki would be Naruto's sparring partner. He sighed as he watched Sasuke get a hit on Irika after 1 minute and 37 seconds. Great. My turn with Mizuki team, Naruto thought bitterly. He ran out to the field and turned around to smile at Sakura. "Hey Sakura-chan, watch me," he yelled, only getting a glare in response. Mizuki smirked at Naruto, thinking of the ways to make him fail. Naruto nodded to him before slipping into his own personal style, the Uruken, back fist style. Mizuki's eyes widened a bit before his grin grew. If the demon is trying a new taijutsu style out, He'll be even easier pickings than before, Mizuki thought as he started the spar and ran full bore at Naruto. Naruto smirked and began to move around Mizuki's hits like they were nothing. The class was stunned. It had been nearly a minute and even Irika was staring in shock. Mizuki was obviously going full out and he still couldn't touch Naruto. Naruto, from his perspective, was disappointed. This is the caliber of a Chunin of Konoha? He thought. Mizuki's taijutsu was Haigenin at best, and this was supposed to be his best area. He was sorely missing his training with Anko right now. 2 minutes later, and Irika finally called the match, saying that the time limit was up. Mizuki stopped, but he was panting hard while Naruto looked only slightly winded. Most of the students figured that Mizuki went easy on him while only 3 believed differently. I always knew why you were st strong in Naruto-kun, Hinata thought while blushing. His grades do not reflect accurately on this performance. Mizuki-san was not holding back and Naruto-san looks barely troubled. I should have suspected this outcome considering my new hive, Shino thought as he reflected on the new colony he had received via Naruto Uzumaki. Hold your horses, folks, this will be explained later. This is too troublesome to think about, but Naruto is stronger than he seems, Shikamaru thought before going back to watching the clouds. Naruto walked off and yelled something obnoxious, causing many to reaffirm that the dobe got lucky. Naruto simply cackled in his mind and looked into the air before shooting a thumbs up and a smile. The intended recipient, Anko, chuckled in the Hokage office. So he knows we are watching it? The kunoichi thought and checked the surroundings. It seems no one else noticed. Back with Naruto, he lined up for the accuracy test and stayed mostly silent while keeping up his happy and innocent dobe mask. He, again, mentally sighed at the poor scores from the civilian kids, most who joined for either glory or the Uchiha, mostly girls. Naruto paid attention when the clan heirs and Sakura, whom he cheered for, took their tests however. Shikamaru scored a 6 on both, the minimum to pass. Same case with Chuji and Kiba. Hinata was 7 out of 10 for kunai and 6 out of 10 for shuriken. Ino and Sakura both barely passed with a 6 on both. Shino, however, got a 9 on the kunai and a 7 on the shuriken. When Sasuke stepped up and received his kunai and shuriken, Naruto noticed that it was one of the best sets around. He scowled mentally and scoffed as he watched the Uchiha smirk and show off. He threw 5 of the shuriken wide and then threw the last 5 with such force that he altered all of their paths right into the bullseye. That got a squeal from the fangirls and a grumble from Chuji and Kiba. Sasuke picked up the kunai and threw them one by one, but he only got a 9 out of 10 on that. He turned around and smirked confidently before heading off to brood on his own. It was Naruto's turn and he wasn't in the mood to show off any more of his abilities, his taijutsu being showcased already. He grabbed the shuriken and, one by one, hit the bullseye on the farthest ones, scoring a perfect 10 out of 10. As the class went silent and Irika congratulated Naruto, he picked up the kunais and proceeded to repeat this act. Another 10/10ths for the kunais. Everyone's jaw dropped. The dobe had scored a perfect on the taijutsu and the accuracy tests now. That just did not happen. Shino was curious until his logical mind thought of the solution. So you took the shinobi's code of deception to its finest. Well played, Naruto-san, I hope to see more from you, he thought. Hinata was mentally drooling over a strong Naruto and Shikamaru still thought this was too troublesome. Hokage office. Same time. The Jounins, hell even the Hokage, were shocked. Naruto Uzumaki, the dead last of his class, had just won the taijutsu and the weapons accuracy tests. Anko suddenly busted out laughing. Everyone focused on her even as she started crying and then wheezing from their stares. She knew the real reason for Naruto's strength and it was just too funny to see all these hypocritical bastards getting a taste of sweet revenge. Kakashi was actually paying attention and spoke up. Hokage-sama, are we sure that nothing is influencing him? He asked. The Hokage furrowed his brows, but it was Anko who answered. Man, for the guy who coined see underneath the underneath, you sure don't take it to heart, huh? She asked. All eyes turned to her. Please explain yourself, Anko, Sarutobi said, fishing for information. Anko mentally chuckled but kept a poker face on. Looking for info? I guess I can indulge you a bit. She thought. What's the first sentence in the Shinobi Handbook? She asked. The Hokage arched an eyebrow and replied, a shinobi's best and most reliable tool is deception, he replied, figuring it out. Anko chuckled aloud this time. That's right. Now, what's the best way to ensure that no one thinks you're a threat? She asked. Kakashi spoke up this time and replied, underestimation, he said, figuring out where she was going with this. She clapped. Good one-eye. Naruto Uzumaki is known as a prankster who can outrun and hide from ANBU. Really, did no one see through this before? She asked curiously. The crowd was silent. Suddenly, she busted out laughing just like before. She wiped a tear from her eye. You really think the dead last can outrun ANBU? Kami people, you really are dense, she said, offering no more information. Sarutobi rubbed his temples. Great, just great. If he's hiding more, could he be in contact with Kyuubi? This is a serious breach and I need to make sure that he's still loyal to Konoha, he thought. Suddenly Naruto's voice rang out through the jutsu used to display the exams, and everyone looked to see him standing outside alone and looking to the sky. I know you're watching Aji-san, and I know that Anko-san has probably spilled that I hid my abilities. Keep watch on Mizuki. I think he's up to something. Have a good day, Aji-san, he said with a chuckle at the end as he walked inside. The room grew silent until Sarutobi spoke again. Anko-san, you are to watch Mizuki for any signs of deviant or traitorous acts starting now. Leave the room once the exams are over and tail him, he ordered. Anko nodded and everyone turned their attention back to the exams. Academy classroom. Ninjutsu tests. Naruto walked in just as the first person was called into the back room to begin the final examination. He took his seat and cheered when Sakura came back out of her test. Kami, I can't wait to pass this test, so I can drop this stupid mask, Naruto thought to himself. Although I know Aji-san is going to speak to me about this, probably even make sure I'm still loyal to Konoha. Even if he believes I am, he's still going to put someone on my team who can control me if I let Kyuubi-chan out. Good thing I gave Shino that bug, he may prove useful, Naruto thought. What most people didn't know was that Naruto was on good terms with Shino and most of the Aburames, so he doubted that Shino would hurt him if something happened. Naruto Uzumaki, Iruka said. Naruto smiled brightly and jumped up to take the test. He ran down the steps, tripping at the bottom to ensure that his mask was still ironclad, and scratched the back of his head nervously as he entered the exam room. Iruka smiled at him, along with a fake smile from Mizuki, and said, All right, Naruto, you need to perform a kawarimi, henge, and a bunshin technique to pass this portion. You can also show an additional jutsu for extra credit, Iruka said, gaining a nod from his favorite student. Ready? He asked. Naruto nodded again and promptly switched with a chair when Mizuki hummed an eraser at his head. He switched back and Iruka said, Henge into the third Hokage, please. Naruto nodded and performed the jutsu. Iruka and Mizuki checked it out, Mizuki taking a full minute longer than Iruka, before declaring it passable from Mizuki and great from Iruka. Now please perform a bunshin, Iruka said. Naruto raised his hand like he had a question, causing Iruka to raise an eye. Yes, Naruto? He asked. Can it be any bunshin or does it have to be the illusionary ones? He asked. Iruka thought for a second before grabbing the rulebook and skimming through the pages. It states here that any bunshin may be used if the user has too much chakra to support the illusionary one. Iruka replied. Mizuki scowled mentally and simply stared closely at Naruto. Naruto smiled and said, Thanks, Iruka-sensei. Kage bunshin no jutsu, shadow clone jutsu, and 5 Narutos stood smiling brightly at a stunned Iruka and a scowling Mizuki. Iruka stammered out a "Why you pass Naruto?" But, how did you learn a kinjutsu? He asked. Naruto chuckled. I watched some dog-masked ANBU do it in a training field one time and memorized the hand seals thinking that I might be able to do it instead of the regular bunshin, since Kage bunshin costs far more than the regular one. He answered. In the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi was glaring at Kakashi because he had been so careless. Anko was mentally chuckling and everyone else was stunned. Naruto had learned to do a kenjutsu just by seeing it done once. Impressive. Back with Naruto, Iruka handed him a headband with a giant smile and Naruto yelled an, "All right." He smiled brightly and ran out the door to show off his new hitayate. Most of the students were stunned, but Hinata, Shikamaru and Shino all had their own thoughts, mostly positive ones. Naruto smirked as the teachers came out and dismissed them, telling them to be back tomorrow for team assignments. Naruto promptly ran to Ichiraku's and began to pig out on ramen, courteous of Tuchi and Ayam. He was able to eat 10 bowls before an ANBU showed up and said that the Hokage had summoned him to his office. Naruto sighed and nodded his head before paying for his dinner and leaving with the ANBU. Hokage's office. Naruto's ninjutsu exam time. Sarutobi had finished glaring at Kakashi and nodded to Anko, who had taken her leave to spy on the academy teacher. He turned back to the aspiring Jounin sensei and said, "I will now take suggestions and requests for students," he said. He nodded to Kakashi, who had the most senior rank among them, and he stood up. "I request Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno and Naruto Uzumaki for my team," he said before sitting back down. Sarutobi frowned. Because of Naruto's performance, he knew he couldn't accept that team because it would be far too overpowered. Besides that, he knew that Naruto needed someone who could control the Kyuubi, now more than ever, if his skills were better than before. Sarutobi couldn't have a Kyuubified genin running around now, could he? He nodded and said, "Noted." Asuma stood up next and said, "I'll take the next Ino Shikacho team." He quickly sat back down, being the lazy man that he is. Sarutobi nodded and a few of the other Jounins stood up and requested Sasuke, but were summarily denied. Finally, Kurenai stood up and said, "I request Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, and Kiba Inuzuka for a tracking team," she said before sitting back down. Only one person had not gone, and that was because he didn't want to be here, but was ordered to due to certain talents of his. Sarutobi sighed and then took another hit of his cancer pot, his pipe. He thought for a few seconds more before he nodded his head in agreement with himself. "I see all of your teams as acceptable according to the current scores of the genin, but we must wait for Iruka before we finalize this," he replied to them, and so they waited. Not 5 minutes later, Iruka walked through the door with the test results. He held them up and, with a nod from Sarutobi, began to rattle off the scores. All of the civilians, minus Sakura, passed barely but would be weeded out with the real genin exams. Shikamaru Nara, 60.1% overall, pass. Chuji Akimichi 62.8% overall, pass. Kiba Inuzuka 68.5% overall, pass. Ino Yamanaka 73% overall, pass. Sakura Haruno 73.2% overall, pass. Hinata Hyuga 89.3% overall, pass. Sasuke Uchiha 98.4% overall, pass. And Naruto Uzumaki 100% overall, pass. The Jounins were quiet until Kurenai spoke quietly. "What was Uzumaki's score again?" she said. Iruka smirked. "A 100% perfect score, Kurenai-san. Naruto seems to have progressed immensely," he replied. The Sandaime furrowed his brows and sighed. "Thank you, Iruka. Would you like to stay for team placements and, perhaps, offer some insight into who would work well together?" he said. Iruka nodded and replied, "Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka would not work well together. Same with Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Chuji Akimichi and Shikamaru Nara would work well with any of the other students, as would Hinata Hyuga. Kiba Inuzuka is a bit brash, but he is loyal to a fault. Shino Aburame would work well with any logical teams. Other than that, I have no suggestions, Hokage-sama." Sarutobi nodded. "Good. In that case," he looked to the Jounins. "Your requests are being mostly altered. You will be given teams that could work well together," he said. The Jounins did not look happy but held their tongues out of respect for the old Hokage. "Before I forget," He snapped his fingers and an ANBU stood next to him. Please bring me Naruto Uzumaki. He will likely be at Ichiraka Ramen. The ANBU bowed and disappeared. He looked back to the Jounins. Now, Team 7, led by Kakashi Hatake, will be Sasuke Uchiha, Chuji Akimichi, and Kiba Inuzuka. Team 8, led by Kurenai Yuhi, will be Sakura Haruno, Hinata Hyuga, and Shikamaru Nara. He said, getting surprised looks from many. Kakashi was a bit surprised but noticed the hard hitters/hunter team he was given and shrugged as it suited his style. Kurenai, on the other hand, was a bit perturbed and spoke up. Hokage-sama, what am I supposed to do with that team? She asked. Sarutobi sighed again. Kurenai, Hinata has the Byukigen, Shikamaru is actually a genius, as are all Nara with a shadow bind, and Sakura is supposedly ripe for a genjutsu mistress. Tell me, what could they excel in? He asked. Kurenai thought for a moment before bowing her head. I apologize, Hokage-sama. They could be a perfect ambush team, they could do well with infiltration as well, if their planning and stealth abilities work out. She replied. The Sandaime waved off the apology and said, now, since that's cleared up, Team 10, led by Yamato, will be Naruto Uzumaki, Shino Aburame, and Ino Yamanaka. Yamato, a man who was very stoic, sighed as he guessed this was going to happen. He knew why he and Shino were being placed on Naruto's team, and he was pretty sure that Ino was being placed because she was an expert in the human psyche, as was all of her clan, so she would notice quirks about Naruto that may escape even shinobi. Hi, Hokage-sama, he said. Once the teams were announced, the ANBU showed back up with Naruto, who smiled brightly at Sarutobi. Hey Aji-san, did you like the show? He asked. Sarutobi chuckled and replied, it was most entertaining, Naruto. I hope you will tell me how you did it. Naruto grew serious and stared the Hokage straight in the eye. When you come clean, I'll come clean, he countered. The temperature in the room dropped a few degrees and several of the Jounins began to grow nervous and tensed, getting ready for a battle. Naruto sighed and the tense atmosphere lessened. So, you gonna start grilling me or gonna ask Ibiki-san to do that for you? He asked almost jokingly. Sarutobi laughed. No. Still, I am curious as to how you kept hidden all this time and how you knew Mizuki was up to something. He replied. Naruto sighed before he sat down in the chair in front of the Hokage's desk and kicked up his feet. People hate me, Aji-san. If I showed what I could really do, even with sabotage in the academy, then people would get more violent or even get the council involved. I'm not stupid, Aji-san. I can tell that people fear me, although I don't know why. As for Mizuki, well, he's been eyeing me like Orochimaru would when he gets a new little butt buddy, he said. That threw even the Kami no Shinobi for a loop. Still the Sandaime chuckled before he grew serious. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. People are ignorant and can't see what they're missing. Mizuki is being tailed by Anko as we speak, so thank you for the tip, he replied. Naruto nodded. Yeah, whatever. Don't apologize for them, Aji-san. So, who's my Jounin sensei when I pass the real Genin test? He asked. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow. So you knew about that too? He sighed and looked into the crowd, secretly looking to Yamato, who nodded his head and stepped forward. This is Yamato. He recently quit ANBU and wanted to become a Jounin sensei, he said. Yamato nodded to Naruto, who nodded back and said, you seem level-headed. It'll be a pleasure working with you. If that's all, Aji-san, I'm gonna go celebrate some more. Sarutobi nodded and Naruto shocked them once again as he shunshined away in a flash of dark black powder that was swept out of the window. The Sandaime looked sadly at where the boy once sat. No child should have to hide their abilities in fear of being persecuted even more. He sighed and dismissed the Jounin, who all left their old leader to his paperwork. Time skip that night. Mizuki chuckled as he leapt through the rooftops with the forbidden scroll in his hands. He chuckled mentally. Even though he couldn't pin it on the Kyuubi brat, he would be able to hide out with Orochimaru-sama supporting him. He burst through the tree-line and landed on a branch, which he immediately abandoned as it blew up the second his foot left the branch. He landed in a clearing and immediately started to scan his surroundings. Suddenly, a kunai came out of the brush and scratched his cheek. Mizuki's eyes widened as he realized just who was chasing him. Anko-san, I'm taking the scroll back to your master. Why would you stop me? Mizuki asked. Never let it be said that Mizuki was a good judge of character. Anko burst out of the bushes with a fire in her eyes. That bastard was never my master, she roared as she advanced on an unsuspecting Chunin. Warning: the scene of torture and removal of manly parts was so gruesome that the author has censored it for the viewer's sanity. Thank you. Anko skipped happily into the Hokage's office as the ANBU dragged away a mutilated, yet still alive, Mizuki. She smirked at the Hokage and said, "Mission accomplished." Surutboy smiled. "Good work, Anko-san. I'll have Ibiki take care of him," he replied. Anko smiled again and said, "Well, if that's all, I'll be going then." She turned around to leave when Sarutobi spoke again. "Just a moment, Anko-san," he said. She turned around and he motioned to the chair in front of his desk. She took it quietly, a little curious as to what he needed to speak with her about so late in the night. "I would like for you to tell me everything you believe Naruto-kun is capable of," he said seriously. Anko frowned. "Just ask him yourself. I don't keep that close a watch on him. I simply knew that the boy couldn't be the dead last they say he is if he could outrun and hide from ANBU like that," she replied. Sarutobi matched Anko's frown. "Please don't lie to me. I can tell that you know more than you're letting on," he countered. Anko sighed and glared at the Hokage. "I won't betray his trust willingly, Hokage-sama. I can tell you he's probably about Chunin level right now. Other than that, I won't elaborate without his permission," she replied, hoping to satisfy the Hokage and Naruto. Sarutobi stared at the kunoichi for a moment before sighing and nodding in acceptance. "Fine. I have kept a secret from him long enough. I guess he can keep his for a little while," he told her. Anko glared again. "And when do you plan to tell him about his burden? It's obvious he doesn't trust you now, so why not tell him the reason why he's hated? All you do by keeping it from him is hurt him more," she said. Sarutobi glared back and caused Anko to back off. "He will be told when it becomes necessary and not a moment before. He needs to have as normal a life as possible before he is saddled with that responsibility," he replied. Anko sighed and looked at the Hokage. "He's never had a normal life and you know it. Still, I won't press the issue as it isn't my place. I won't tell him anything either, but I still stand by what I said earlier," she said before walking out of the office. Sarutobi took a long draft from his pipe and sighed. She has a point, but the boy must be loyal to the village before he learns of his burden, he thought as he headed home for the night. Next day, Naruto's apartment. Naruto smirked as he woke up and did his morning routine. Today was the day he showed just how strong he was. He did one last check over his body when he noticed something in the mirror. He took a closer look before his eyes narrowed intensely. There was a complex seal on his back. As quickly as he noticed it, it started to fade away. "Oh no, you don't," Naruto said loudly as he summoned a few stasis seals from the seal on his arm and slapped them on each of his shoulders and right above his waist. Box formation on his back. He glared at his reflection as he tried to get a clear view of it, but was severely hampered because he had only one mirror. He sighed and thought for a second before snapping his fingers as he figured it out. He quickly unsealed a few more stasis seals and some ice seals he had made. He activated the ice seals and formed a sheet of ice that reached from the ceiling to the floor and quickly slapped the stasis seals on. He took a kunai and carved a smooth surface on the ice and smiled at his handiwork. He grabbed a small stool nearby, that was usually used when he washed his back, and proceeded to examine the seal. It took him a good half hour to decipher it, but was pissed beyond belief at what he found. It was complex, all right. It held a loyalty seal, ensuring that any traitorous thoughts would be correctly steered into nothingness. A seal not unlike the caged bird seal that would allow the user to kill him should he ever decide to betray the village or if someone felt he got out of control, and last but not least, a summoning seal like the ones usually used in the Chunin exams with the kanji for root on it. Naruto was livid. How could Ajisen do this to him? How could the kind old man put a seal that could potentially be used to kill him if the haters in the village found it? How could mental tire screech? That's not Ajisan's style at all. Naruto thought, destroying his previous train of thought. He took a closer look at the seal once again and noticed the root symbol connected with the summoning seal. Root? There's no organization like that in Konoha, Naruto thought. He was about to continue when he noticed the time and a knock on his door. He had about an hour to get ready for the academy, and he had a sneaking suspicion as to who was at the door. He sighed and pulled on some baggy black cargo pants before he answered the door. Anko stood in the doorway with a dango stick in her hand and smirked at her master's attire. "Trying to show off to me, Ruto-kun? How sweet," she said sweetly. Naruto rolled his eyes and let her come in. She noticed the giant seal on his back but ignored it considering who he was. "Whatever you say, Hibiheim," Naruto replied with a smirk as he went towards his bedroom. Anko's smile just got wider. "So I'm a princess now, huh? You sure know how to compliment a girl, Ruto-kun," she countered. Naruto stepped into his doorway and turned his head to look at her. "Sure you are. Only princesses could get away with child molestation and not getting punished," he replied before he disappeared into his room. Anko went red-faced. She knew he wasn't old enough for adult matters, but his maturity often blinded her to the fact that he was supposed to be a 12-year-old boy. She took a seat on the busted-up couch and picked off another dango from her stick. Naruto emerged about 5 minutes later with black shinobi sandals, his black cargo pants, a tight black muscle shirt, and a black trench coat with golden flames licking the bottom and the edges of his sleeves. On the back of the coat, the kanji for defense was emblazoned in gold. All in all, he struck an imposing figure considering he had sculpted muscles all over his body. Anko whistled in appreciation. "Nice, Naruto-kun. You look good," she commented. Naruto smirked. "Thanks, Anko-chan." He thought for a second before adding, "Say, is there an organization called Root in this village?" he asked. Anko's face turned grave. "Naruto, how do you know about them?" she asked seriously. Naruto sighed and proceeded to explain the seal he found. When he reached the part about the summoning seal, Anko started swearing profusely. She eventually calmed down enough to respond. Root is a secret organization founded by Danzo Shimura during the Third Shinobi War. It was supposedly disbanded, but everyone knows he is still running it off the books, with secret political backings. He almost always opposes the Hokage in his choices concerning you, and he believes every shinobi is a weapon, the best being an emotionless one. She answered him. Naruto frowned deeply. "It seems me and the old man have something to discuss. I don't want to trust him, but if what you said is true, I don't want to be associated with Danzo at all," he said. Anko nodded. "Good choice, Naruto-kun." She looked at the clock and chuckled. "You may want to hurry, you're supposed to be getting your team in 3 minutes, she told him. Naruto glanced at the clock. "Essechari, gotta go be," he said loudly before he shunshined to the academy. Anko chuckled and shut his door before heading out to the interrogation department. Academy, classroom. The newly minted genin were sitting happily chatting about their soon-to-be exciting lives. Oh, someone forgot to tell them the horror of D ranks. Naruto arrived exactly 1 minute before the bell would ring. He walked through the door and many people stopped and stared at the so-called dobe of the class. Many were surprised, and Sasuke, being the emo brooder that he is, said, "Even if you change your clothes, you're still a dobe. Naruto looked at him blankly before he simply headed up the stairs and sat next to Shino. He was saved from any further comments because Irika walked in. Naruto kicked back and relaxed as Irika started on a speech about the duties and privileges of being a genin of Konohagakure. He noticed a bug crawling across his desk and smiled softly. He put his finger next to the bug and allowed it to climb on. He looked to Shino, who nodded, and the bug flew back to the boy. Naruto smirked and perked up as Irika started to call out the teams. Team 1. Team 7 Sasuke Uchiha, Kiba Inuzuka, and Chuji Akimichi, led by Jounin Kakashi Hatake. This earned several loud wails from the girls in the room. Sakura was ready to stand up and yell and scream till she got her way, until Naruto blasted her with enough Ki to make her go rigid for a while. Irika noticed but simply shrugged it off, having been informed by the Sandaime about Naruto's change. Team 8 Sakura Haruno, Hinata Hyuga and Shikamaru Nara led by Jounin Kurenai Yuhi. Sakura was quiet. Hinata was silently happy and sad. Happy to get her sister figure as a teacher and sad to not have her love interest. Shikamaru simply muttered a troublesome under his breath and went to sleep. Naruto looked to Shino. They both seemed to come to the same conclusion. Team 9 is still active, so we go to Team 10 Naruto Uzumaki, Shino Aburame, and Ino Yamanaka led by Jounin Yamato. Irika said finally. Ino's jaw was on the ground. She was stuck with the dead last and the bug boy. Shino and Naruto simply nodded to one another again and went back to being silent. Your Jounin-sensei should be here soon, please wait patiently for them, Irika said before he picked up the papers and headed out. Naruto simply turned to Shino and said, "It will be a pleasure working with you, Shino-san." Shino nodded and replied, "Likewise, Naruto-san. I have yet to thank you for that new queen of mine." Naruto frowned slightly. "If you wish to thank me, meet me after our team meeting for a private talk," he said. Shino nodded and they silently waited for their third member or their sensei to introduce themselves. 5 minutes later, 2 people walked in. Yamato is the Mokuton user for those who have trouble placing him. "Team 8 with me," said the raven-haired beauty. The members of Team 8 silently rose and went after her. "Team 10, please follow me to the roof," the emotionally challenged man said. The members of Team 10 quietly shuffled out to the roof. They spread out and Yamato spoke up. "All right, I am Yamato. My likes include plants, my friends, my village, and sushi. My dislikes are traders, snakes, experiments, and genjutsu. My hobby is gardening and I don't have a dream for the future I'm willing to share. My abilities include Mokuton techniques and a mixture of water and earth-style ninjutsu. Please introduce yourselves in the same manner," he said before pointing at Ino. Ino sighed and said, "Ino Yamanaka. My likes are plants, my family, purple and ribs. My dislikes are bigots, rapists, and perverts. My hobby is gardening as well, and my dream for the future is to be a strong clan head for the Yamanaka clan. My abilities are my clan jutsu, which allows me to take over a person's mind." They all nodded, although they were surprised about the lack of Sasuke-kun in that introduction. Yamato pointed to Shino next. Shino nodded and continued, "I am Shino Aburame. My likes are my family, friends, and bugs. My dislikes are hypocrites, bug haters, pesticides, and traders. My hobbies include communing with my hive minds and discovering new types of bugs. My dream for the future is to have more hives than my father and to be a strong clan head. My abilities are my bugs, which eat chakra or flesh to live." His teammates nodded and everyone looked to Naruto. Naruto nodded as well and said, "I am Naruto Uzumaki. My likes are my friends, seals, and ninjutsu. My dislikes are genjutsu, traders, rapists, most of the civilian populace, and perverts. My hobbies are training, reading, and gardening somewhat. My dream for the future, I honestly don't trust you enough to share that. My abilities include a personalized taijutsu style and the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. I won't reveal more, sorry." That earned a frown from Ino and stoic faces from Shino and Yamato. How can he not trust his teammates? Ino thought, slightly offended. His abuse must have been more than I thought, and I wonder if I have to worry about his interest in seals. Yamato thought. It would be logical to assume that he has trust issues given his situation in the village. Shino thought as he remembered the few times he had seen Naruto outside of the academy, and the glares and hate he received for an unknown, and therefore illogical, reason. Yamato nodded. "Very well. I wish to ask you all a question. There is no right or wrong answer, simply answer in your honest opinion," he said, gaining the attention of the genin. "If you were given a test where you had to get a bell from your teacher by noon in order to become a genin, and there were only 2 bells, what would you do?" he asked. Naruto thought for a moment before he looked to his teammates and motioned them to come closer. Shino immediately closed the distance and Ino, although reluctantly, quietly followed suit. They began to whisper quietly, and Yamato decided to let them give him a plan so he could test their planning skills, seeing as they already passed the teamwork test he had planned to give. They all nodded and Naruto stepped forward. We would work together to get the bells, and then tell the sensei that he had to pass all of us or none of us because there has never been a two-genin team in Konoha, barring off-duty rosters when a teammate dies. Naruto answered. Yamato chuckled. Very well, you pass. Tomorrow we will meet at Training Ground 10 for our first training as a team. Please be there at 8 a.m. and be prepared to work, he said before he disappeared in a shunshin. Ino quickly made her way to the stairs and out of the building. She had nothing to speak to her teammates about. Shino turned to Naruto, who smirked at him and said, Now Shino-kun, we have much to discuss, you and I. Ally and a guest. Naruto put his hand on Shino's shoulder and they disappeared in a shunshin. They reappeared inside of a spare room in Naruto's lab. Shino took a moment and looked around. It was a simple room, no bigger than your average bedroom, with a table, 2 chairs, and 2 cups of tea waiting on the table. Shino's eyebrow rose in curiosity and Naruto answered his unasked question. I sent a clone to create the tea. Hope you don't mind, but I thought we could be comfortable whilst we talk, Naruto said as he motioned Shino to a seat. Shino nodded and sat down, followed by Naruto. Before we get down to the serious stuff, how's your hive doing? Naruto asked. Shino was slightly surprised but answered anyways. They grow steadily every day. I have 3 hives currently, 2 of the regular Kikeichu and 1 of the special bug that was created when it met you. Naruto smirked and Shino took that as a signal. Naruto-san, why is it that the companion that I sent with you for a week is now able to feed on Yuki and consumes only a quarter of what my other companions eat? He asked, curious. Naruto chuckled. That leads into why you are here. But first, I must ask you, what do you think of me? Naruto asked seriously. Shino sat quiet for a moment before responding. I believe you have hidden much of your skills, especially after today's performance, and you are, more than likely, the strongest genin at this time. Your previous behavior was, apparently, a mask set to hide yourself from something. Perhaps the treatment you receive by the villagers, Shino said. He noticed no reaction aside from the slight narrowing of Naruto's eyes but silently confirmed his observation. Overall, I find you to be a kind person with a penchant for pranks that could be a valuable ally and friend. Shino responded honestly. Naruto eyed Shino quietly. 5 minutes ticked by before Naruto replied to Shino's observation. I appreciate your honesty, and I would be honored to be your friend. Your observations are spot on, and I must say that I am relieved to see that not everyone my age is blinded by their parents or their own preconceptions. One more question before I explain why I brought you here, if you would be so kind, Naruto asked. He received a nod from Shino before continuing. What do you think of the teams? He asked. Shino thought for a moment before answering. Team 7 would be an ideal assault and tracking team. Team 8 would be a good ambush and capture or infiltration team. Our team is illogical. Ino-san is mismatched with our team. You, Naruto-san, and I would be a good tracking and assault as well. Given your capabilities, this team could possibly be an infiltration and retrieval team, but Ino-san would need heavy training and I would have to be trained specially as well, so it is illogical to assume that combination at this time. Ino-san has only her clan jutsu and her abilities do not suit our styles. Until we determine our affinities, I cannot logically comment on Yamato-sensei, as I have not seen his abilities or his skills. Shino replied. Naruto nodded. I thought the same thing. Unfortunately, I know why this team was formed and, given your answers, I feel it prudent to answer your earlier question, Naruto said. At this, Shino seemed to lean a bit closer. The Kyuubi no Kitsune is a Biju and no human, no matter how powerful, can kill a Biju. However, a strong human can seal the Biju into a container. Naruto noticed Shino's eyebrows nearly disappear into his hair but continued on. The Yondaime Hokage did not kill the Kyuubi, as was told the younger generation. Instead, he sealed it inside a newborn child, because no biju higher than Sanbai can be sealed into an inanimate object. He sealed it into me, Shino-san, Naruto said as he stared directly into Shino's eyes. Air goggles. Shino was silent for a moment. Why would we be told he killed it then? He asked. Naruto sighed. You have noticed my treatment amongst the villagers. Imagine if the younger generation believed the same as the older, that I was the fox reincarnated. I would be dead. Not that they haven't tried it already. Naruto answered. This answers your earlier question. Your Kakachu can feed on Yuki because my chakra contains a low amount of Yuki. I steadily fed it enough in a small amount that it mutated and can consume Yuki. I hope you find it useful. Naruto answered. Shino furrowed his eyebrows. Why would you give me a weapon against yourself? Why would you give a potential enemy a weapon to kill you? Shino asked as he remembered the trust issues Naruto had. Naruto was silent for a moment before responding. I believe you are the best person to stop me should the need arise. You hold no prejudice for me being the container, as you yourself hold Kakachu. You are taught to think logically before acting. You would also factor in that I allowed you to have these companions and act accordingly. Simply put, Shino-san, I have watched many of our classmates and other ninja that protected me when I was younger, and believe that you are the best suited to control me should the need arise. Naruto replied. Shino silently went over Naruto's reasons before bowing his head. I am deeply honored to know that you would trust me so easily, Naruto-san, he said. Naruto sighed. I don't trust you completely, Shino-san, but I do believe in your decisions regarding my tenant. Naruto answered, getting a nod of agreement from Shino. Now, this team has a Mokutan user, which the first is rumored to have been able to control a Biju with his abilities. A Yamanaka who could tell if I was thinking of leaving or being disloyal to the village, even if it's subconsciously. And you, who can eat my chakra and my Yuki. This team was made solely to control me, and I find it extremely hard to work with them, let alone trust them, when their job is to keep me in line. Naruto said, answering the question of why he didn't trust his team. Shino nodded. It is logical, considering your situation. However, I understand what you mean. I appreciate you telling me all of this, Naruto-san, Shino said as he noticed the time. Naruto nodded. It is fine. Please don't tell anyone that I know. I have one last thing I need to take care of before all of this comes out, Naruto said as he thought of the seal that was still being displayed on his back via his stasis seals. Shino nodded and replied, I shall honor your wish, Naruto-san. I hope you can come to trust me more. He bowed as Naruto put his hand on his shoulder. Naruto smiled softly. We shall see, Shino-san. He replied as he shunshined the two back to the training field before they parted ways. Naruto to his shithole apartment and Shino to his complex. Naruto walked silently back to his apartment as he thought back on his meeting with Shino. Suddenly, he remembered making the tea and setting the table for the meeting. Wait a second. I didn't do that. That was my clone. So I get the memories of my clones? Why didn't I notice this before? He thought. He shrugged a minute later and chuckled. Oh well, I'll just have to use this later. He walked up to his door and channeled chakra into the seal he had woven into the doorknob. It unlocked with a soft click, and he stepped inside. He made his way to his room as he heard the door lock behind him and the seal glow around the room before fading. He stepped inside and smirked, seeing a sleeping Anko in his bed. She's so clingy, he thought before quickly stepping to his underwear, hopping into bed, and snuggling with his girl. But whoever said I didn't like it? Naruto thought as Anko's arms wrapped around him and pulled him flush against her body. He chuckled softly before falling asleep. Same night, Aburame compound. Shino walked into the compound at 8 p.m. He hadn't had dinner and walked straight to the kitchen so he could find something to eat. He walked in and was surprised to find his father sitting at the table with a cup of tea. Shibi was a good 5 feet 10 inches with a long black trenchcoat covering his body and the trademark goggles all Aburame wore. He looked up to see Shino walked in and allowed his son to make his dinner and sit before beginning his conversation. You are late, Sochi. That is unlike you. May I inquire as to your whereabouts? Shibi asked. I was with one of my teammates, Tusan. Shino replied before he bit into the sandwich he had made. Shibi sat silently before replied. I see. Would it, perhaps, be Uzumaki-san that you were with? Shino nodded. Yes, Tusan. He answered my question as to my new hive. It was most informative, he said. Shibi's eyebrows rose. What did he tell you? He asked curiously. Shino put down his sandwich and looked at his father. I am afraid that I have promised Naruto-san not to reveal his secrets until he chooses to do so himself. Suffice it to say that he chose to give me my hive and that it was not an accident. Please refrain from informing anyone of your suspicions, for I believe that Naruto-san has earned his privacy. Shino replied seriously. Shibi stared at his son for a moment before nodding. I will do as you ask, Sochi. However, if things get out of hand, I will have to inform the Hokage, he said. Shino nodded in agreement. I understand, Tusan. I will simply have to ensure that things do not get out of hand, Shino said. Shibi smiled behind his trench coat and stood. I will leave that task to you then, Sochi. Good night, he said before leaving the room. Shino bowed his head in respect and replied, Thank you, Tusan. Good night. Time skip. 1 week. Naruto's lab. The last week had gone rather well. Yamato had taught them tree walking and they had all got it down in 3 days. Naruto already had it mastered but made it look like he was working on it. He didn't want anyone to know his true strength until he removed that bloody seal from his back. Ino was, surprisingly, only a fangirl because she thought it would help Sakura to have a rival. That plan backfired and Ino was now working hard to gain some real kunoichi skills. She didn't seem to pay much attention to Naruto but had commented that her dad often asked about her team. Yamato was pleasantly civil to Naruto, much to his surprise. He taught all of the genin equally and actually seemed to enjoy it. He had shown a few of his Mokutan jutsus, like his Moku Bunshin and his Mokutan, Mokujihiki, would release, with locking wall, which had seemed pretty useful in a fight. He did seem to watch Naruto the most, but he knew that Old Man Hokage had ordered it, along with severe political threats, so as to ensure that Naruto wasn't under Hikari's influence. It still made him laugh when he thought about their irrational fear of a woman that loved him. Shino was coming to be Naruto's best friend, and they could often be seen working together during their D-rank missions. Shibi and Shino had both kept their word and had not informed anyone of Naruto's secret. Not that Shibi knew much, and Naruto was happy to see he could trust someone with his secrets after so long. He really didn't like hiding everything, but it was necessary for now. Currently, Naruto was working on the seal that was on his back. He had made liberal use of Kage Bunshin and had several teams studying the separate parts of the seal. He himself was looking at the loyalty seal and couldn't decide between praising the man who made this or throwing him into the deepest pits of hell. He was leaning toward the latter. Either this guy was a seal master of the highest caliber and is hiding seals that I can't see, or he just didn't give a rat's ass about the target of this seal. If I even try to remove this thing, there's a good chance I'll fry my brain, Naruto said in frustration. Suddenly he found his head in between two fleshy globes and a sweet lilting voice flowing into his ears. Calm yourself, Naruto-kun, a woman said. Naruto took a deep breath and smiled softly. Good. Now, guess who? She said, smirking behind him as she wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him closer. Naruto chuckled. I'm gonna guess. Hikari-chan, he said childishly. Hikari laughed as she stepped back and twirled when he spun around in his chair. She winked at him and giggled. Good guess. How did you know? She asked, mock pouting. Naruto simply smiled. Anko-chan is on a mission for this week, so it had to be you. Besides, you were due back about 3 days ago. He replied as he gave her a look that said, Start explaining. Hikari chuckled nervously and said, Sorry about that. She turned to the hallway. Oh, MMY-chan. Get in here. She yelled into the hallway. Naruto's sweat dropped as a woman stepped into the room. She had long silvery white hair that reached her rump, bright electric blue eyes, and a body most women would kill for. She was a good DD breast size like Hikari. Her waist was slim but her ass was large and plump, perfect for fucking, not that Naruto thought that. Yet, her legs were slender but obviously held muscle by the way she walked. She had on a light blue yukata with simple sandals and she smiled warmly at Naruto. "Hello Naruto-san, it is good to meet you," she said formally. Naruto sat silently before turning and glaring at Hikari. "Who said you could bring someone here?" he asked, angry that one of the only people he trusted just willingly gave away his hideaway. Hikari visibly shrank back. "Ami-chan has been my friend for centuries, Naruto-kun. Besides, she's only here because you have an interest in Oropedo," she said, saddened by his anger. Naruto sighed and looked back at the woman. "I apologize for being so rude, but I have trouble trusting people and I don't know you one bit. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. May I ask what your is? I assume it's not Ami-chan," Naruto said with a slight smirk. The woman had a tick on her forehead for being called that but sighed and nodded. "My name is Amaterasu." Naruto looked at her curiously until she rolled her eyes and smiled. "Yes, I am the goddess of the sun. I know you may be skeptical but consider who I came with," she said. Naruto looked over at Hikari, who was still rather sad that Naruto had gotten upset with her, and then chuckled. "Good point. Amaterasu-sama, may I inquire as to your reason for being here? Hikari-chan said you were here because of Oropedo, but why?" he asked curiously. Amaterasu sighed and motioned to the table. Naruto nodded and the human, demon, and god sat down. Naruto sent a Kage Bunshin to get some tea and Amaterasu spoke. "Orochimaru is actually the reincarnation of the eight-headed snake Yamada no Orochi. He seeks to regain his immortality and tear down the Kami's realms. Unfortunately, Kami cannot directly interfere in mortals' affairs until a sure threat has been recognized. As it is, he holds only a bastardized version of immortality and nowhere near enough power to tear down the heavens. However, every Kami is allowed certain privileges. He holds the Kusanagi, which is actually my blade. I am allowed, by Kami law, to retrieve it from him," she said. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement. Hikari had briefed him on several celestial and demonic disputes in case they ever affected him through her. Naruto's clone had returned and set down 3 sets of tea for the people. Naruto noted that Hikari still looked sad and sighed. He leaned over and tapped her shoulder. She turned and found herself on the receiving end of a rather heated kiss. They broke apart slightly flushed and breathing hard. Naruto smirked. "Next time just tell me you're bringing friends over. And quit being sad. It just doesn't suit you," Naruto said. Hikari smiled and nodded as a blushing Amaterasu cleared her throat. The 2 future mates blushed and Amaterasu chuckled. "Good to see you two so happy. In any case, I need assistance in finding and fighting Orochimaru, so I was wondering if we could join forces, so to speak. I know you want to hunt him down for what he did to Anko-san. What do you say?" she asked. Naruto looked to Hikari, who nodded. "I think this would be a mutually beneficial thing, so yes. Your assistance would be most helpful," Naruto said as they shook hands. "I would like to inform you that there's no way I can fight Orochimaru at my current level." Amaterasu nodded. "I know that, but we have time to fix it. Besides, we need to find him first. I have a feeling that he will come after this village because it stands for everything he hates and it's the place that denied him power as Hokage," she said. Hikari nodded in agreement. "Right, he's awfully conceited that way." She turned to Naruto. "We should up your training and try to find out how to do elemental manipulation." Naruto nodded. "That's a good idea. However, this seal I'm working on comes first," he said. The 2 females looked at him curiously until he sighed and explained the seal to them. Needless to say, they were both pissed. Hikari was even a little mad at herself for not noticing it. Amaterasu was livid that they could so callously treat another human this way. Naruto shook his head when they both commented on destroying something. "We mustn't stoop to their level, girls. I will prove them wrong about me, but even if I can't, I'll still protect those precious to me and say damn those who believe me to be a demon. Naruto said. Hikari and Amaterasu smiled. Now let's get to work on this seal. Amaterasu, if you have any knowledge, it'd be much appreciated. If not, then please make yourself at home. Naruto said. Luckily, Amaterasu had some knowledge in seals and another view was always welcome. Time skip. 3 days. Girls' night out. Anko had returned from her mission yesterday and had met the new female now residing at Naruto's hideaway. Naruto had given her 3 special seal tags that she had asked for and she patted her trenchcoat pocket happily. It had taken him most of the week to supply the chakra to them, but he was happy to help her out. He had also told her that she could reveal her curse mark removal but to keep just who did it until he removed that pesky seal from his back. Anko smiled seeing the girls all sitting at a corner table and promptly ran over and joined them, discreetly slipping a genjutsu and sound disruption seal onto the booth. Naruto really is useful with those things, she thought happily as she took her seat next to Kurenai. Hello girls, she said cheerily. Hana smiled at her. Hey Anko, how's it going? She asked. Anko smiled brightly. Great, why do you ask? She replied. Hana shrugged. You just seem happier than usual, she said. Anko chuckled. There's a reason for that, but first, what were you girls talking about? She asked. Yugao sighed. Those anti-rape seals that have been going around recently. We can't seem to get our hands on some, she said sadly. Kurenai nodded. They only seem to sell them to the kunoichi who are sent specifically into seduction. That's not even mentioning the price, she said. Anko nodded her head as well but thought, well of course, Naruto-kun made sure that those girls got them first so that they could protect themselves. After all, it was child's play for him to get the list of girls from the administration building. Talk about low security, although he can hide from ANBU. Hana shook her head. I just wish we could get each a one. You never know when they could come in handy, she added. Meanwhile, Higurashi shop. Naruto performed his version of the henge, the actual transformation, because he pours enough chakra into it and walked inside. He was a tall man at 6 feet 8 inches with a long black trench coat, sunglasses, a face mask, and a hat. He tipped his hat to Tenten who nodded and made his way to the back. He smiled seeing Hiroshi working the forge. Hiroshi looked up and smiled at one of his best sources of income. Ah, Tatsumaki-san, it's good to see you. Those anti-rape seals are genius. They sell extremely well, he said smiling. Tatsumaki raised an eyebrow. How much have you been selling them for? He asked. Hiroshi smiled. You sold them to me for $50, but the demand was so big after the first batch that they have been going for about $200 to $300 per seal. We are making a huge profit, he said happily. I don't know the Ryu conversion, so sorry guys. If someone could help me out, I'd be grateful. Now Hiroshi was no bad guy, but he was a businessman and Naruto understood that. However, these seals were special. They were for preventing something that Naruto utterly despised and he was not happy with the price of his invention. Tatsumaki glared at Hiroshi through his glasses. Hiroshi visibly shrank because if he lost this resource he would lose a very large portion of his business. You mean to tell me that my anti-rape seal is becoming inaccessible to the very people that it was made to protect? He asked angrily. Hiroshi frowned. Most can still afford it, but your demands have been met. All of the girls in seduction and infiltration have received at least 2, at discounted prices. I just didn't think that the price would be driven so high. He replied. Hiroshi may have been a large man and a retired chunin, but he knew that seals masters were very rare and very powerful. Tatsumaki sighed. Very well. Drop the price to $75 to $100 per. You still turn a profit and it becomes affordable to all kunoichi, aside from genin because they have no real need for it. If they do, well they will have to save, it takes too much time and energy to make them for any less. He said and Hiroshi nodded. Tatsumaki smiled behind his mask. Now, I have something you may be interested in. Hiroshi's eyes sparkled. Whenever Tatsumaki showed him something new, He was always assured something interesting. I know your daughter is a weapons mistress. Well, imagine if she could put a seal on her enemy that gave him a magnetic charge, he said. Hiroshi smiled brightly, and the gleam in his eye brightened as Tatsumaki pulled out a tag and stuck it on a nearby wall. Kai, he said as he focused chakra to it. Immediately, all the tools big enough to fly flew straight into the wall. Hiroshi's smile threatened to split his face. This way, even if the person dodges, they will probably get hit because of the magnetic field. What do you think? Tatsumaki asked. Hiroshi turned to Tatsumaki with dollar signs in his eyes. How much and where do I sign? He asked, earning a chuckle from his partner. Back with the girls. Anko's hand reached into her pocket and pulled out 3 tags before slapping them in front of her friends. Kurenai picked one up and her jaw dropped. How did you get these? She asked, surprised. The other girls picked up their tags, and surprise adorned their faces as well. Anko shrugged with a soft smile on her face. I know the guy who makes them. I'm afraid I can't tell you who yet, but I should be able to tell you in about a month if my guess is correct, she said. Hannah stared at her incredulously. How do you know this guy? He's got to be a seal master to make something so complex, she said. Anko's smile widened slightly and she pulled down her collar to show her curse mark, or rather her lack of curse mark. It's the same guy that removed this thing from me, the same guy that saved me from being raped. So you can understand why I'm not going to tell you, she said softly. What? Rang out across the table as the 3 girls sat stunned at what was just told to them. Anko, if what you say is true, then why doesn't he showcase his skills? He'd be heralded as a seals master, Kurenai said, shocked. Anko shook her head. I can't say. All I will say is that he will come out eventually, but he refuses to do so now because he would be in danger, she said. Hannah nodded. All right, I say we drop this matter until Anko tells us because I don't want to lose her friendship or her trust, she stated. Anko looked at Hannah and smiled. Thanks, Hannah-chan. Hannah simply nodded back and the girls agreed to keep it quit until Anko told them otherwise. They spent the rest of the day in the spa, simply enjoying themselves. Anko waved goodbye to her friends as she made her way back to the hideout. Time warp. After Naruto left the Higurashi shop. Naruto had removed the henge, but bought some sunglasses that seemed to complete his look. He made his way back to his lab, after making sure no one was following him, and entered to find the groups of clones working with Hikari and Amaterasu to try and unravel the seal in a way so as to not destroy his brain. He sighed as he sat down at his desk and looked at the seal again. He'd been working on it nearly non-stop and he was honestly tired of it. Hikari stopped helping the clones and walked over to Naruto. She draped herself over the chair and wrapped her arms around him. What's wrong, Naruto? She asked. Naruto leaned back into her embrace and replied, I'm just tired of this seal. Hikari frowned. Then why don't you let your clones handle it and work on something else? It's not like the seal is going anywhere, she said. Naruto sighed. You're right. I just don't like the idea of anyone being able to control me like this, Naruto told her. Hikari nodded. I understand, but it seems that the seal also transmits a chakra signal to the user, probably Danzo. You could place a suppression seal on it, but he may notice it, she said. Naruto slumped in his chair before sighing again. You're right. I'll wait till I'm closer to unraveling this before I suppress it. I'll try and unlock that last seal on my arm instead, he said. Hikari smiled and turned Naruto's head to kiss him lightly. Good idea. Maybe we can figure out who that man is, nay? She said. Naruto nodded and got to work. Hikari smiled seeing Naruto focus fully again, without distractions, and went back to helping the clones. Amaterasu was watching and smiled seeing her longtime friend have such a good relationship with someone like Naruto. Hikari had told her almost everything she could about Naruto. Hikari knew that it was safe to do so simply because Camus did not interfere in the mortal realm, so she wouldn't give out anything. Besides, being friends for centuries helps too. Naruto spent the next 3 hours slowly applying chakra to the complex seal on his arm, trying to find the unlocking mechanism inside the array. He slowly pushed chakra through the various lines of the seal, searching for dead ends, traps, and false releases. It was much like a grid that had pieces and sections that were nothing but traps. Anko walked in just as a poof of smoke surrounded Naruto's arm and he yelled, "Eureka! I got it!" He looked up and smiled at the women and clones in the room, looking every bit the 12-year-old he was. The girls all smiled and Naruto turned back to the leather-bound research journal with a note taped onto the front. Naruto looked at it curiously until he picked it up and started to read. The girls came and quietly read it over his shoulder. "Dear Naruto, I'm sorry. I know I said that earlier, but I feel the need to say it again. If you have reached this level, then know that I am proud to call you my son and my successor. In this journal are all my notes on the two jutsus that made me both famous and infamous in the Third Shinobi War. The Rasengan and the Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God. Both are formidable justice and I hope you use them wisely. One last thing before I go. I love you, son, and I hope that you and your mother still love me as well." Naruto sat silent for a moment as the eyes bugged out of Anko's head. Suddenly, he started laughing hysterically. The girls all looked at him as he held the note. He turned towards Hikari, who was on his left, and crushed the note to his chest. Tears were streaming down his eyes. He slowly stopped laughing and started sobbing. The three girls quickly pulled him into a hug and Hikari whispered quiet comforts to her container. Nearly 10 minutes later, Naruto had stopped crying and was wiping the tears from her face. The girls let him go and he put the note back onto the journal. He stared quietly at it for a second before he turned his gaze to the girls. They were all quietly amazed at his sight. This was not the boy they had just comforted as he found his father's notes. This was the man that would master these jutsu and bring the world to its knees should they stand in his way. "The fourth son, huh? Well, Naruto-kun, I can't say I'm surprised. You are carbon copy of him and you're a master of seals," Anko said with a smirk. Amaterasu and Hikari's eyebrows both disappeared into their hairlines. "So what you gonna do, Naruto-kun? With these jutsu, you could leave Konoha and go pretty much anywhere with assured backing from the hidden village you choose," she said. Naruto shook his head. "No way. My Tusan gave his life for this village. Not the people in the village but the will of fire that he believed in. I believe that, and I will make these people honor his sacrifice if I have to. Get ready, Konoha, because the Kiroi Senko, Yellow Flash, will rise again," Naruto said with conviction. He immediately sat down and began to study the notes for the Rasengan. The girls all smiled and Anko began to help him understand shape manipulation while the two immortals went back to helping the clones. Time skip. 2 weeks. Naruto stood in the forest of death smirking. He focused chakra to the palm of his right hand as his left spun over it. He dashed forward at NBU speeds and slammed his palm into a large boulder while yelling, "Rasengan!" The boulder shattered into pieces as Naruto retracted his hand and noticed the damage. He smiled. It had taken him a week to learn the jutsu using his clones as a support to make it. Another week to make it with only his hands and in a 5-second interval. Now he needed to work on making it with one hand and making it in under 2 seconds. Anko whistled in appreciation as she noticed the craters from the various Rasengans that Naruto had made. "Nice work, Naruto-koi," she said loudly as she landed in the clearing. Naruto turned to her and smiled brightly. "Thanks, Hibi-Heim," he replied. Anko felt her face heat up slightly but smirked anyway and said, "If you don't head back now, you're going to miss your team meeting," she told him. Naruto looked at the sun and yelped as he dashed off into the forest yelling, "I'm gonna be late." Anko chuckled and shunshin to her apartment. She had just gotten back from a mission and was dead tired. Naruto hopped out of the trees and into the clearing that was training ground 10. He landed just in time to meet with his team without any complaints. Naruto scratched the back of his head and chuckled. "Sorry guys," he said as they all turned to him. Yamato simply smiled. "It's fine, Naruto. You aren't late, but we have to hurry to get our mission for today," he said as he walked towards town and the Hokage office. The genin quickly followed their sensei and the group was soon standing in front of the Hokage. Yamato stepped forward and said, Team 10 reporting for their D-rank mission Hokage-sama. Sarutobi smiled warmly. Team 10. We only have one mission left for today and that's to paint Mrs. Hakuresuga's fence. Will you accept this mission? He asked. Yamato nodded. Yes, Hokage-sama. He replied as he took the scroll. He turned to his team and said, Team 10 proceed to Mrs. Hakuresuga's house and wait for me there. I have to speak with the Hokage about one of my previous assignments. His team nodded and walked out of the office, although Naruto eyed him warily. Sarutobi looked at Yamato and activated a silencing seal. Report, he said. Yamato nodded. Nothing new, sir. He still doesn't trust me or Ino, although he does seem to have a friendship with Shino. He doesn't appear to have any friends inside the village aside from the ramen stand people, Shino, and you, sir. The villagers still treat him like the plague even when he's with his team. I can honestly say that if he decided to leave, there isn't much stopping him, he said. Sarutobi sighed. Thank you. Tell me though, do you believe him to be a threat to Konoha? He asked seriously. Yamato stood silent for a moment before answering. I do not believe he would attack Konoha outright, sir, he said stoically. Sarutobi nodded. Very well, continue your observation, he said as he dismissed the sound seal and his ninja. Yamato shunshin to his team as the Sandaime picked up his tobacco pipe. Please, Naruto, I have made many decisions for the greater good. I don't want to order your death. I don't want to make another mistake, he thought to himself as he resumed his work. Hakuresuga's house. 9 a.m. Team 10 arrived at their destination and walked up to the door. Mrs. Hakuresuga was a pleasantly plump old lady with several cats and a picket fence around her yard. She had several cans of white paint and brushes for the genin to use. When she saw Naruto, she sneered. However, she turned to Ino and Shino and said, Why don't you two start on the work? I'll bring you a nice cup of lemonade out soon, she said sweetly. Ino quickly set to work, whilst Shino seemed to hesitate before Naruto nudged him quietly. Yamato shunshined to the location just as Mrs. Hakuresuga turned to Naruto with a sneer on her face. You, little demon, are to work on the other side of the fences. I can't have you corrupting those poor children more than you have, she said as she thrust a brush and some paint into his hands. This was the scene that Yamato shunshined into. He frowned when she waved cheerily to him and noticed that Naruto did as she said, but his hands were gripping the paint and the brush rather tightly. Hello, I'm happy to see such bright and energetic faces working on my fence, she said to him. He nodded and she proceeded to ramble on about the two, who were working, before she walked inside to make some lemonade as she promised. Yamato was about to walk over to Naruto when Ino stopped painting next to him. Yamato-sensei? Why does everyone treat Naruto so badly? His pranks weren't that bad, she said. She still hadn't caught on to her Tusan's gentle proddings about Naruto. Yamato sighed. All I can say is that they see him as something he's not for reasons out of his control. Don't dig too deep, you may not like what you find, he said seriously as Mrs. Hakuresuga came out with 4 glasses of lemonade. She swiftly handed them out to the genin and their sensei before heading over to Naruto with the last one. She picked it up and drank it in front of him before heading back inside to do the dishes. She spent most of the morning torturing Naruto and Yamato grew sick of it. He tried to speak up, but Naruto always seemed to comment about something else. He wondered about that as the mission came to a close and Mrs. Hakuresuga handed out the mission payment but refused to pay Naruto. You didn't work at all, she said to him as she turned her back and started into the house. Yamato opened his mouth but Naruto simply chuckled and covered his sensei's mouth before the door slammed in their faces. Yamato turned and glared at Naruto saying, Naruto, I don't know why you kept me from saying something, but you better have a good reason for stopping me from berating a civilian who was harassing a ninja, he said seriously. Naruto stared at him for a moment before he put his hands in his pockets and headed towards the Hokage tower. He shrugged and said, It won't change her mind, so why bother? It'll take more than idle threats to make them realize they're wrong. Yamato closed his mouth and the team started to follow Naruto. They still had to turn in the mission report anyways. They walked into the Hokage office and Sarutobi smiled at them. Team 10. Glad to see you back, he said. Naruto stepped forward and said, GG. I request 2C rank lightning jutsu in reparation for my non-payment at the hands of one Mrs. Hakuresiga. The people in the room stood shocked. Sarutobi cleared his throat. I'm afraid that's not possible, Naruto. If she refused to pay you, he said before Naruto interrupted him as he walked over to the bookshelf and pulled out the book on Konoha Charter. Naruto flipped through the pages and read aloud. If any ninja is denied payment by a civilian of Konoha, that ninja is allowed reparation in the form of nin, gen, tai, irio, or fuinjutsu scrolls from the Noha vault. 1D rank is equal to 2C rank, 1C rank is equal to 1B rank and 1C rank, 1B rank is equal to 1A rank and 1B rank, 1A rank is equal to 2A rank, 1S rank is equal to 1S rank. Naruto stated. The people on his team stood silently as Sarutobi eyed his surrogate grandson. Eventually he sighed, Very well. I will also be adding Mrs. Hakuresiga to the blacklist. I am sorry, Naruto, he said. Naruto shrugged. I got a good deal out of it in my opinion. However, I will no longer take this abuse sitting down, Aji-san. Your methods have not worked, so I will resort to my own if it becomes necessary, he said seriously. Sarutobi took a hit of his pipe and nodded sadly. Good, thanks, Aji-san. I'll take those scrolls when I come in tomorrow. Jana, he said as he shunshined away. The room was quiet until Shino spoke. Well, that was a well-thought-out reaction. Well done, Naruto-san, he said before returning to his compound. The other 3 occupants of the room just silently went their separate ways, except the Sandaime who was hoping Naruto wouldn't go overboard. Time skip. 2 weeks. For weeks since discovery of seal. Naruto sat in his lab smiling. He had just cracked the seal that he was now sure Danzo had placed on him. The seal obviously didn't take into account the applicant's body or mind when used, and it was just too inhumane for the fabled Sandaime to use. Danzo was another matter entirely. He nodded as Hikari and Amaterasu congratulated him and helped him set up the sealing tags to destroy the seal and allow it to be seen. He got up and got dressed in his usual attire. He turned to Amaterasu and said, If myself or Hikari doesn't return in a day, destroy this place and leave. I don't want you to be hurt, all right? Amaterasu nodded. Very well, just don't get hurt, you hear me? She said with a smirk. Naruto smirked back. Yeah. Geez, you get more and more like Hikari every day, he said. Youch! He yelled as Hikari smacked him upside the head. What was that? She asked. Naruto chuckled. Nothing. Now will you go back to the seal? We have a grandpa to visit, Naruto said. Hikari nodded and disappeared. Amaterasu kissed him on the cheek, for good luck, and giggled as he disappeared into the air. It was going to be one hell of a day. Danzo's ploy and Kami's court. In a secret cave below Konoha, an old man with bandages over half his face and his right arm sat in his secret base, waiting for his root member to return with the information he ordered. He frowned as he thought of just why he had to spy on Naruto Uzumaki. After the announcement of a Jinchuriki being made, Sarutobi had vehemently denied Danzo access to the demon, and this had infuriated the old war hawk to no end. He had been able to apply a certain seal to the boy's back, with aid from Orochimaru, of course. That was good news. The bad news? He had to watch as Konoha's most valuable tool was reduced to a blathering idiot in orange. The boy may be loyal, but he was as worthless as a blunt kunai. I mean, with him seeking attention everywhere, and the teachers sabotaging his performance, how could he be of any use? Then, he had the unique fortune of learning that Naruto was hiding his skills. Perhaps he wasn't as useless as Danzo originally thought? He had sent some root agents to tail him in his month of being a genin and was thoroughly surprised that he seemed to disappear at random times, and once with the Aburame heir. Finally, He had grown frustrated and simply ordered him to be tailed from his home in the mornings till they lost him and to wait at Ichiraka's ramen stand, the Hokage Tower, or his house. He had also ordered that the only Hyuga he had, to ensure that the seal was undamaged. He looked up just as he felt the telltale chakra signature of his spy. His spy looked like a regular ANBU with a blank face mask and promptly dropped to a knee. "Report," Danzo said forcefully. The root member nodded and replied monotonously, "Sir." Naruto Uzumaki was seen exiting one of the outerlying forests. As instructed, we had Rat use his Byakugan to ensure that the seal was still undetected. Unfortunately, Rat informed us that the seal is visible via 4 seal tags none of us have encountered before. Danzo's eye widened. How? No one but Jiraiya should have the skills to allow the seal to be shown, and he hasn't been to Konoha in 12 years. He asked, infuriated. The root member only spoke again. "My apologies, sir. I do not know how, but Naruto Uzumaki was also headed for the Hokage Tower." Danzo started to sweat bullets. If Hiruzen sees that seal, then I'm going to have to blame someone else or destroy my whole operation, he thought. However, if the brat suddenly starts experiencing pain, then the old fool will probably take him to the hospital and I can take care of him before they find the seal. Danzo weighed a few other options before deciding that the aforementioned course was the best and proceeded to go to the Hokage Tower. He needed to be in range for the technique after all. He turned to the root agent and said, "Prepare the doctors. They need to remove those seal tags," he said before exiting the cave. Hokage Tower, same time. Naruto strode up to the doors and pushed them open. The last month had done him well. He could form a Rasengan in under 2 seconds, still working on making it instantly. The 2 jutsu scrolls he had obtained, Raitun, Raikyu, Lightning Release, Lightning Ball, and Raitun, Kaminari Saji, Lightning Release, Lightning Surge, were usable, but he had yet to master them. His taijutsu was still about high chunin, but he could move faster than most jounin, guy excluded. He was obviously a high-level seal master. His genjutsu was still non-existent, but Hikari and Amaterasu had made sure he could dispel about 90% of them. Naruto strode towards the stairs that lead to the Hokage's office. The secretary scowled at the boy and said, "You, the Hokage is very busy. He doesn't have time to deal with someone like you." Naruto glared at her with some ki behind it, and she visibly shrank from his gaze. "Aji-san always makes time for me, and I have something important to tell him, so you better shut up and go back to work," he said coldly as he took to the secretary meekly went back to her work. She knew what the Sandaime did to the last secretary to refuse Naruto entry. Naruto quickly ascended the stairs and kicked the Hokage's door open. "Old man, we have something to talk about," Naruto said seriously as he closed the door behind him. Sarutobi had been having a rather nice day. The paperwork wasn't too bad. Jiraiya had shipped him an early release of the newest Ica Paradise, and the council hadn't bothered him all day. He had sat back in his chair and taken a deep breath from the tobacco in his pipe when his doors were suddenly thrown open and Naruto striding in, demanding some kind of talk. Sarutobi put his pipe down and looked at Naruto. "What exactly would that be, Naruto-kun?" he asked. Naruto eyed him for a minute before turning around and slapping a seal on the door and muttering a quick, "Kai." The room glowed a bright blue for a second before it died down. "That was a silencing, barrier, and genjutsu seal that will make anyone who listens in believe we are talking about my last D-rank mission. The old lady harassed me, so I thought it would be a good cover," Naruto explained. If Sarutobi had been holding his pipe, he would have dropped it. He stared at Naruto. "How can you make a seal like that?" he asked, shocked. Naruto shrugged. "I've been studying seals for years now, Aji-san. But that's not why I came here, and let's keep on topic," Naruto replied. The Hokage was still trying to compose himself when Naruto rushed forward at his max speed, surprising the not yet recovered old man, and slapped a seal onto the Hokage's chest. It glowed blue with activation, and Naruto spoke before the Sandaime could ask. "That is a truth seal. Anything you speak must be the truth or it will change colors to red." A half-truth will appear as yellow, but I may allow those to slide depending on the question. You will answer my questions or I will leave this village, Naruto said seriously. Naruto stayed silent as Sarutobi thought over several scenarios in his head before glaring at Naruto. What makes you think you can come in here and order me around like this, Naruto? For that matter, why would you come here simply to ask questions? Ever since the Genin exams, I haven't been able to trust you, Naruto, and this is making it increasingly difficult to do so, he responded. Naruto glared back at the Hokage. I need answers, old man, and you're going to give them to me. You failed horribly at protecting me all my life. Me, Naruto said forcefully. Sarutobi looked visibly saddened by this. Naruto interrupted him. You're wasting time, Aji-san. I don't want your apologies, nor your excuses. I want answers, he yelled as he slammed his hands down on the Hokage's desk. Sarutobi flinched and bowed his head. All right, what do you want to know? I can't answer some questions, but I will try to answer as many as I can, he replied sadly. Naruto nodded in satisfaction and said, How many seals are on my body? Sarutobi sighed. Only one, he replied. The seal glowed a bright blue signifying truth. Suddenly his eyes went wide as he thought, if he's been studying seals, then he may know of the Kyuubi. Damn it, how am I going to explain that? Naruto narrowed his eyes. Only the Shiki Fujin, correct? He said. Sarutobi's head whipped up and his eyes connected to Naruto's. You know? He asked, slightly fearful. Naruto nodded. Yes. Again off subject. Back to my question? He stated. Sarutobi's eyes seemed to get even sadder. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, Naruto. As to your question, yes, only the Shiki Fujin, he replied sadly. Again, the seal glowed a bright blue. Naruto sighed happily and relaxed into the chair in front of the Hokage's desk. That's good news, Aji-san. I was afraid that you had ordered the extra seals and that I would have to take drastic measures, he said with a rather light tone. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes. What extra seals? He said seriously. Naruto looked at him and said, One last question and I guess I can answer that one. What was the seal on my jumpsuit for? Sarutobi sat silently, going over possible answers in his head, before responding, It was a genjutsu seal designed to make your life easier. The seal glowed yellow, but Naruto already knew about the seal's true purpose, so he left it alone. For now. Naruto nodded. Very well. The extra seals. One was a seal to keep me from meeting Kyuubi. That broke about 2 years ago. Please hold all questions and comments until I'm done, Aji-san, Naruto said as he noticed Sarutobi opening his mouth and fear coming across his features. The second seal is really a conglomerate of 3 separate seals. I am currently counteracting the loyalty seal, but the other 2 are harder seeing as they aren't active and I really can't stop them from working without knowing their effects. Still, the conglomerate seal has a loyalty, mind destruction, and summoning seal all rolled into one. The loyalty was to Konoha, the mind destruction was probably stolen from the Hyugas, and the summoning summons shinobi from something called root, Naruto said, eyeing the Hokage. Sarutobi stiffened when Naruto mentioned root. The first seal didn't really affect Sarutobi too much, but the following 2 made him worry greatly. Only Danzo would be so bold as to put a seal like this on Naruto. Naruto noticed the Hokage stiffening and said, You know root, don't you? Sarutobi nodded and sighed. It's a now defunct branch of ANBU that was created in the Third War, and the Yondaime shut it down shortly after coming into office. Danzo Shimura was the head, and I thought he was running underground but had no proof, he replied. The seal glowed blue once again and Naruto nodded his head. So what are you going to? Naruto never got to finish his sentence as pain erupted in his head. Naruto, Naruto, Hikari roared in his mindscape as she flooded his brain with her chakra to counteract the seal. Apparently, someone had decided that the mind destruction was best used right now. Sarutobi was instantly by Naruto's side as he grunted in pain while holding his head. Naruto, what's wrong? He asked. Say seal. Activation. AGH. Use URK. Tags. Naruto said as he doubled over in pain. Sarutobi frowned and immediately started pulling off Naruto's clothes in an effort to find the seal. He pulled off Naruto's shirt so Naruto had only his pants and sandals on when he noticed the seal glowing angrily on his back. He quickly moved to the seal tags around the edges before noticing that they really didn't have anything that would help in the removal of the seal. He was no seals expert, but he could identify most seals. He rushed for Naruto's jacket and dug into the pocket before finding 3 seals. Each one had a kanji 1 it. Summon, loyalty, and mind. The Sandaime quickly rushed back to Naruto and slapped the seals onto their corresponding areas and channeled chakra into the tags. He sighed in relief as he saw the seal become rigid and shatter, the ink flowing off of Naruto's back and onto the seal tags before bursting into flames and falling to the floor. Naruto's eyes rolled into the back of his head, and he passed out from the sudden removal of pain. Sarutobi checked his pulse and noticed that it was strong and steady. He let out a breath he hadn't even known he was holding. He removed his fingers from the boy's pulse and took out a handkerchief. He wiped the sweat from Naruto's brow and smiled softly. You continue to amaze me. You're so much like your father, it's unreal. Suddenly his eyes hardened. Danzo has gone too far this time. He walked up to the seal on the door and ripped it off. He snapped his fingers and 2 ANBU appeared by his side. Summon the council and the Jounin Corp. All ANBU are to assemble and report to the Hokage Tower immediately. Also, summon Anko Mitarashi to my office. As of now, I am declaring a state of martial law. No one gets in or out of Konoha without my personal approval. Go, he said authoritatively. The 2 ANBU quickly shunshined away and he turned back to Naruto. You're right, Naruto. I failed to protect you. Your father would be ashamed of me, he said sadly. But no more. These civilians have forgotten that this is a military dictatorship and I am through playing games. I may be too old for this, but I will fight for you one last time and I will win, he said forcefully, his eyes shining with strength long since forgotten. This was the sight that Anko shunshined into. She stood silently before clearing her throat. When the Hokage turned to her, she was staring worriedly at Naruto. Is he okay? She asked. He nodded. He will be fine. Tell me, how much do you know? He asked seriously. She looked to the old Hokage and quietly sized him up. Everything. He removed my curse seal, she said, gaining wide eyes from the Hokage. He removed your seal, he said, honestly surprised. She nodded and smiled softly while pulling down her collar, showing her unblemished shoulder. Incredible, Sarutobi said as he shook his head. Anko Mitarashi, as of now, your job is to protect Naruto Uzumaki. I know you will do a good job. I have some house cleaning to do, Sarutobi said as he donned his Kage robes and the hat. Anko nodded. Good. By the way, no one aside from myself is allowed into the office, understood? He said. Anko nodded again. Sarutobi nodded back and headed out the door just as the 2 ANBU returned to flank him. The Nico, cat, masked ANBU nodded to her superior when he looked to her and said, Your orders have been carried out. All Jounin and ANBU are assembled and the council is convening as we speak, sir. Sarutobi nodded. Go ahead of me and make sure every single council member is here. If they aren't, drag them here kicking and screaming if you have to. Return to me when it is done, he said, causing the 2 ANBU to bow and disappear. No longer Naruto. I will set things right. If not for Konoha, then for you, he thought as he awaited his ANBU. Naruto's mindscape, directly after seal removal. Naruto appeared in front of Hikari's cage, which was modeled as a 2-story spa resort. Hell no, I'm not going room by room, use your imagination for the setup. Naruto quickly strode up to the resort and walked into the den/welcoming area. It had a giant TV and Hikari was panting sitting on the couch in front of it as she watched the Hokage speak to Naruto. Naruto smiled, along with Hikari, as they saw the Hokage start the way to recovering the Konoha that Naruto's father sacrificed his life for. Naruto smiled. "Thanks for healing me, Hikari-chan. I appreciate it," he said as he sat down next to her. Hikari immediately glomped him. "You baka! You should have just removed the damn thing when you could," she replied angrily. Naruto hugged her and said, "Ma, it all worked out. I'm just glad I can trust the old man again." Hikari separated from him and glared slightly. "He's still lying to you, you know?" she replied. Naruto waved his hand. "I'll ask him about that later. Besides, from the notes I got from Tusan, it seems as if he thought my Kasan would still be around. I have a feeling something else is afoot and it's not just Danzo," he said. Hikari sighed and nodded. "You may have removed that seal, but you're still as forgiving as ever," she said. Naruto shrugged. "That's one thing you can thank the old man for, although I'll probably punch him for it later," Naruto replied before muttering something about old men and their meddling ways. Hikari giggled. Fine. Would you like to wake up now? I'm pretty sure the council has convened and you can catch Danzo in the act," she said. Naruto nodded. "Yeah, I think it's time Danzo gets his due," he replied with a downright foxy smirk. Hikari's grin threatened to break her face. "Oh man, that dude won't know what hit him. I can't wait to see what Naruto-kun will do. I always love a good prank and or fight," she thought as she expelled Naruto from his mind. Council chambers, same time. All the council members were in attendance. The various clan heads, Danzo, Hamura, Koharu, and the various civilians. The Jounin Corp were assembled below the clan heads, while the ANBU commander was sitting next to the Hokage's seat. The door burst open to reveal a very serious Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo was immediately on guard. "I know that old softy hasn't sent the demon container to the hospital yet. Did he die in Sarutobi's office? As soon as this is over, I need to begin setting up Hamura and Koharu so I can get off," he thought connivingly. Sarutobi stalked in and walked up to his seat before sitting down. Koharu, as usual, stood up and looked to her aged teammate. "Sandame-sama, may I inquire as to why you have called the council into session? I was not aware we had a meeting today or any important matters to discuss," she stated, still unaware of the martial law. Sarutobi glared at her until she sat down. "As of 10:18 a.m. this morning, I have declared martial law in Konoha," Sarutobi said calmly. This immediately prompted several reactions across the room. The clan heads were mostly surprised, but other emotions ranged from curious, in most cases, to annoyed, in Hayashi's case. The Jounin were in much the same boat as the clan heads and were quietly chatting amongst themselves as to why this was happening. The elders and Danzo were eyeing each other warily. They may have to take drastic measures. The civilians were downright livid. Martial law killed all commerce and would hurt their pocketbooks. How dare the Hokage do such a thing? Sasuke Haruno, mother to Sakura Haruno, stood up and locked eyes with Sarutobi. "Hokage-sama, you can't do that. According to the laws passed 13 years ago, the council must be informed before a state of martial law can be declared. What could possibly have been so important that martial law need be applied?" she asked forcefully. Sarutobi released his ki upon the room and everyone was immediately sent to their knees. Danzo, the elders, and the ninja in the room were able to resist it somewhat, but the civilians were hit full force. "I find it very curious that a ninja village like Konoha has its leader answer to a democratic council that is mainly made up of civilians," Sarutobi said calmly. He lessened his ki, but he was still putting out enough to make everyone nervous. "I have grown complacent in the recent years. I was not supposed to take this hat again after Minato was appointed, but the Kyuubi saw fit to steal that from me." He made eye contact with all of the clan heads and said, "However, I have had a wake-up call this morning, and I will be cleaning house until my successor can be found." Surprise made its way across the room as several people started to gossip as to who could replace the aged legend. Danzo narrowed his eye and thought, "Could this have something to do with the container? I need to play my cards carefully here." Koharu stood and looked to Sarutobi again. Who would you choose to succeed you? She asked. Sarutobi cut out his ki at this point, having felt that they understood his point. I was debating on that, and I will be calling back both of my students to speak with them about this. As of now, I will not speculate. He answered neutrally. Danzo felt compelled to speak and said, You still have not answered why you declared martial law, he pointed out. Sarutobi smirked and was about to speak when the doors to the council room opened and Naruto walked in. Anko quickly followed him and smiled to the Sandaime, who seemed amused that Naruto was making his way towards the center of the room, even as whispers broke out across the room. Sasuke stood up. What are you doing here? She screeched. Naruto winced and said, Geez, who let the howler monkey into the council? Sasuke went red-faced and several snickers went out across the room. Danzo discreetly moved his hand into a seal and started channeling chakra to kill the boy. Naruto's head immediately snapped to the war hawk and he smirked. Care to tell us why you're channeling chakra, One Eye? He asked. Everyone's gaze turned to the old war hawk and he stopped his chakra flow. I don't know what you're talking about, he stated neutrally. Sarutobi focused his gaze onto his old rival. Really? So that wasn't a hand seal to activate something nasty? He asked with a slight undertone of sarcasm. Danzo's eye widened marginally, but he simply responded with a curt, no. Naruto raised his hand and put his pointer finger out. His finger glowed with chakra and everyone focused on him. His hand suddenly blurred into action as it wrote a complex seal in under 20 seconds, stunning the onlookers. Fuin Hiriki. Seal. Revelation. Suddenly, two rude ANBU appeared behind Danzo. The room broke out into shock as Naruto said, Perhaps that is the reason for the martial law? Danzo growled and said, Kill him. As the two rude rushed forward, Danzo disappeared into a preset escape hallway that crumbled as he passed certain spots. The two root charged forward with Tantos poised to kill Naruto. Many of the clan heads and Jounin were tensing to move when Naruto smirked. His skin suddenly changed to a dull blackish-gray color. His hair seemed to disappear and he became bald. His clothes morphed and became twin red lightning bolts racing down the front of his chest and down his legs. On his back they changed into a shape that resembled a hurricane. Again red. His eyes stayed the same glorious blue and held mirth as the two Tantos struck his chest and bent away from his body. He looks like Greed from FMA, meaning he does not have any genitalia in this form, with lightning bolts on the front and a whirlwind on the back instead of Greed's red lines. Naruto's hands blurred and he yelled out, Raitun, Kaminari Saji, lightning release, lightning surge, as he slammed his hands on the ground and electrocuted the two root agents. He stood up as Sarutobi looked at him worriedly. Naruto waved his hand. You shouldn't worry so much, Aji-san. They're heartless husks of humanity, he said simply. Sarutobi nodded and looked to the Jounins. Chase down Danzo Shimura. I want every Jounin and ANBU level ninja on this, Anko excluded. Chunin are to patrol the village and keep martial law. Go, he said. The Jounin bowed and won and vanished. He turned to the civilians. As of now, the civilian council is being reinstated as an advisory council only. You are dismissed, he said forcefully. The civilians grumbled but didn't want to mess with the Kami no Shinobi at full force. He turned to the elders and glared. You two are going to Ibiki to determine whether or not you knew of Danzo's plans, he said and snapped his fingers, causing two of his trusted NBU to appear and drag the two protecting elders off. He turned to the Shinobi Council and said, I hope I have your support during this time. They looked at one another until some Inuzuka stood up smirking ferally. You've got my support. I've been telling you to get rid of that old coot for years. What caused it? She asked. Sarutobi chuckled at her rather direct approach. Anko and Naruto were both smirking. Actually, you have young Naruto-kun here to thank for that, he said, causing the clan heads to look at him warily. All except Sum, that is. She took one look at him and her mental jaw dropped. Holy hell, that old bastard. I'm gonna get him for lying to me. I wonder if I still have that marriage agreement, she thought. As you can tell, she figured out just who the young boy was related to, now that he had removed that orange jumpsuit. Remember, the jumpsuit had the Genjutsu seal on it. Hayashi coldly said, I highly doubt Uzumaki-san could bring you evidence of Danzo's subterfuge. Shikaku Nara muttered a troublesome, as Sarutobi turned a glare to the Hyuga clan head. Are you calling me a liar, Hayashi-san? He asked in an icy tone of voice that would make many a Hyuga jealous. Hayashi visibly stiffened. Not at all, Hokage-sama. I simply find it unlikely that Uzumaki-san could uncover something even Anbu cannot. He replied carefully. Sarutobi sighed. The evidence was on Naruto-kun himself. Apparently, Danzo had placed a seal that bore an uncanny resemblance to your caged bird seal. Hayashi-san. Sarutobi said. Hayashi's eyes visibly widened and he looked at the Hokage. I will be sure to do a thorough investigation into that allegation, he stated. Sarutobi nodded. Very good. However, enough of that. I would like to ask for the clan's support during this time, he said. Sum simply nodded and said, You have the Inuzuka's support, Hokage-sama. I'll pull our retired trackers into duty to try and find Danzo. Sarutobi nodded in acceptance. Shibi stood up. The Aburames support you, Hokage-sama. I too will ask some of our retired members to assist in Danzo's capture, he stated. Sarutobi smiled in seeing two of the best tracking clans in Konoha aiding him so greatly. Inoichi Yamanaka, head of the Yamanaka clan, stood and said, The Yamanakas are behind you 100%, Hokage-sama. We will be happy to interrogate Danzo's route. Sarutobi nodded once again. A mind walked would be good to take care of the interrogations. Shikaku Nara, head of the Nara clan, muttered his clan's famous troublesome and said, You have the Nara support as well. We will assist in the planning and capture of the various cells Danzo may have around town. Sarutobi smiled. The Naras were famous tacticians and would make storming the cells much easier and effective. Chusa Akimichi, head of the Akimichi clan, stood and said, The Akimichis are happy to stand beside you, as always, Hokage-sama. We will focus our efforts on keeping the peace. Sarutobi nodded. The Akimichis were powerful shinobi that civilian and shinobi alike were wary to anger. Hayashi Hyuga stiffly rose and said, You have the support of the Hyugas as well. I will personally see to it that the caged bird seal information is secure and all those with its knowledge are accounted for. Sarutobi stared for a moment before nodding, letting the man know that he expected it done. Hayashi may have been proud, but even he feared the professor. Sarutobi smiled softly. Thank you for your assistance and support in this matter. I will be in my office, so please send all reports there. He turned to Anko and Naruto. I will speak to you two later. For now, please go somewhere safe. It's rather obvious you have a safe house if you were able to hide your abilities, he said. Naruto and Anko nodded before disappearing. Sarutobi nodded to the clan heads and they disappeared as well. Nico, Cat, appeared beside the aged Hokage as he snapped his fingers. I need you to sweep the office and these chambers for bugs. After that, join the search. Dismissed, he said before he headed to his office. He had letters to write to his two wayward students. It was time for the Sannin to return home. Permanently. Naruto's lab. Sometime that night. Naruto and Anko walked into the lab and Amaterasu smiled at them. Did it go well? She asked. Naruto smiled and nodded. Very well. Thanks for asking. I still have a few questions for the old man, but they can wait a few days while he cleans things up, he replied. Anko just walked over to the bed and plopped down. She was still tired from a mission the other day. She promptly went to sleep, feeling very safe inside this lab. Hikari materialized outside of Naruto and quickly glomped him as he sat down on the couch. You scared me earlier. Don't do that again, you got me? She said, worried about his health. Naruto smiled and kissed her, surprising her and causing a 10-minute game of tonsil hockey. When they broke, they noticed Amaterasu was staring with a slight blush on her face. I'll try not to scare you again, he said with a smirk. Hikari just smirked at Amaterasu. "Ami-chan," she said sing-songily. "You wouldn't want to switch places with me, would you?" she asked sweetly. Amaterasu's blush immediately went full face and she sputtered for a few seconds before her two friends started laughing. She promptly crossed her arms and said, "Meanies," causing another bout of laughter from the blue-eyed couple. Later that night, Hikari, Naruto, and Anko were snuggled into bed with Naruto being happily glomped by both females. Amaterasu smiled softly seeing the three people comfortably asleep. She shook her head and thought, those three are truly a group, a demon, a Jinchuriki, and a disgraced pupil. Still, I have a feeling that Naruto is destined for greatness. She watched them for a minute more before walking up to the bed and putting her hand on his head. With a small flash, she stepped back with horror across her face. If I wasn't bound by kami rules, I'd destroy half this city. It's a wonder he can still smile, she thought. Slowly a smile spread across her face. Then again, that settles things. Seems I may have a gift for you, Naruto-kun. I hope you can survive it though, she thought as she disappeared from the material plane. Kami's court, midnight. Amaterasu appeared and sat down at her seat among the court. Kami turned to her and Kami's face was grave. "Have you made any progress in locating Orochimaru?" she asked seriously, causing all eyes to turn to the sun goddess. She sighed and shook her head. "Unfortunately not. I was able to find the boy that Kyubi-chan told us about. She was correct. He can remove the curse seal and I feel he may eventually have the power to rid us of Orochimaru for good," she said. Several murmurs rippled across the room until Sora Ryu, Kami of the Dragons, stood up. "Ha! I bet none of you thought you'd see him again. Check my first fanfic for his description. That is very impressive. I'd wish to test the boy myself if you are saying what I think you're saying," he said as he fingered his twin scimitars. She smiled. "I need a second endorsement, but yes, I believe him to be worthy," she stated. Sora smirked. "Very well then, I'll endorse him too," he said, shocking many present. Ryujin had never endorsed anyone. Kami quelled the growing murmurs with a loud silence. She then turned to Yami. "Shall we then?" she asked. Yami chuckled. "If he has their backing, then yes we should. Besides, we need a champion to take down Orochi team," she replied. They turned to the court and said, "In 3 weeks' time, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze will take the immortality trials. Ryujin shall test his honor and courage." Sora smirked and let out a roar of approval. "Inari shall test his cunning and intelligence." A man with short red hair and red eyes stood up with a smile that was eerily reminiscent of Naruto's own. "And Susanoo shall test his heart and determine his place." A man with black hair and stormy gray eyes smiled as he looked to his sister. "This is gonna be fun," Susanoo said. The rest of the gods immediately broke out in gossip as to whether or not the mortal would be pass his test. Nico's day and inheritance. Yujito Ni was having a bad day. Why was she having a bad day? Well, that stems back to the council of her village and her status in the village. You see, the council has been putting pressure on the Yondaime Reikage of Kumo to put her under a loyalty seal. Now this… what's the word? Ah yes. Nifty little seal would make Yujito a mind slave to the council. You see, Yujito was not your average 18-year-old female jounin. She was, in fact, an 18-year-old female Jinchuriki, and that made all the difference in the world. The council believed her to be a flight risk, and that, seeing as she was the container for the Nibi no Nakomata, they should have complete control over her actions to ensure her loyalty, not that it had ever been in question. She knew what they really wanted. Most of Kumo respected Killer B, Jinchuriki of the Hachibi, because he was the shield that protected them, not to mention he was the brother to the current Reikage. Unlike Killer B, however, Yujito was still treated rather harshly. They weren't obvious about it, more like calling her demon whore and cat slut behind her back while being overcharged or refused service in some places. She was never physically abused, and for that she was happy. However, the council wanted her to be their personal fuck toy. She knew it, after all, they had several S-rank seduction missions that they had attempted to send her on. She had refused every single one of them because that wasn't her specialty. Not to mention, she was a virgin and proud of it. Oh sure, she had dated a few guys, but they all seemed to just want to brag to their friends that they had tamed the demon. Yeah, they wouldn't be taming anyone else because they were still in the hospital. She sighed. Long story short, she was having a bad day because people had been treating her worse and worse after finding out about the council's proposal. Her spotless reputation was being called into question, and she had just come from yet another council meeting where they grilled her for some obscure mission. Not to mention the subtle hints that if she just took the seduction missions, then they would leave her be. She just wanted to be left alone and respected like Killer Bee. Was that too much to ask for? Still, there were some good points in her life. Samui Ni, a miniature Tsunade without the strength, was her sister in all but blood. Ever since they had met under Killer Bee's training, they had been close, and she thanked her stars that Samui was always there to aid her. Omoi and Karui were also pretty good friends, but they were more engrossed in their little love/hate game than worried about helping her. Killer Bee and it's pronounced A, had been protecting her rather well. She could turn down the council's missions with E's approval, which he always gave, and B had helped her to master Nibi's chakra. Nibi was a sore subject, but she had grown to like Yujido over the years and ended up agreeing to share Yujido's senses in return for control of Nibi's chakra. So far, they had a pretty good relationship, almost like that annoying older sister that claims it's your conscience. Or, in this case, your perverted side. You see, the Nibi no Nikomata was a very horny pussycat. Pun intended. She loved to tease Yujito about guys, and even girls, that piqued her interest, and she was a shameless being when it came to describing the acts she would take against said peoples. Needless to say, Yujito learned early on to control her blushes, for the most part, and to ignore the perverted ramblings of Kat, who's been sex-deprived for 18 years. She simply shook her head free of these thoughts and continued her walk home. She sighed in contentment as she walked into her apartment. It was good to be home. Still, she mused, it would be nice to have someone to come home to. Unknown casino/hotel room. Same time/1 day from Danzo's flight. Tsunade was furiously packing her things away. Why was she running around the room with her head cut off, you may ask? Well, just a few minutes ago, she won the jackpot on the slots with enough money to pay off all her debts and a bit more. Now, when the legendary sucker won, she knew something bad was going to happen. After all, the last time she won, she had to deliver Kushina's baby and the QB had attacked. Yeah, she didn't get to enjoy those winnings. Too bad for her, her instincts were correct. A small puff of smoke appeared behind her and she turned around to view a white and red monkey. One of Sarutobi's personal messengers, as a matter of fact. He held up a scroll with the kanji for family and said, "Hiruzen said to give this to you. I am not to leave until you give me an answer," he said seriously before plopping down on top of Tsunade's suitcase. Tsunade glared at the small primate but sighed and snatched up the scroll before applying some blood and opening it. Not even a minute later she roared, "Shizun!" causing her wayward apprentice to appear in the room by some cosmic power. Shizun huffed. She had just run up 9 flights of stairs because she had finished sending off the money to the debt collectors and wanted to relax a bit before Tsunade blew out of here. She suddenly heard, "Shizun!" causing her to double her speed and appear in front of her Shursho. "What is it, Tsunade-sama?" she asked curiously. Tsunade glared at the small primate in the room. "Pack your bags. We leave for Konoha in 3 minutes. We will be there in 4 days," she said, answering the primate's unspoken question. It bowed and disappeared to its next assignment. Shizun was stunned but quietly happy. She did miss the place she had grown up in, although she did wonder why they were returning. They quickly packed and set out. It was time to meet Tsunade's godson. Female onsen. Somewhere in Unokuni Hot Springs country. Perverted giggling could be heard throughout the surrounding forest near a female-only hot spring. This was the great toad sage Jiraiya, author of Ika Ika Paradise and a self-proclaimed super pervert. He was doing research for his next book, which meant he was currently peeping on 3 girls who were having a whose breast is larger competition. This probably doesn't happen in real life, but in my FIC, it does. Yahoo Go Girls. Needless to say, Jiraiya thought he hit the jackpot. Too bad for him, Tsunade's luck was rubbing off on him. The same little primate appeared in a puff of smoke behind the perverted man, and sweat dropped as he saw the man didn't even notice him. He cleared his throat 3 times, being ignored every time, before sighing and kicking the man into the onsen while yelling, "Pervert!" and chuckling as the girls kicked his ass with their divine fury. When Jiraiya finally returned, he glared at the small primate. The monkey just chuckled and handed the scroll to Jiraiya, saying, "Hiruzen told me to wait for a reply." Jiraiya nodded and opened the scroll, being oddly serious for once. His eyes widened and he quickly took off running. "For days!" he yelled back to the monkey, who smiled and disappeared. Hokage office. Same time. The small monkey reappeared in front of the aged Hokage. He bowed to the aged Hokage, who simply nodded back and said, "They will arrive in 4 days, Hiruzen." The Sandaime nodded and waved his hand in dismissal. The primate bowed again and disappeared. He had already received his payment prior to the assignment. It had been a full day since Danzo had been found out by Naruto's actions. Hiruzen had his best searching for the man, but they were having a hard time. Hamura and Koharu were still screaming in their cells about being released, but he just ignored it and ordered Ibiki to take his time with them. He knew he would have a lot of explaining to do when they arrived, but he was putting that off for now. He sighed and took another puff of his pipe. He heard his guards telling someone that he was not to be disturbed before the doors were thrown open, and in walked one Tsum Inuzuka and her companion Kuramaru. She glared at the aged Hokage and, despite his earlier reinforcement, she was still pissed with him. "You have some explaining to do, Sarutobi-san," she said seriously as she slammed the door shut behind her, and in the guards' faces. He glared back at her, while sending some of his rather substantial ki at her, reminding her just who he was. "I was not aware I had to explain myself to the council, Inuzuka-san," he stated coldly. Tsum was slightly put off but shook off his words, and ki, before slamming down some papers on his desk and impatiently tapping her foot at him. He sighed and grabbed the papers. He took a good minute to fully read over the papers, his eyes widening as he did so. He put them down and rubbed his temples. "Leave us," he ordered the hidden ANBU. They quickly appeared and bowed before disappearing. He reached under the desk and activated a security seal that the Yondaime placed in the room. He then looked to the clan head and said, "I would deny that he's alive, but I think this may do the boy some good. Besides, I was planning on informing the boy of his full heritage sometime later this week. After his display in the council room and the help he gave in producing evidence against Danzo, I believe he has earned at least that." Tsum smiled. "So you will honor the agreement?" she asked happily. Hiruzen smiled softly. "If they so wish it, yes. Still, he may have a thing for Anko Mitarashi, so that may get in the way. I will have to speak with him. However, if the girls come to some sort of agreement, I suppose I could mend a few laws to make that work as well," he said with a smirk that screamed, "I just want to get my grandson as much tang as possible." Tsum rolled her eyes at that smirk but chuckled. "I'll speak with Hannah about it and, hopefully, they will connect," she said happily. She waited for the Sandaime to stop chuckling before saying, "You still need to explain why you hit him like that. Why hide his heritage and yet release his status as a Jinchuriki?" she asked seriously. Sarutobi sighed. "That was a mistake, but Kushina was supposed to be alive. Without her to protect him, IWA could have easily killed him. It is a flimsy excuse considering what the village did, but, at the time, it made sense. I believed they would follow Minato's last wishes to see his son as a hero and not the demon. Foolish really," he said sadly. Tsum sighed softly and sat silently for a minute before nodding. "I understand your position and will not begrudge you for it. Still, when you inform the boy of his parents, would you be kind enough to let me know? I would like for Hannah to be here as well," she said. Sarutobi thought about it for a moment before nodding. "Very well. I can accede to that request out of respect for the marriage arrangement, and you were there at his birth. I will explain everything at that time, though, so remember to tell Hana that it is all a secret until I, or my successor, says otherwise," he said to the Inuzuka matriarch. Sum nodded and bowed before leaving the room as the privacy seal dissipated. Time skip. 2 days. Naruto's lab. Naruto sighed as he awoke to a now normal feeling. Hikari and Anko happily smothering him between their breasts while they slept. Not that he was complaining. He sighed as he remembered his plans for the day. Anko had been insistent about him going to meet the girls. Apparently, they wanted to meet the man that could remove the curse mark as well as steal Anko's heart. He didn't mind going. He just wanted to meet with the old man and learn more about his parents. Still, that could be put off for another day so he could meet Anko's friends. She may have promised to be his sex slave, but she only acted that way when she was trying to make him blush, although he had a feeling it would carry over into other activities as well. He made a kagebunshin and kawarimi'd with it, making the clone sport a huge grin as it cuddled with them. Naruto's eye twitched, but he sighed and went to make breakfast. 20 minutes later, Naruto dispelled his clone and chuckled as he heard grumbles from his bed. He walked in balancing 3 trays with eggs, bacon, and toast. "Morning Foxyheim, Hebeheim," he said brightly as he set their breakfasts in front of them. He had left a plate on the table for Amaterasu, out of respect and kindness considering she helped him a lot over the past month. They began to eat in silence, but Anko turned to Naruto after a while. "So, you gonna come meet the girls?" she asked neutrally. She knew he had a problem with many people and, although she wanted him to meet her friends, would understand if he didn't want to risk it. Naruto sighed before smiling softly at his slave/soon-to-be lover. "I'd be happy to meet them, Hebeheim. I just hope they aren't like the rest of the villagers," he said. Anko squealed in delight and glomped him. "Thank you. I promise you won't regret it," she said happily as she scarfed down the rest of the food and went to get ready for their morning training session before they met her friends for lunch. Hikari smiled. "You are opening up more and more every day, Naruto-kun. I hope this continues. I sorta miss your hyperactive prankster self," she said. Naruto chuckled. "I have gotten brighter, haven't I? Still, the pranks aren't going away just yet, Hikari-chan. I've still got to get the old man, and probably any godparents I have, back for their neglect." He said with a foxy gleam in his eye. Hikari's eyes sparkled. "I can't wait." She put her finger on her mouth and started drawing circles on the bedsheet while looking as cute as possible. "I get to join in, right?" she asked cutely, her head tilted to the side and her eyes having an innocent look in them. Naruto took one look at her before his mind shut down, and all the teasing the girls had put him through caused several kinky scenarios ran through his head at her actions and slightly disheveled look. "Oh, of course, Hikari-chan," he stuttered out with a blush on his face and a small nosebleed. Hikari's eyes turned downright mischievous. "Oh, does Naruto have something dirty in mind for me?" she asked seductively. Naruto suddenly found himself pressed against a rather well-endowed female chest and a voice whisper hotly into his ear. "Only if he has something in mind for me as well." Anko's voice carried past his ear. Naruto promptly had a huge nosebleed and passed out twitching as the girls flashed a V sign with their hands before taking care of the dishes while giggling. Noon, girls' meeting bar. Kurenai, Hana, and Yugao were waiting while softly gossiping about recent events. The last few days had been rather hectic, all on account of Danzo. Luckily, these girls had been able to get the day off seeing as their specific talents weren't needed. Kurenai and Hana were pretty good trackers, but with too many following the same scent, it gets hard to distinguish between the myriad of smells, so they were excluded. Yugao, although in ANBU, was a demolition sort of person, and the fighting with the root forces was already overseeing as Danzo had fled with most of his forces. Anko smiled brightly as she walked into the bar and turned to Naruto, who was right behind her. "You may want to set up a privacy seal if you don't want anyone listening in," she commented as she knew many of the people there would love to find out what he was capable of, if only to hurt him later with that knowledge. Naruto nodded and reached into his pocket, quietly fingering a seal not unlike the one he had used in the Hokage's office. Kurenai noticed Anko and quickly waved to her. She waved back and the couple made their way to the table. Kurenai and Yugao were wondering why Naruto Uzumaki was accompanying her but kept silent, waiting for her to explain. Hana, on the other hand, was pretty sure she knew why he was here. Sum had told her about who Naruto was, and she had every intention of honoring the agreement between their parents, if he accepted. She guessed that he was the one to remove Anko's curse seal and to make those anti-rape seals. If that was an insight to the quality of his character, then she had no doubt he would make a good friend, not to mention husband. Anko quickly sat down at the table with a "Hiya girls, how's it going?" Even as Naruto took a seat next to her. He discreetly slipped the genjutsu/privacy seal under the table as he slid into the booth. The girls all nodded and said, "Fine." Before Kurenai eyed Naruto, "Not to be rude, Anko-chan, but why have you brought Uzumaki-san to our meeting?" she asked. Anko smiled brightly. "That's simple. You guys have been asking for weeks to meet the guy who removed my curse seal and created those anti-rape seals. Well, here he is," she said happily. The girls' jaws dropped, even Hana's. This kid had made seals that made Jiraiya's accomplishments look like crap on paper? Impossible. Still, they had seen him make some kind of seal in the middle of the council chambers 3 days ago. Hana was there with her mother, Kurenai is a jounin, and Yugao is a personal guard to the Hokage, so maybe she wasn't lying? Naruto cleared his throat. "As hard as it is to believe, yes, I am a seals master. I kept my abilities hidden, for reasons that should be quite obvious to everyone here." His eyes turned a steely blue. "Understand that I haven't even told the old man this, and the only reason you're privy to it is because he behind here trusts you," he said seriously. The girls were a little offset by that, but Yugao nodded first. "I understand. My name is Yugao Yuzuki." She looked around and smirked. "You put up a privacy seal, didn't you?" she asked. He nodded with a bit of surprise on his face and she chuckled. "It's little things. The guys are oogling things that aren't there and they aren't glaring at you specifically. I don't know if this will help, but I'm Nico," she said with a soft smile. Naruto rocked back in his chair before a smile spread across his features. "Good to see you again, Nico-nechan. I haven't seen you since my 5th birthday, was it?" he asked. Yugao nodded. "You got too good at hiding after that, you little scamp," she said with a chuckle. Naruto chuckled back. "Yeah, I didn't have much choice in the matter." Noticing her face beginning to drop, he continued, "Still don't get sad. It all worked out in the end. Plus, I'm not here for pity. Hibiheim has been begging me to come meet you, so here I am. Besides," he said smirking at them, "I heard you all enjoyed my pranks," he asked humorously. The girls all chuckled. "Yep, we sure did. Name's Hana Inuzuka. You know my little runt of a brother Kiba," Hana said, introducing herself happily. Naruto just eyed her for a moment before saying, "You know, from Kiba's description, I thought you'd be more demonic," he said. He noticed the tick mark on her head before he chuckled. He must be blind or something not to notice the obvious relation to angels, he continued. The girls all blinked before Hana's face lit up in a blush. "Why, you're just saying that," she said a little flustered, trying to get her blush under control. "Is he hitting on me?" she thought to herself. Meanwhile, Anko was practically smirking up a storm. "Oh, you little rascal. You're putting our teasing to good use. Already getting your harem picked out, nay? I guess I can give you some help," she thought happily. After all, Hana could act just as crazy as Anko sometimes, and that would make having her around a blast. "You should know, Naruto doesn't compliment a girl unless he means it," she said coyly as she took a sip of her sake. Hana's face had gone down, but she just shook her head until she heard Naruto chuckle. "I'm guessing you've never had a man compliment you and actually not have ulterior motives," he stated, a little amused by this fact. Hana just sighed and shook her head, before Kurenai nodded in agreement. "Yes, most men are pigs. All they want are to get in our pants," she said haughtily. Anko's eyes suddenly took on a dangerous gleam and, unfortunately, Naruto didn't notice it. "Hey Nai-chan, I totally forgot to tell you guys just how me and Rudoku in here got together," she said with a smirk. The girls all leaned in a bit closer, eager to hear this story. Naruto, however, was eyeing her warily. She's up to something, he thought. Oh, can't you just believe she wants her friends to know the full story? Hikari asked in his mind, covering for her sister in crime. Naruto answered her quickly, no, and listened in. She told them about him saving her, and his treatment of her along with helping him train. When she got to the part about explaining his secrets, she looked over to him. He sighed. There's still something I wish to keep secret, but I suppose I could give you a little insight, he said, gaining their attention. I have a bloodline. That metallic form you saw in the council room? It's a defensive bloodline that basically makes me impenetrable by regular blades, and even some jutsu won't affect me, he stated, shocking the girls. That's very useful, Naruto, Yugao said, slightly astonished. The other girls just nodded their agreement. Naruto nodded back and smiled before nodding to Anko. So, he arrives late to training and then takes me back to his hideout, right? Well, we get down there and he tells me all of this and then says, I can remove your curse seal. Now first, I'm all like, you better not be shitting me, and he's all like, I've never lied and I'm not gonna start now. So I tell him I'll be his sex slave if he does it. He says yes, and that's how we are today, she said happily. Naruto had only a second to realize that he'd just been played when three kunoichi turned to him with a fire in their eyes. You did what? Kurenai said angrily, the other two women advancing dangerously fast. Naruto waved his hands in the air. Wait, she didn't tell the whole story. The girls didn't seem to care, and were almost on top of him when he squeaked out, Please don't hurt me. That's when Anko busted out laughing. The girls all turned to her with surprised looks on their faces. Oh man, that was priceless. I haven't been able to prank Rudo-kun like that in months, she said with tears in her eyes. Hana was the first to calm down, and she turned to Naruto. What didn't she tell us? She asked with a slight fire behind her eyes. Naruto peeked out from his fetal position and looked around. I refused at first. It wasn't until she kissed me that I nodded in a daze, he said, still fearful of the divine wrath of women. Yugao turned to Anko and said, Is that true? Getting a nod from the other purple-haired woman. She sighed. Sorry, Naruto. I guess we sorta jumped the gun there, she said apologetically. Naruto chuckled nervously. It's fine, but I'm still going to get you back for that one, Anko-chan. Using divine fury is off limits. I thought we agreed on that, he said. Anko gulped. Naruto may have been using a mask to hide his skills, but his pranking abilities were still top-notch. All right, she said nervously. Kurenai frowned. You still shouldn't have accepted her offer. It's degrading, and Anko shouldn't have to slave herself out to you simply to satisfy some ego you have, she said to Naruto. Naruto glared back. Don't you blame this on me. She offered. I refused, and then she practically forced me to agree. Besides, he looked at Anko. Any straight male or gay female would jump at the chance to claim her. However, I refused to acknowledge her as just a slave. If you have a problem with what she offered, too bad, because she's mine now, he said heatedly. He loved Anko, and he'd be damned if one of her friends was going to claim she was just his slave. The girls were all taken aback by this. Anko was actually blushing lightly. No one had ever claimed her so heatedly before. Not to mention his blue chakra had created a slight haze around himself, showing just how much chakra he really had. Hana was staring and thought, loyal and a bit possessive, but that's fine by me. Besides, everyone knows what they say about men with a lot of chakra, she thought with a mental giggle and slight perverted nosebleed. Kurenai was a little put off by the declaration, but narrowed her eyes at the last statement. She's yours? What makes you think? She didn't get to finish her statement as Anko was glaring at her. Kurenai, you're my best friend, but if you keep pissing Naruto-kun off, then we are going to have serious trouble. I'm the one who offered, and I have yet to regret it. He's a perfect gentleman, not to mention fun as hell to tease. If you can't accept it, then we will have to stop being friends, she said seriously. Kurenai may be her best friend, but Naruto had done more in the past 2 years than anyone had in a long time. She had no intention of giving that up, and she knew that he would never hurt her, at least not consciously. Besides, he knew what it was like to be alone, and she didn't want to have to feel that again, or let him feel it again, even if he had Hikari. The girls all seemed shocked at that statement. Anko had never told one of her friends that someone else was more important than their friendship. It just didn't happen. Kurenai looked at her. "Why, you're kidding? You're just gonna let him treat you like a slave?" she asked incredulously. Anko nodded her head. "I promised him I would, and I keep my promises just like him. Besides, he's never treated me that way, and, if he ever did, he'd have quite a few people raining righteous fury upon him," she said, giggling as she thought of Hikari, Ayame, Tuchi, Irika, and Amaterasu. Ayame and Tuchi had been informed of his abilities and his secrets after the Little Council debacle. Needless to say, Ayame had very nearly gone apes hit at the prospect of her being a slave, but it had all worked out in the end with a few death threats. Naruto shook his head. "Geez, you make it sound like I'm some horndog just looking for more pussy, Kurenai-san. I'd appreciate it if you thought before speaking and take into account just what I've done and what I have invented, not to mention you don't even know me," he said, slightly chiding the woman for jumping to conclusions. Kurenai hung her head and took his advice while thinking on what she knew. She was about to speak again when Naruto sighed. "Look, I didn't come here to turn this into a philosophical debate or some fight over an agreement. I was hoping to get to know you better because you're all important to Anko-chan. Let's forget about the joke and the argument and just spend some time talking, okay?" he asked. The girls looked to one another before nodding. "Deal," they said happily before launching into learning about one another. Hana actually didn't like flowers. Kurenai had a thing for shiny knickknacks. Helugao liked to sunbathe in the nude. Needless to say, she threatened Naruto about letting that secret out, and he happily complied, lest he lose something important to his future family, namely his ability to create said family. It was soon 1:30 and the girls all had things to do. Anko had an interrogation, Yugao had the late-night shift for the Hokage guard, and Kurenai needed to meet her team since she had used the morning for her friends. The three girls all got up and left, leaving Naruto and Hana, although Anko yelled back, "Inuzuka are said to be wild in bed, Naruto. Just leave some for me later," causing the two people to go bright red from the implications. Naruto chuckled and shook his head. "So, what are you doing this afternoon?" he asked, genuinely curious. Hana chuckled as her blush faded. "Well, I need to do a checkup on the Inuzuka kennels and I was planning on leaving soon. If you want to join me, I could use a hand wearing out the more friendly dogs," she said. Naruto thought for a moment before smiling. "Sure, I don't have anything else to do and playing with the doggies sounds like fun," he said a little childlike. "What? He's still 12. Hana chuckled again and shook her head. "Yes, the doggies would love to meet someone who can outrun ANBU," she said humorously. "So he's still a bit childlike, but that's okay. He's serious when he needs to be. I wonder how he will be with the dogs," she thought as she led her probable fiancé to the kennels. Inuzuka Kennels, 1:45 p.m. Hana arrived at the kennels only to find her mom just arriving with the needed materials to ensure regular checkups, and the special materials used to check the pregnant dogs. Sum noticed Hana come in with Naruto. She raised an eyebrow but smiled and said, "Hello, Muzum. I was beginning to think you had forgotten your job." Hana blushed slightly at the jibe. "Sorry about that. Anko-chan brought Naruto-kun to Girls' Day because of certain reasons and we sorta lost track of time," she replied a little abashed. Naruto looked around the area and noticed that they were in a stable-like house with cages instead of stalls, although most of the cages were open so the various ninken could interact. He could notice a large open pen in the back where he heard a lot of yipping, he assumed from the puppies. He quickly ran through a few seals and the kennel glowed a slight blue. Hana and Sum looked at him curiously. "Hello, Tsum-san. It is a pleasure to meet you," he smirked. "It seemed that you enjoyed my little show with Danzo," he said. Sum barked out a laugh. "That's right. I enjoyed it thoroughly. Too bad we couldn't catch the bastard," she said, gaining a nod from Hana and Naruto. She eyed him for a moment before saying, Say, could you explain what you did to those roots' blades? And that seal was interesting too. She noticed his wary look and she raised her hands in a placating gesture. I ain't fishing for any bad reason, but it is rather interesting that you have never shown these abilities before. She smirked. Besides, Hannah brought you home, so you're either a stray or a potential mate, she said teasingly. Hannah and Naruto both blushed but didn't look at one another. Hannah stomped her feet and yelled out, indignantly. Suddenly, a gruff voice chuckled from the back. Quit teasing the pups, Tsum. But I would also like to know about your abilities, Naruto-san, Kuramaru said, stepping out from checking on his mate. Naruto stared at Kuramaru for a few minutes before Kuramaru's eyebrow began to twitch. Naruto smiled. Sure, but I get to scratch your ears while I talk, he said happily, not in the slightest bit deterred by the warning looks given to him by Tsum and Hannah. Kuramaru raised his one eyebrow and growled lightly. Why's that pup? He asked, genuinely curious, and slightly peeved at such a childish request. Naruto chuckled. Because it looks like you could use a good stress relief. Besides, I've heard tales of how rough you're supposed to be, and I want to see if they're true, he said with a hint of a challenge in his voice. He never had the chance to really pet a dog before, and he wanted to. Besides, his secrets wouldn't be secrets much longer. No sense in hiding them from someone who had never hurt him. All was silent. Hannah and Tsum wanted to facepalm but resisted because they knew Kuramaru was going to attack the boy stupid enough to request something so childish. They did not expect him to chuckle and say, Very well, pup, but your hand moves somewhere it's not supposed to be and you'll be missing it. He turned to the stunned Inuzukas as Naruto walked next to him and sat down. I like this pup already, and if this gets out, I'll chew your tits off, clan laws be damned, he said as he put his head in Naruto's lap and enjoyed the petting. Tsum and Hannah just stood dumbstruck until Hannah had one thought. Well, at least I know he's good with the Ninken. Meanwhile, Tsum thought, if he can get Kuramaru to trust him, he'll fit in very well here. Even as they sat down and began to look to Naruto for an explanation. Naruto sighed. I did promise, and your clan has never hurt me. But I must ask that you not speak of this until the Hokage announces it. I will be speaking with him. Probably tomorrow, so it really shouldn't be an issue, he said. They all looked at one another, Kuramaru included, and nodded in assent. Good. The thing with the blades, well, simply put, it's my bloodline, he said, shocking the girls and the dog as they all knew of his heritage, although they couldn't let him know that yet. Be bloodline? How? Tsum asked, stunned. Naruto shrugged. Guess I got it from my parents or something. Anyways, it's like an ultimate defense. At the basic level, it will deter just about any blade. Advanced levels will give me protection from even special blades, although it won't stop them completely, and even against some jutsus. You will understand that I won't go into more info than that right now, he said, trying to maintain some knowledge of his bloodline from open eyes. He didn't point out the weaknesses for that very reason. Hannah and Tsum both nodded. After all, clan secrets were the same way. Good. As for the seal, I found that, by focusing enough chakra into my finger, I could make seals in midair by using my chakra as a medium, he said. He looked at Tsum. Does she know? He asked. She nodded and he sighed. I think it's got something to do with Kyuubi really, but I have no way to be sure. I've heard that other Jinchuriki gain special traits of their Biju, so I guess this is mine. He finished explaining. The women were silent until they heard a thumping sound. They looked around until they noticed that Naruto had apparently hit a very sensitive spot and Kuramaru's leg was twitching. They proceeded to laugh their heads off, much to Kuramaru's dismay. As they stopped laughing, Naruto wiped the tears from his eyes. I know that was funny and all, but don't you have work to do? He asked, pointing to the dogs. Hannah blushed slightly. Right, sorry. Well, I won't tell anyone. Just talk to the Hokage soon, huh? She said. Naruto nodded and Tsum voiced her agreement before heading out, taking the pleased Kuramaru with her. That kid knew just what spots to hit and he may have to visit him sometime. Hannah decided to get started and went to the puppies first. Since they were the most energetic, Naruto spent a lot of time distracting the puppies as Hannah did her various checkups. She would often stop and smile at Naruto, seeing him quite happy, and the puppies were taking to him very well. Needless to say, this was only adding points in her book. The bigger dogs took a shorter time, but they really wore Naruto out, and it was getting close to dinner time. Hana noticed this and offered for him to join them, but he declined, saying that he was just tired and wanted to head home for the night. He appreciated the offer, and she thanked him for his help, before he quickly made his way to his apartment. The martial law had been lifted earlier that day, so he was good for now. He planned on getting lots of sleep. Tomorrow was going to be an important day. Next day, Hokage's office, 8 a.m. Sarutobi sighed in contentment as he looked at the scroll in front of him. It contained everything that Naruto would receive from his parents. It wasn't much, just the keys to their estate and the bank accounts, but that was because Minato and Kushina had died without leaving anything, both assuming Kushina would live. Of course, he didn't know that Minato already left Naruto all of his seals, but that's beside the point. He didn't know when Naruto would talk to him again. He still seemed rather annoyed with him after the council meeting 3 days ago. It seemed he wouldn't have to worry about that as his door suddenly opened and Naruto walked in with Anko right behind him. He leveled a stare at his Aji-san, although this meeting would determine if he still held that title. Aji-san, we were interrupted the other day and I won't wait another. I want to know who my parents were, he said seriously. Anko was standing behind Naruto as he took a seat, but remained quiet. She knew this meeting was going to be important and serious. Sarutobi smiled. No need to wait, Naruto-kun. I just have to call someone in for this discussion and I will tell you everything I know, he said happily. Naruto was a little taken aback at Sarutobi's quick agreement. You're not going to argue with me about some secret or something? He asked, surprised. Sarutobi's smile dropped a bit. I have made many mistakes throughout my life, Naruto. Only recently have I realized just how badly I screwed up trying to protect you. You are obviously at least Chunin level, and I believe you deserve this after everything you have been through, he said sadly. He snapped his fingers and Nico appeared next to him. Please get me some Inuzuka and Hana Inuzuka. Tell them it involves Naruto Uzumaki, he said. The ANBU quickly bowed and shunshined away. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Why did you ask them here? He asked. They didn't mention what I told them yesterday, did they? He thought sadly. I doubt that, Ruto-kun. Inuzukas are like dogs, fiercely loyal and honest. Maybe they have some sort of connection to your parents, Hikari theorized. Oh, you will learn why in a moment. I would like to keep this information secret for now. Just know that they have an agreement with your parents, he said, dodging the question as he did want to keep this a secret. Naruto nodded and sat silently. Sarutobi looked at Anko and back at Naruto before leaning forward and saying, If I may, what exactly is your relationship to one another? He asked them. Naruto craned his neck to look straight up and Anko looked at him. Naruto sighed. Since you're explaining everything, I will too. Just hold off on that question for now, he said. Sarutobi nodded and leaned back in his chair. He could wait. Luckily, he didn't have to as Hana and Sum shunshined into the room, along with Nico. The Sandaime smiled. Ah, good you're here. Nico, please inform my secretary that I will be in an important meeting and to not be disturbed unless someone is attacking the city. Also, please do not return to the room and stand guard outside, he said. Nico nodded and bowed. Sarutobi looked to Naruto, who sat there for a moment before chuckling and handing a tag to Anko. She shook her head and muttered, lazy, under her breath before slapping the tag on the door. Sum and Hana both took a seat, with Anko opting to lean against the wall near Naruto. Now that that's over with, I believe the first order of business is to tell you who your parents were. Sarutobi said, Your mother was Kushina Uzumaki, the red-hot, hot-blooded habanero and Red Death of Konoha. Your father was Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage of Konohagakure and the Kiroi Senko. They were both S-class shinobi with flee on-site orders. IWA and Kumo fear them greatly, and they would seek any retribution to strike at their children. That is why I withheld your heritage. At the time, Konoha was too weak to fight them off, so the announcing of a Jinchuriki was a political maneuver, Aside from that, your father wanted you seen as a hero, not the beast. Obviously, that didn't work out. Sarutobi explained. He decided to pause and let that sink in for Naruto. Surprisingly, Naruto rolled his eyes. I knew about Tusan already. I'm more interested in my Ka-san. Is she still alive? Is she dead? Aside from that, do I have any godparents? Still, I do appreciate the extra information, he said. Sarutobi looked at Naruto in surprise and said, How did you know about Minato? That was one of the best-kept secrets in Konoha. Naruto chuckled. Where do you think I got the materials for sealing? He apparently sealed all of his sealing knowledge into my arm. The first book came to me on my 6th birthday. The rest were set to come out as I unlocked it by advancing in seals levels or all of them at age 18. If I died, it was set to use some chakra that saturates the body after death and summon the materials somewhere. Probably his house, but I'm not 100% sure until I see where the ending seal is. Naruto explained. As far as figuring it out, he left 2 notes in the seal and the information for Rasengan and Hiroshin no Jutsu. Not hard to figure it out when only one person ever used them prominently. Naruto said. Everyone's jaw dropped. And Naruto, you know the Hiroshin no Jutsu? Hana asked. Naruto shook his head. Not yet, gimme a month or so and probably. Although it will probably take longer than that to master it because my resistance seal isn't high enough. Tusan had his at 8, but he recommends 9 for optimal usage and strain on the body. I'm currently at 7, the lowest level to actually use it, but I'm still having trouble properly sensing the kunai. He replied. But enough of that, we are getting off topic. My earlier questions, please. Naruto said, staring at Sarutobi. Sum spoke up. Your Ka-san is presumed dead. The maternity ward was destroyed in the Kyuubi attack and she was in it when it collapsed. Although we never found her body, so she is officially listed as MIA. She explained. Naruto nodded and Sarutobi sighed and prepared himself for a verbal backlash. As to your godparents? Yes, you do. Tsunade Senju and Jiraiya of the Sannin. Tsunade believes you to be dead with Kushina and left Konoha 2 hours after the attack finished. She never stuck around because she believes Konoha has taken everything from her. Jiraiya, I lied to him and he just hasn't been in Konoha long or often enough to run into you. Even if he did, he wouldn't recognize you. Sarutobi said sadly. He could see the fire burning in Naruto's eyes and decided to answer his unasked question. The seal you asked about, the one on your jumpsuit? It confused people into thinking you couldn't be related to the Yondaime. The seal was a deterrent to keep people from guessing your heritage. I am truly sorry, Naruto, he said, hanging his head in shame. Hana, Sum and Anko all glared at the old man, but they quickly turned their gazes to Naruto. He was personally waging an internal battle of whether to kill the old man or just maim him. Hikari was respectfully quiet because this was a personal problem and she would not offer advice unless he asked it. Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath before leveling a glare at Sarutobi. Is that all, Hokage-san? He asked. Sarutobi visibly flinched but said, Not all. It seems that Kushina, through Tsunade, wished for a marriage contract between you and Miss Hana here. It simply states that you two are to be wed at your 16th birthday unless the both of you, bearing outside influences, wish to annul it. I may not have much repo ire with you, Naruto, but... He looked into the young man's eyes. I would hope you at least give Hana a shot. Sum was an old friend of your mother's and I'm sure they would both love to see you together, he said. Naruto closed his eyes and took another breath. He shook his head as he thought, Damn you, old man. I'll get you for this. Naruto slowly stood up and brought his hands together. Everyone cocked their heads until, in a poof of smoke, Naruto was gone and Naruko was standing there mostly naked, much to Sarutobi's horror as he passed out from blood loss. You just did that to get back at him so you can forgive him, huh? Hikari thought, chuckling at his prank. He mentally nodded and dropped his jutsu to face the now annoyed women. He chuckled nervously. Look, I know it isn't very gentlemanly to knock him out like that, but I had to get him back for the shit he's put me through. I usually only use that as a gag against perverts. He looked to Hana and sighed before a smile went across his lips. Well, Hana-chan, I hope to get to know you better. I will warn you, however, I'm not the one you have to impress, he said, smirking. Hana looked confused and said, I would like to know you better as well, but what do you mean by that? Naruto chuckled. Just wait till the old man comes back around. After I'm done, Hikari-chan will test you, he said as he sat back down. Sum and Hana shared a look while Anko had a gleam in her eye. Oh joy, I get another harem sister to tease. Hana is a good friend and will probably be a good lover for Narukoi, Anko thought happily. Meanwhile, Hikari was thinking, an Inuzuka, perfect, loyal, and she's probably going to love anal so Naruto can enjoy whatever he likes. Now all I need to do is get Ami-chan in here and we could have some real fun. Sarutobi came back and groaned slightly. Glad to see you're up, Aji-san. Since you came clean with me, I'll come clean with you. First. He walked up to the still recovering Hokage and kneed him in the crotch. That's for making me have this damn forgiving complex. Don't you know if you tell a kid for years to forgive that it's nearly impossible to be angry if someone asks forgiveness? The Oryoke no Jutsu was for everything else, so I'll let that slide. Naruto said. Despite the pain in his balls, Sarutobi smiled as he realized he was forgiven and sat in his chair, tenderly. Okay, don't interrupt me, he said, getting nods from the uninformed peoples in the room. Now, I met Kyubi on my 10th birthday. Sichi, yes, she is very nice actually. She even offered me a bloodline. Naruto went on to explain everything, even his bloodline's weaknesses and the 3 levels that protected him. You will find out what they do later. His SEAL's master status, although not officially recognized, his discovery of Orochima's lab as well as his training. Needless to say, they were shocked. Sarutobi rubbed his temples. So Hikari was controlled? Are you sure? He stopped his sentence as he noticed Naruto's, and surprisingly Anko's, glare. Right. Well, I have your inheritance here, so you will be a clan. After your lineage and declaration of your bloodline, you will probably be forced into the CRA. Is that acceptable to you? He asked. Naruto chuckled and Hikari appeared next to him. Sounds good to me. Besides, Anko-chan's already slated to be with us. I say the more the merrier. Everyone stared at her for a moment before she disappeared and reappeared with Hana standing near the back of the room. She proceeded to do much the same thing she did to Anko years before, getting a nosebleed from the Inuzuka and a nod, before saying, Welp, she's okay with me, Narukoi. Just get to know her better, K's. Naruto nodded and Hikari happily plopped herself down in his lap and started to purr as he petted her tails. Sarutobi sighed again. Hikari, I presume? He said, getting a nod from the demoness. Well, I just want to say, thank you for helping Naruto. I appreciate it, he said. Now, Naruto, this scroll has your family's bank accounts and your house keys. Please enjoy it, and I will probably call you for a meeting sometime tomorrow or the next day and a council meeting next week for the instatement of the Namikaze clan. Okay? He said. Getting a nod from the blonde-haired boy, he chuckled seeing the excitement in his eyes, and he handed the scroll over. It's right next to the Inuzuka's compound, actually. Now get out of here and enjoy the compound, Naruto-kun, he said with a smile. Naruto beamed and said, Thanks, Jana Aji-san. As they all disappeared in a mass shunshin, Sarutobi chuckled before noticing the paperwork piling outside his door and nearly crying. He suddenly noticed a piece of paper on Naruto's chair and read it. Dear Aji-san, use Kage Bunshin for paperwork, ya old coot. Signed, Naruto Namikaze. He proceeded to bang his head on the desk until he made 3 KBs and they got to work. He sighed as he pulled out Aika Aika. It was a good day for the Hokage. Next day. A loud booming was heard and people all looked to the main gate of Konoha to see a happy sight that they would soon learn to dread. Gamabunta with Tsunade and Jiraiya on his head. The Sannin had returned home. Godparents and rebirth of a clan. Jiraiya and Tsunade sat in Sarutobi's office fuming. Shizune was quietly sitting on a coach with Taunton in her arms, staring at her master with worry in her eyes. Once they had all arrived, Via tote carriage, they had made a beeline for the Hokage's office. The two women had met Jiraiya about a day ago and had realized they needed to go faster if they wanted to be there by the next day, hence the Gamabunta summon. Now, they were waiting on Sarutobi to enter. He had apparently been needed at a short council meeting just a few moments ago and had yet to return. To clarify, Tsunade received her letter from Sarutobi telling her that Naruto was alive. After the Kyuubi attack, she had left several hours before the declaration of the Jinchuriki, so she had never heard that news. She had assumed Naruto's and Kushina's deaths when she couldn't find them amongst the rubble of the hospital and had promptly fled, never to look back. Jiraiya, however, had been a trickier opponent. The Sandaime had lied to the Toad Sannin and told him that the Yondaime had used a random orphan since the hospital had collapsed on his son and wife. Luckily, Jiraiya had been so depressed over the Yondaime's death that he hadn't bothered to take a second look at Naruto. That and he had immersed himself in his research and his spy network, so he hadn't run into the young Jinchuriki. Soon the doors opened to reveal a Hokage. Both the Sannin had to take a second to reacquaint themselves with their sensei. They had noticed his deteriorating will of fire before his retirement. But to see it burning so brightly forced them to remember that this wasn't the kind old man that he had been during Minato's reign as Hokage. This was the Kami no Shinobi, the man who led Konoha through 2 wars and won, not to mention the man who trained one of the world's greatest shinobi teams. By the time they had refocused on him, he had sat down and waved the ANBU in the room off before activating the security seal Naruto had been kind enough to install for the old man, actually better than the Yondaimes. He sighed and looked at his students. Before this gets ugly, know that Naruto already knows of his heritage, he said. Both of them looked shocked until Tsunade rounded on her sensei. Why didn't you tell us he was alive? She asked, her anger just barely under control. Sarutobi sighed. Naruto's heritage needed to be kept a secret. If you had known, you would have tried to take care of him, and that would have brought not only your enemies but Minato's and Kushina's as well. He explained. Naruto may have forgiven him, but he knew his students wouldn't be so kind. Both Sannin were quiet for a moment, taking in the information. You still had no right to hide it from us, sensei. You should have told us. Even if Jiraiya had his spy network, I could have protected him even against those enemies. Anything is better than being alone for a Jinchuriki, Tsunade said. Sarutobi frowned. So I was to allow you to take Naruto and run around Fire Country? Completely unprotected save you? I think not. The council would have ripped me to shreds, and you would have been hunted down, Sarutobi said loudly. Besides that, forcing Naruto to grow up on the move, never knowing stability or his home, that is almost as bad, the aged Hokage roared. Jiraiya frowned. That is still no excuse for lying to us, sensei. Who gave you the right to hide Naruto from us? His family, he asked with disappointment in his voice. Sarutobi sighed in frustration. I am Hokage. I was doing what I believed to be correct. Hindsight is 20/20, and I am not going to debate my actions with you now, he stated. He had already been grilled by his adoptive grandson, and he was tired from the last week. Tsunade slammed her hands down on the desk, covering up the opening of the door. Hokage, my ass. You are going to answer. She never got to finish because she found herself mute. I'd appreciate it if you didn't yell at my Aji-san, Oba-san, Naruto stated calmly as he stood behind them. A chakra seal. A seal he made from his chakra, glowing brightly in the air. The occupants of the room, sans the Hokage, were shell-shocked. They had not been informed of his abilities. I'm going to drop this seal and you are going to be quiet until Aji-san has reapplied the security seal. Understand? He asked coldly. The 3 people and 1 pig nodded their heads. Naruto nodded and the seal faded away. Sarutobi chuckled as he reactivated the Genjutsu seal. That was a rather nifty seal, Naruto-kun, and thank you for the assist, he said smiling. Naruto shook his head. I'm the only one who gets to grill you on your bad decisions, Aji-san. Suddenly his eyes took an evil glint. Besides, I'm still not finished getting you back for my forgiveness complex, he said. Sarutobi turned ashen. Whatever do you mean? He asked nervously. Naruto chuckled darkly. You know what I mean, Aji-san. Suddenly the atmosphere became less ominous. But that's not why I'm here. I heard of the Sannin coming back and your ANBU met me on my way here. So, why did your ANBU ask me to come meet you? He asked with a raised eye. By this time, the other people, Squeal and Pig, Squeal, had regained their wits but had opted to keep silent for now. Sarutobi sighed and thought for a moment before saying, The Shinobi Council asked me for information about your little show against Danzo the other day. Naruto's eyes darkened. Didn't you just get them in line? I hope. Naruto didn't get to finish as Sarutobi cut him off. They only asked Naruto-kun. Still, they do have some rights as clans. I wanted to know if you would be so kind as to give us a true showing of your abilities. I am asking for this, not the council. It is for their benefit as well, but that is a moot point, he said. Naruto closed his eyes and sighed. I can do that. However, I refuse to show all of my bloodline. Showing its weaknesses is just plain stupid. As a reference, I could take down a mid to high-level Chunin with some difficulty. Anything Jounin or higher and I would have to prepare for a specific opponent, Naruto said. Sarutobi nodded. Thank you. At the same time, would you like to release your heritage to the Shinobi Council? Most of them are on your side. The only thing I could see them asking is for you to have the CRA, he stated. Naruto thought again before smiling softly. Yes, that will be fine. However, I would like the public announcement to wait until after I am Jounin level, Naruto said. Sarutobi smiled and nodded. A sound plan, Naruto-kun. He eyed his students. Since that is out of the way, allow me to introduce your godparents, Tsunade Senju and Jiraiya. I believe we have already spoken about the reasons for them not being here, he said. Naruto nodded and turned to them. Understand something right now. I'm not a very trusting person and you have missed out on much in my life. This earned frowns from both adults. However, that was not of your own volition, so I may yet forgive you. Thank the old man for that, he said while muttering something about scheming old men. He shook his head as smiles appeared on their faces. In any case, I am currently engaged to Hana Inuzuka, Anko Mitarashi, and Hikari Kitsune. While I haven't asked Anko, I plan to later, especially if I am under the CRA. For now, I wish to know what you will be teaching me, he said. Luckily, Hikari was asleep, so he didn't have to deal with her squeals of joy. The adults looked stunned. However, Shizen was the first to recover. Why would you ask that? She asked. Naruto looked at her with a raised eyebrow. I have raised myself, I don't need godparents in that respect. I have a rather lucrative seals business and have no need for money with my inheritance or a place to live. In short, I asked because that is the only thing that they currently have to offer me that I find useful. Besides, I spend most of my time training, so that is the quickest way to gain my trust, he stated simply. Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at one another and Jiraiya sighed. I'll go first, he said, raising his hand. I can teach you the Rasengan and Toad summoning. Like your dad. I have a few other jutsu and abilities I'd be happy to teach you, but some of them depend on your elemental affinity, he said. Naruto shook his head. Sounds like you're not very helpful, he said sadly. Jiraiya was about to open his mouth when he noticed the swirling ball of chakra in Naruto's hand. I mastered it a few days ago. I can make it in under 2 seconds. Toads don't really interest me. I'll keep my options open, but we will see. My affinities. I think Yamato-sensei was planning on finding that out later this week, he said. How long did it take you? And how did you know how to do it? Jiraiya asked. Naruto sighed and explained the seal Minato put on him. Everyone, sans the Sandaime, was very impressed with that. I see. I'll try and help you with whatever I can. I was also planning on helping you to access the Kyuubi's, he said before being cut off. No, I will not use the Kyuubi's chakra, Naruto said, glaring at the Toad Sannin. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with surprise in his eyes. No? Boy, that's ridiculous. You have its unlimited chakra at your disposal and you don't want to, he said, once again being cut off. Its chakra is toxic to my body. I cannot control myself when in a tailed state, and it would take years of work and experience to control it, and I doubt I have that kind of time before enemies start coming after me. Kyuubi's chakra is a last resort. He stated clearly, obviously keeping his cool whilst not mentioning Hikari's status. Jiraiya frowned, but the glares from Sarutobi and Naruto were enough to keep him quiet. Tsunade sighed. My turn. I can teach you advanced chakra control and maybe medical jutsu if you prove apt for them, but I doubt you will be able to use my super strength. I don't know much about elemental manipulation, but I do have an earth affinity. Whatever I can do to help, I'll be happy to do, she said sadly. Naruto sighed and closed his eyes. I can use the chakra control training very much. I doubt I'll be able to use healing jutsu though. Maybe you could teach that to one of my fiancés? Hana might be a good choice because she is the Inuzuka's head vet, he stated. Tsunade nodded and her eyes brightened at that prospect. Suddenly Naruto smirked. Now, I have a present for the old man. He's been Hokage for too long and Konohamaru needs more time with his grandpa. Everyone looked confused. You have a choice. One of you must be the next Hokage. They both opened their mouths, but Naruto glared at them and they shut up. I need someone sympathetic to me, and Konoha needs someone with an iron grip. Danzo has fled. Kakashi is too damn lazy. Guy is shudders, don't even ask. That leaves only you two. Duke it out, rock, paper, scissors. Hell, have sex with one another for all I care. Just choose, he said. That last comment made Tsunade turn bright red and Jiraiya to pass out. Shizune was red with embarrassment while Sarutobi was giggling quietly. Tsunade looked around and sighed. Can we have a little time to think about it, Gaki? This place still holds some bad memories for me and the pervert, she said. Naruto nodded. That's fine. Since you're awake, when do you want to start training? He asked, knowing his sensei was still busy with the whole Danzo debacle. Tsunade smirked devilishly. Right now, Gaki. Meet me at Training Ground 10, she said before disappearing, along with Shizune and Taunton. Naruto sighed and shook his head. He waved to Sarutobi before disappearing. Sarutobi chuckled and made 3 Kage Bunshins to handle the paperwork and pulled out his Aika. He started giggling perversely until his eyes widened in horror, and he screamed out, Damn you, Naruto Uzumaki! Naruto had switched his porn with yaoi. Training Ground 10. Naruto chuckled as he heard the scream and Tswanda looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Switched his porn with yaoi. Naruto answered. Tsunade smirked while Shizune giggled. That'll teach the old man to keep secrets from me, he said with a smirk. Tsunade shook her head. In any case, Gaki, you need to tell me the extent of your training so we don't have to review what you already know, she said as Taunton and Shizune sat down on the side. Naruto nodded. Well, Oba-chan, he said, getting a twitch from his daibwa, godmother. I can do both tree and water walking for 2 hours without being winded. I can fight on both surfaces with any part of my body. That's all the chakra exercises I know, he said. Tsunade nodded. That's a very good start, Gaki. Acutely, most jounin don't train in those techniques quite that extensively. You have pretty good control, probably mid-high jounin. If you want better than that, however, you are going to need specialized chakra control methods because of your enormous reserves, she said, getting a nod from the genin. I think the best way to progress would be to learn how to extend your chakra from your body and control it. The leaf balancing exercise that all academy students do is a very low form of this, same with all chakra control really. However, I'm thinking more along the lines of a small boulder or weights. Instead of keeping it attached to your body, you must learn to keep it at least 5 inches from your body and to resist gravity as well. Understand? She asked. Naruto nodded. So I'll be applying large amounts of chakra and creating a sort of force field around the boulder to hold it afloat. Too much chakra or too little and the field will fluctuate and fail, he said. Tsunade nodded and punched the ground, making several different sized boulders for Naruto to use. She smirked. Get to work, Gaki, and no slacking off. Naruto chuckled and approached one of the smaller boulders. This was going to be fun. Later that week, Training Ground 10. Naruto smiled as his sensei shunshined into the area. After the whole Danzo deal, he had been meaning to tell his team more of his abilities and Ino about his tenant. How she never caught on to her father's prodding about his mental status he never knew. He had honestly liked Yamato from the moment he had met him. He simply hadn't trusted him because he knew of his allegiance to Konoha. Shino, well, of course he trusted his only friend amongst the rookie nine. "Ohio-sensei," Naruto said happily. Yamato smiled. "Ohio Naruto-kun. I'm happy to see everyone here. I apologize for being unable to teach you this past week, but I'm sure you have all heard of Danzo Shimura's traitorous actions," he said. Getting nods from his 3 students, he continued. Most of the Jounin and ANBU Corps were sent out after him, or on higher missions, for the week before being recalled. But enough of that, you have all progressed tremendously, and I have decided it's time to learn your elemental affinities and to, hopefully, teach you some jutsu that will aid you in future missions," he said with a smile. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Does that mean we aren't going to be working on elemental manipulation?" he asked curiously. Yamato frowned. "You may be advanced, but you're not quite that advanced, Naruto. It will simply help you determine your particular jutsus. Shino, I know you can't use very many because of your hive, so I will try to find some lesser chakra-intensive jutsu when we find out your affinity," he said, answering both students' questions, although Shino's was unanswered. He had to admit, although he didn't want to teach, these kids had grown on him. Naruto nodded. "That's fine, sensei. Around 11 o'clock later today, there's going to be an ANBU summoning me to the council chambers. I wish to have you all accompany me," he said, shocking Ino and Yamato. Shino simply nodded. Ino looked at him warily. "Why would you want us there? You haven't even tried to be nice to me or sensei since we got assigned teams," she asked/shouted as she had finally had enough of all his secrets. Naruto eyed her. "You mean you still haven't figured it out? I knew you were a fangirl, but I thought you had more common sense than this," he said. Yamato decided to keep quiet and find out where he was going with this. Ino gawked at him. "Figured out what? That you don't want to be here? That you hate us?" she half screamed at him. Naruto sighed. "I never hated you. I simply didn't trust you, still don't. However, you are my team and you need to know more of my abilities if we are to work together," he answered. Ino frowned. "Why don't you trust us? What did we ever do?" She didn't get to finish as Naruto glared at her with a slight amount of ki, shutting her up. "You are here to keep me under control, Ino. Think about it. Sasuke's team is an assault and tracking team. Sakura's team is an ambush and infiltration team. What area would our team be suited for? Your only technique is your mind control. My techniques could make me a one-man army, and Shino can siphon off chakra. Our abilities don't flow together as well as the others. Yamato-sensei can use Mokutan techniques, Shino's bugs can eat Yuki, and you are an expert in the human mind, as that is what your clan specializes in. Please tell me you aren't that dense," he said, exasperated. Ino was a little taken aback by Naruto's tone and silently thought about it. Suddenly, she shook her head. "The only conclusion I can come to is you would be a demon and, like you said, we are here to control you. But that doesn't make any sense. You may be annoying and rude, but you aren't anything like a demon," she said. Hey! She knew he was a jerk, but she didn't believe him to be evil. Naruto chuckled. "I'm glad you feel that way. I'll explain it to you if you want," he said with a smirk. After a nod from his female teammate, he sighed. "What I'm about to tell you is an S-ranked secret, and you can be put to death if you reveal this secret without my, or the Hokage's, approval. Do you understand?" he asked. She cocked her head to the side. "If it's top secret, why do you know about it and are exempt?" she asked. Naruto sighed again. "It concerns me, Ino. Do you still wish to know?" he asked. She was silent for a moment before nodding again. "Good. Now, you know the story of the Kyuubi? That's a lie. The Yondaime Hokage could not kill the Kyuubi. No human can. He, instead, sealed it into a newborn babe, born October 10th. My birthday," he said. Ino looked shocked. She didn't need it spelled out for her. Naruto had the QB sealed inside his body. She was silent for a good 3 minutes before she looked at Naruto with sad eyes. I am sorry. I didn't even realize something was wrong. I just assumed you didn't like us, she said loudly. Naruto chuckled. I'll take that as a, I don't believe you are the QB, he said smirking. She blushed slightly. That's good. He looked to his sensei. I'm sorry for not trusting you, but I'm sure you understand? Yamato simply smiled and nodded. He hadn't liked spying on the boy, and Sarutobi had already informed the Jounin of Naruto's affirmation of loyalty to Konoha. Thank you. Now that that's out of the way, I think we should get to work. I'll explain my abilities a bit more at the meeting, and as we get to know each other, you will learn more of my skill set, he said with a smile. Yamato nodded, Ino smiled, and Shino, well, he was happy to see his team come together, if the buzzing coming from him was any indication as to how he felt. Yamato clapped his hands together. Okay, thank you for that, Naruto. I'm glad to see you more trusting, he said. Naruto smiled and nodded, whilst Yamato pulled out 3 slips of paper. Channel your chakra into this. If it burns, you're fire. If it crinkles, you're lightning. If it gets wet, you're water. If it splits in half, you're wind. And if it crumbles to dust, you're earth, he said as he handed the papers to the genin. Ino smiled and poured chakra into her slip, causing it to become wet. Water, good Ino. Water is a very defensive element and will offset your family techniques nicely, Yamato said. Shino nodded to his sensei and his slip crumbled to dust. Earth, a very versatile element, Shino. Luckily, most earth jutsu are manipulation and don't take as much chakra, Yamato said. Naruto smirked and put chakra into his slip, causing a rather interesting reaction. First, the slip split in 2, but the sides that were split could easily cut a man's finger off as they were so sharp. Second, the right side of the slip crinkled so much it was hardly larger than a pebble. Lastly, the left side of his slip became slightly damp. Hell, you had to be holding it to tell the difference. Meaning it's a very light affinity to water, Yamato looked surprised. Well, a dual affinity for wind and lightning with a slight affinity for water. That is extremely rare. Unfortunately, Naruto, I do not have any lightning or wind jutsu, as I am a water and earth type, Yamato said sadly. Naruto just nodded. That's fine, sensei. If you could teach me a few defensive water jutsus, then that will be fine. After all, wind and lightning are mostly offensive jutsu, Naruto said, getting a nod from his sensei. That is a very good idea, Naruto. As a matter of fact, I'll teach you and Ino Suetun, Suijin Hiki, water style water wall, while my Kage Bunshin teaches Shino the Doton, Doria Hiki, earth style, earth wall. So you will all have, at least, a defensive jutsu in your repertoire, Yamato said, gaining smiles from Ino and Naruto, and a nod from Shino. All right then, let's get to work, Yamato said happily. It would seem his team was beginning to come together. Council room, 10:30 a.m. same day. The clan heads were assembled and awaiting their Hokage and his students. They had asked the Hokage on information regarding one Naruto Uzumaki. It was obvious the boy had some rather interesting techniques, as evidenced by his strange appearance when those Root attacked him. They were content to wait, as the Hokage had informed them that Naruto was willing to give a show of his abilities. So they all had their own little niche to hold them over. Shikaku was playing shogi with Inoichi. Chuza was eating chips. Sum was quietly conversing with Kuramaru, while Hayashi and Shibi were sitting quietly. The doors opened to reveal the very people they were waiting for. They all stood and bowed to the Hokage as he took his seat, with Jiraiya flanking him and Tsunade taking her clan's seat. I am glad to see you all here. I know you have questions about Naruto-kun, and I will answer them to the best of my abilities until his appointed test time, Sarutobi said. The clan heads nodded in contentment and Hayashi was the first to stand and voice his concerns. Uzumaki-san has displayed abilities far above his level in the academy. How does he explain this? He asked. Sarutobi frowned. It would seem that he did not feel safe and chose to hide his abilities in fear of being persecuted even more than he already was. he answered with a rather sad tone. Hayashi nodded, content with this answer, while many of the council winced at the obvious affects the previous council had upon a child. Inoichi was the next to stand. Could you give us a brief overview of his abilities? I am especially interested in that strange form he showed when the root attacked him, he said. Sarutobi nodded. It would seem that Naruto-kun is an accomplished seals master. His speed and stealth are easily ANBU level. His taijutsu is estimated to be high chunin, while his genjutsu is rather poor and he can only break out of low chunin level genjutsu. He has not, as yet, taken up a weapon, and his thrown weapons are said to be above average, Sarutobi said. Most clan heads nodded while Hayashi stood once again with a slight scowl on his face. While I will not refute his other skills, I highly doubt Uzumaki-san is a seals master. It takes years of work and a true understanding of many theories to claim that status, he stated. Sarutobi sighed, but it was Jiraiya who spoke up. I can honestly say the brat has talent in the area. He showed me a few of the seals he sells and, just off of them, I can tell he's at least my level, a very high probability that he is better. Jiraiya stated, honestly proud of his godson. That threw the council members for a loop. Sum stood this time, as the murmuring quieted down. You said the ones he sells? Which might that be? She asked, genuinely curious about her soon-to-be son-in-law. Hell, she saw the way Hannah looked at him. Jiraiya smirked. Actually, they're rather complex, and one, in particular, has become rather popular amongst the kunoichi. He makes the advanced explosive tag, one-time privacy barrier, and the anti-rape seal, Jiraiya said as he watched the clan heads' jaws dropped. If they had been shocked before, they were breaking the record for lowest jaw drop of the century. Well, all except Hayashi and Shibi, who had raised eyebrows, but that was their version of jaw drops anyways. Tsunade whistled. I knew the brat was good, but even I would like one of the anti-rape seals. It's not a save-all, but damn if it hasn't cut down rapes by half, she said. Sarutobi cleared his throat and everyone turned their gazes to him. I have already ordered Nico to bring Naruto, and his team should he wish it, to the training ground behind the Hokage monument at 11. This will be the ideal place to test him as it holds many different areas, including a small river, desert, swamp, and several large boulders. Before we break, however, I wish to know of any clan that stands behind him at this time, Sarutobi said, fishing for support for what he planned to do to the young man. Surprisingly, Shibi Aburame was the first to stand. The Aburames will support Naruto Uzumaki. We understand his burden and wish him no harm from it. My son, Shino, has spoken well of him, and it would be our honor to assist the hero of this village, he stated before sitting back down. Many were surprised but kept quiet. Sum barked out a laugh. The Inuzukas stand behind him 100%. He's got our support in anything he does. Pup's always a blast to see around town, she said happily. Tsunade stood. The Senju stand behind him. Even if I am the last, I will support him, she said, knowing of Sarutobi's plan and keeping her relationship with him a secret, for now. Sarutobi looked to the other clan heads, who all agreed to see more of his abilities before endorsing him. Hayashi was the most resistant. I see. Thank you, Inuzuka-san, Aburame-san, Tsunade. Now, let us head to the training ground, he said as he disappeared, followed closely by the rest of the council. Training ground 0:11 a.m. The clan heads arrived just in time to see Team 10 arrive as well. Sarutobi smiled and snapped his fingers, causing 3 ANBU to appear. Naruto-kun. These 3 ANBU are Bear, Nico, and Dragon. Bear is a taijutsu specialist, Nico is a kenjutsu specialist, who will be using 2 different blades I personally chose to test your bloodline, and Dragon is a ninjutsu specialist. While I don't expect you to reveal all of your abilities, I would appreciate an accurate showing of your best skills, he told the genin. Naruto nodded as the group moved off to the side and Bear stood in front of him. I understand, Aji-san. If the council wishes it when the test is over, I can demonstrate a few of my seals, since I know they are curious about them, he asked. Sarutobi nodded. That sounds good. I will be the referee for these matches. You will stop when I say so, or when your opponent is unconscious. Both fighters ready? He asked. Getting a nod from the ANBU and Jenin, he smiled and brought his hand up and then back down yelling, Hajime! Naruto simply stood in his Uruken stance and waited for the ANBU to make a move. He didn't drop his resistance seal, which was currently at level 7, so he was at about low to mid-chunin speed. Bear decided he had waited long enough and quickly went on the offensive at a low jounin speed. He threw a right punch that Naruto easily dodged to the right and brought his elbow towards the back of Bear's head. Bear wasn't an ANBU for nothing and easily rolled forward before spinning and launching a ferocious flurry of strikes at the whiskered teen. Naruto skillfully evaded or redirected his strikes and even struck back a few times, earning grunts from the ANBU member. This surprised many of the onlookers. It was obvious that the fight could put many chunin, and quite a few jounin, to shame. While Naruto didn't hit many times, the experienced shinobi noticed and pointed out that Naruto's style was a reactionary style, meaning his hits were decisive and he himself was rarely damaged. When Bear realized he couldn't break the kid's defense, he jumped back, panting slightly. Hokage-sama, I would put him at a high chunin level, with real experience easily jounin. It is obvious he had help with his style, he said as the Hokage nodded in agreement. He turned back to Naruto. That is a dangerous and effective style, Uzumaki-san. I am honored to have fought it, he said. What few knew was that Bear was an avid follower of many taijutsu styles, knowing almost as many as Madogai, although he could not perform them, and to fight a brand new style was a true treat to the taijutsu lover. Naruto smiled and dropped out of his stance before bowing to the ANBU. It was my pleasure. Should you wish for a match, seek me out. I usually hang out around Training Ground 44, he said, shocking many of the clan heads. Bear nodded and Sarutobi smiled. Good form, you too. Dragon, could you step into the ring next, please? We will test his bloodline last, Sarutobi said, getting a nod from the dragon-masked ANBU. Naruto smirked and said, So would you like the honors or shall I? He asked the masked ANBU. The spectators couldn't see it, but Dragon smirked. He quickly ran through hand seals and roared out, Ketan. Kukyaku no Jutsu. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Unleashing a flaming ball of fire at his opponent. Naruto smirked and quickly ran through some seals before announcing his newest jutsu. Suetun. Suijin Hiki. Water release, water wall technique. And a wall of water flowed from the nearby river and formed up in front of Naruto. While the full version of this technique went all around the user, Naruto had only accomplished making the water form in front of him for now, pretty good for half a day's work. The two volatile jutsu clashed and a thin steam formed around Naruto. Dragon stared into the steam, attempting to find his opponent when he heard, Raitun, Raikyu, lightning release, lightning ball, and had to dodge a ball of lightning coming out of the steam. He eyed the ball as it slammed into a tree and burst into a small electrical storm. He turned back to Naruto just in time to see him charging another Raikyu. He quickly ran through some hand seals and roared out, Doton, Dorihiki, earth release, earth wall. Just as Naruto threw his second ball forward. The lightning ball slammed into the wall and nearly tore through it, but Dragon wasn't a ninjutsu specialist for nothing and the wall held. Not wanting to give Naruto another shot, Dragon ran through some more seals and placed his hand on the wall and said, Doton, Doryuso, earth release, rising earth spears, and several earth kunai sprang from the wall and shot straight for Naruto. Naruto quickly ran through his jutsu repertoire and mentally cursed. He stared at the oncoming kunai and sighed before Kawaramanji out of the way. The kunai impacted a log and Naruto jumped back into the field before looking at the Hokage. Sarutobi noticed and stepped forward. That's enough, Dragon. Your assessment, please, he said. Bear nodded and relaxed. He is easily chunin level if he can use elemental jutsu. Using two different ones, I'd place him at jounin when his jutsu pool expands, he stated. Sarutobi nodded. Thank you, Dragon. I concur as well. He looked to Nico and handed her a scroll. Use the first one until it breaks and then the second it is chakra conductive, he said as the ANBU nodded to him. The clan heads were quietly conversing, the Ino Shikacho trio already having decided to give their support to the blonde. Hayashi was the only one who still refused to do so. His team was impressed, Ino especially, but kept quiet. Naruto stood still as Nico made her way across from him and unsealed both the katanas. She quickly sheathed the secondary blade on her back and took her kenjutsu stance. Sarutobi looked to Naruto. I want you to test your bloodline against these blades. Both are of high quality, although only the second is chakra conducting. After that, please give us a description of your bloodline, Sarutobi said, getting a nod from the blonde-haired Genin. Naruto smiled at Nico. Hey Nico-ne-chan, come at me with all you got or you won't even get a scratch on me, he said as his body shifted to the form they had seen in the council chambers. His skin had a light silvery grayish tone, and he simply stood there staring at Nico. Well, come on, I don't have all day, he said with a smirk. Nico shook her head and charged forward, her blade singing as it split the wind. She quickly made 10 strikes on Naruto's skin, only to jump back and notice he had no wounds and there were cracks in the blade. Everyone watched in amazement as the blade suddenly shattered and dropped to the floor in pieces. Impressive, Nico-ne-chan. Most blades just bend or shatter. For it to crack first speaks immensely of its forging and your skill to make sure the same piece of the blade was not stressed more than once, he said. He had tested out his bloodline against Anko before, not that they knew that. Nico smirked behind her mask as she drew the second katana from its sheath. Impressive bloodline, Naruto-san. I'm gonna step it up a notch. Don't bleed out on me, Kay? She asked with a little sarcasm in her voice. Naruto chuckled and his skin color became a more metallic gray. Wouldn't dream of it. Come at me with all you got, he said. You could feel Nico's smile as she dashed forward with chakra in the blade. She stopped in front of him and made the same slashes she had before. The effect was interesting. She could feel the blade grate against his skin, but it did not break the skin, nor did it overly strain the blade. She knew if she hit him enough times, the blade would shatter, but that would take a while. Her affinity was water, so she couldn't channel that into the blade and decided to jump back before nodding to the Hokage and explaining what she felt. Naruto nodded at her explanation and let his bloodline drop. Sarutobi turned to him, waved a hand. All right then, what Nico-ne-chan said is true. Chakra-enhanced blades are very likely to annoy me, but they will eventually shatter. All regular blades shatter almost instantaneously against my bloodline. However, I do need to pump more chakra into my skin in order to keep chakra blades from affecting me, he said. He didn't want to give away all of his weaknesses, that was just stupid. Hayashi frowned, as if reading his thoughts. Is that all your bloodline can do? And what are its weaknesses? He asked. Naruto scowled. No, that's not all it can do, and why in the 9 hells would I give you my weaknesses? Would you tell me of the Byakugan's weaknesses? He asked accusingly. Hayashi's face contorted into rage. How dare you? No one can ask a clan for its secrets. I will. He didn't get to finish. Enough, roared Sarutobi. Naruto has a point. Everyone is entitled to some secrets. Be happy he allowed us to see what skills he has. He leveled a glare at Hayashi. And you will do nothing to him. He obviously said that to prove a point, and it worked. He said as he noticed the other clans nodding their heads at his wisdom. Hayashi scowled. Fine. However, he will never have the Hyuga's support. Despite his abilities, he is a time bomb waiting to happen. One strong emotion and the seal could falter, he stated. Sarutobi glared at him and shook his head. Regardless of your fears, Naruto is a shinobi of this village and he is entitled to his secrets to protect himself. You should consider yourself lucky though. Naruto-kun informed his teammate of his burden today, otherwise the Hyuga would have been forced to find a new clan head, he said. Hayashi simply continued to scowl, but waited to be dismissed. Sarutobi sighed. Naruto-kun, would you still like to give us a demonstration of your seals? He asked. Naruto nodded and said, Everyone stand back. I don't want you to get hit by these two, he said, and everyone stood off to the side as he aimed at a tree. His hand became a blur and everyone watched in fascination as a seal took shape in the air. Heido no Yan. Byakurai. Demon Arts Number 4. White Lightning, Naruto said as he touched the completed seal. Everyone was amazed to see a white lightning bolt burst forth and slam into the tree, creating a smoking hole in the center. Naruto smirked as he saw everyone's jaw drop. That is my favorite one actually, although I still need to practice writing it so I can use it faster. I have one more I wish to show you, he said, gaining a nod from the still surprised Sandaime. His finger came up again and quickly began writing another seal, this one taking a full 15 seconds longer to make. Heido no Satyayatsu. Kongobaku. Demon Arts Number 34. Adamantine Blast. Naruto intoned as he touched the seal, and a blast of red, with a black center, emerged from the seal and incinerate the tree that the Byakurai had torn right through. Ino whistled and said, "That's impressive, Naruto." There were murmurs of agreement throughout the crowd. Sarutobi smiled. "Thank you, Naruto-kun. Please wait in my office, I should be there shortly. Team 10, you are dismissed. Thank you for attending. Council, please return to the chambers, we have one last thing to discuss," he said, and watched as Yamato took his students, minus Naruto, away. The rest of the group soon followed, and the aged Hokage sighed before gathering himself. There was one last battle to be fought. Hokage office. Noon. Naruto sat in a chair in front of the Hokage's desk as the Sandaime and his students entered. He smiled at them and said, "So, did it work?" he asked. His answer was a scroll to his face. Sarutobi chuckled as he sat down. "Like a charm. After that display, only Hayashi refused to ask you to undergo the CRA, although he didn't refute you being the son of Minato. You are going to wait until you are promoted to Chunin until you take his name correct?" he asked. Naruto nodded. "I should be strong enough by then. Thanks again, Aji-san, I'll see you around," he said before he disappeared in his shunshin. Tsunade shook her head. "Just as impatient as they were," she said, smiling. Sarutobi nodded. "So, have you two decided?" he asked. The two Sannin looked at one another before nodding. Tsunade smirked softly. "I'll do it. Dan and Nawaki would love to know I achieved their dream for them," she said with a smile. The two men in the room smiled at her. She would make a great Hokage. Time skip. 2 weeks. Naruto's lab. The girls and Naruto were all assembled by Amaterasu. The first meeting between Hana and Amaterasu had been interesting to say the least. Let's just say that Hana pretty much had to bow to Amaterasu for a week, causing much teasing between Hikari, Anko, and Hana. However, she was now able to control herself, and the two had hit it off almost as much as Hikari and Amaterasu had. They didn't know what was going on, but it seemed to be important to their friend. There hadn't been any breakthroughs on Orochimaru, so this had to do with something other than that. When she walked into the small living room and sat down at the table, they could see she was tense. "What's wrong, Ami-chan?" Hikari asked. She sighed. "I have a confession to make. I didn't come here just to search for Orochimaru. Kami ordered me to find someone who could become the champion of the Kamis, the chosen of Anjuin 1, she said. Everyone looked bewildered, except Hikari, who looked stunned. You're looking for someone to be charged with a quest from all the Kamis? That hasn't happened since the advent of mankind, she yelled. Amaterasu nodded. I know, but don't worry about that. I called you here because I informed them of my choice 3 weeks ago, and today my choice has been chosen to take the immortality trials, she said. Hikari paled at that. No one has passed those trials since Ryujin. Who is your? She didn't get to finish as they all felt a pull from another plane. Same time, Kami's court. The group of people all arrived and immediately dropped into fighting stances while Hikari paled again. Kami stood, her long white hair trailing down her back. Welcome to my court, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, chosen of the Anjuin, she said. Naruto stood still. Well, that explained who Amaterasu's choice was. One Anjuin is my name for the realm of the Kamis. Trials and a change. Author Akuma style. Flashback no Jutsu. 10 days ago. Naruto was in a clearing in the Forest of Death. He was practicing drawing the seals for his Heido, way of destruction or demon art, and Bakudo, way of binding, as he called them. He didn't actually activate them, but simply wanted to get certain seals drawn in less than 5 seconds. He had been practicing for about 3 hours and it was beginning to get late. Little did he know, several pairs of eyes were stalking him. Naruto was drawing another seal when he was abruptly interrupted by 3 large orange and black blurs. Naruto rolled with the blurs as they growled and latched onto him. One set of eyes widened and the owner tensed. Naruto came to a stop with 3 rather large tiger cubs playfully growling at him as their tails swished in amusement. Naruto chuckled aloud. "Well, well, you 3 have certainly grown," he commented, getting what appeared to be smirks from the cubs. They were easily the size of a small pony each. One was on his chest, the other 2 each had a paw next to the center one, again on his chest, and they all seemed to share a look before Naruto found himself in another. "Well, catfight." A low growling could be heard from the underbrush and a tiger the size of a horse walked into the clearing, seemingly smiling at her cubs playing with Naruto. The hidden goddess relaxed and even smiled as she watched Naruto, whom she considered to be far more mature than most gods, be little more than a kid, even if only for a while. She knew his childhood, and was glad to see he hadn't lost all of his innocence. She giggled slightly as she watched the elder tiger bat her children away from Naruto and glare at them to stop messing with him. Naruto chuckled as he stood up. Now, they just wanted to have fun. You could let them play some more, couldn't you?" he said to the big animal. Said tiger seemed to give Naruto a hell no look as she started herding her cubs onwards. The cubs growled in disappointment but moved away. Naruto shook his head as they looked back at him. "Listen to your Kasen now. I'll come play with you some other time," he said. The cubs seemed to brighten at this and they disappeared into the underbrush, heading for home. Amaterasu smiled and jumped down. "You handled that pretty well, Naruto-kun," she said. Naruto chuckled. "Yeah, I train here so often that most of the animals just know to either avoid me or befriend me. Those cubs? I was there when their mom birthed them. I've played with them every time we run into one another and the mother seems to like me," he said, smiling softly at remembering the birthing he witnessed. Amaterasu felt a warm glow in her chest. There was something heartwarming about seeing Naruto happy for once. Sure, he was happy around Hikari or Anko, but this was different. This was a happiness he had found, not one given to him by those that loved him. She smiled and said, "That is a magnificent thing to witness, Naruto-kun. It's wonderful that you can connect with the cubs. I'm glad you have such a good connection to nature. So many humans, ninja even, are out of touch with their instincts and yet, you seem to be closer to nature than even some animals," she commented. Naruto rubbed his head sheepishly. "Really?" he asked. Amaterasu nodded. "Yes," she said. A comfortable silence fell around the pair, until Amaterasu decided she would bring up why she was here in the first place. "Naruto-kun?" she asked, getting Naruto's attention. "I wanted to ask you, why did you accept Hikari-chan's condition of marriage for your bloodline? I mean, she told me about the agreement and all, but I don't know any human that would willingly agree so readily to marriage at age 10. She said. Naruto sighed and sat down on a log nearby, offering her a seat next to him, which she graciously took. To be honest, first, I was already bonded with her for my life. Why not make it more enjoyable for the both of us? Second, at age 8 I knew I was a Jinchuriki. Even if a woman agreed to be with me, she would be scorned and hated as a demon whore, and I would never subject anyone to that. So, I pretty much resigned myself to never having a family, despite wanting one all my life. Amaterasu cringed at that logic, although it wasn't entirely false. Finally, he blushed here. I had seen her body and well, I was attracted to her all right, he said a little flustered. Amaterasu stared at him before giggling loudly, causing Naruto to blush harder and turn away from her. He whispered quietly. Besides, I wanted to know what she saw in a worthless human like me. She froze at that and stared at him in shock. Amaterasu's eyes suddenly became soft. You have to ask? She said, getting a slightly curious look from Naruto. Hikari had never outright come and told him what she liked in him, so he was still curious, although he no longer thought of himself as worthless. You're loyal to a fault. You detest rapists and see women as equal or maybe even slightly higher than men. You could easily love 10 or more women and still have enough heart to go around. And you survived hell on earth for years without any emotional support. If you aren't husband material, I don't know who is, she said, smiling. Naruto chuckled, but his eyes shone with unshed tears. Thanks, Ami-chan. I appreciate that. If there's anything I can do for you, let me know, okay? He said. Amaterasu giggled. Okay, she said, smiling. Suddenly Naruto found his head being pressed into two fleshy globes. You can take her out on a date. Kami knows she needs to stop being a prude and get laid, Hikari said from behind Naruto. Amaterasu flushed bright red and screeched, Hikari! Naruto was blushing as well, but Hikari just giggled and said, You didn't object, so that's a yes. Amaterasu started sputtering, and Naruto's grin suddenly outshone Hikari's. Say, there's a new restaurant opening in 2 weeks. I'll take you there, say 7 p.m.? He asked, getting a shocked look from both females, even as Hikari moved to stand in front of them. One from Hikari because she hadn't expected him to actually join in, and one from Amaterasu because she suddenly had that heartwarming feeling again. So, Amaterasu did the one thing her brain could think to do at the moment, nod her head yes. Naruto smiled brightly. Great, dress well, I'll be sure to impress, he said before disappearing in a shunshin. Hikari blinked owlishly and Amaterasu just said, did I just agree to a date with your fiancé? Suddenly, Amaterasu had a bad feeling. She turned to see Hikari with a shit-eating grin on her face. She was suddenly glomped by the happy fox demon as she yelled, Welcome to the family! Amaterasu immediately pushed Hikari away. Look, I don't know about that, she said, gaining a rather sad look from Hikari. It's not that he isn't attractive or anything, but I just don't like rushing into things, okay? She said. Hikari nodded. Fine, fine. But, she gained a foxy smirk. Naruto-kun will get you, she said sing-songily before she disappeared too. Amaterasu just shook her head and sighed before she shunshined away as well. Author Tenchi style. Flashback no jutsu. KAI. Naruto's group stood still as they registered Kami's words. Since I don't wish to explain all the gods' forms, I will explain the important ones here. Kami and Yami are twins, but Kami has white hair and eyes while Yami has black hair and eyes. Ryujin is about 5 feet 11 inches and has silver hair and black eyes. He's mostly wearing black with a silver haori. Inari. Just think a red-headed, mischievous person. Susanoo is as tall as Ryujin and has cloudy gray hair, with electric blue eyes. The girls all snapped out of it as Naruto sighed and shook his head. Great! Even Ami-chan is joining in on pranking me now, he said, throwing his hands in the air. Hikari looked at Naruto and deadpanned. If this is her idea of a prank, then she's even better than you, she said. Naruto's shoulders slumped down. Why can't things ever be easy? He asked with sad, yet slightly teasing voice. Amaterasu gave him a guilty look and went to her seat amongst the gods. The rest of the girls quickly took up supportive positions behind him. Ryujin chuckled. Because if things were easy, it wouldn't be so much fun, he said. Naruto sighed and looked at Kami. Okay, so what do you want? He asked, surprising most of the gods. Most humans would start bowing and begging forgiveness in front of Kami. Kami chuckled. Didn't Amaterasu explain? You are here to take the immortality trials, she said. Naruto shook his head. I knew that, but what do you want with me? Because I know that you would not offer immortality to just anyone, and I'm guessing there's certain reasons for you to allow me to take these trials, he said, eyeing Kami and Yami warily. Yami chuckled. You certainly are a perceptive one. I suppose it would be best to start at the beginning. Hikari-chan has already told you about Orochimaru. What she didn't know is that the curse marks are actually a bastardized version of the god's avatar mark, which is granted to certain individuals by a god. This mark allows a god to have a servant on Earth, however. There can only be a certain number of avatars on Earth at any given time. Since Orochimaru has been marking people, the god's marks have disappeared, meaning we have no power on Earth. She explained. Naruto nodded. Okay, so you have no power on Earth. But how does that affect me? He asked. Kami stepped in here. Currently, only Susanoo has an avatar mark left to give. Myself and Yami took an oath to never give marks because they could throw the whole world into chaos upon doing so. Normally, as Yami said, Orochimaru's mark would override a god's mark. However, only a god is supposed to be able to remove another avatar mark. This makes gods generally immune to marks unless they consciously accept the mark from another. She said. With me so far? She asked. Naruto nodded again. So Orochimaru, I'm assuming from his time as Orochi no Yamada, is able to override your marks because he used to be immortal and he is immune to a mark himself. He said. Kami nodded. Yes. However, you have done what is impossible for a human. You have removed a mark, even if it is the bastardized version combined with that strange toxin he uses, and this makes you very special. By Kami law, you are now considered to be among god status. However, we cannot allow such a thing, so we came up with the immortality trials as a way to ensure that you can be allowed to join us. She said. Everyone was silent for a moment until Hannah spoke up. So you mean the trials will make him a god? She asked in a subdued voice. Kami shook her head. Not in so many words. If he passes, he will be granted demigod status. This makes him immortal. Upon his death, he and any of his wives/lovers that he wishes would ascend to be under the command of the patron god who supports him in life. That is the case normally, however, since he can remove the marks, we have decided to make him specifically the demigod in charge of avatar marks. Essentially, he will be a lesser god upon his death. She explained. Anko whistled. Impressive. I knew you were destined for great things, but godhood? Damn, I'm glad I'm with you now, she said, smirking at Naruto. Naruto smirked. Yeah. However, you still have yet to explain what my job would be while I'm alive. He stated. Yami chuckled again. Like I said, very perceptive. Since you can remove avatar marks, you will be immune to Orochimaru's ability to remove avatar marks, meaning that you can be an avatar and your mark will not fade if Orochimaru attempts to mark another. She explained. Simply put, your job will be to eventually track down and kill Orochimaru. The avatar mark will simply be our way of supporting you and giving you both help and, maybe, a few missions of our own. She stated as Naruto nodded his head in acknowledgement. That is, assuming you pass the trials. She added. Naruto nodded. That's fine by me. Planning on killing Oro team anyways. He said before turning his gaze to Kami. So then let's get down to the nitty-gritty. What do these trials entail and what will happen should I fail? He asked. Well, there will be a test for your honor and courage by Ryujin, she said, motioning to the silver-haired, black-eyed man who smirked ferally. A test for your intelligence and cunning by Inari, she continued, motioning to the red-haired and red-eyed man with a mischievous smile. And a test of your heart to determine if you are worthy of an avatar mark by Susanoo. She finished, motioning to the black-haired, stormy-eyed man next to Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, who stared at Naruto with piercing eyes. If you fail, you will probably die. However, if you live, your memory, and every mortal's, will be erased and you will not remember this, she said. Naruto nodded. That is reasonable, he said before finding himself on the wrong end of 3 women's attempts to keep him from attempting the trials. He sighed and glared at them and they fell quiet. Look, I know you don't want me to risk it, but come on girls, immortality? How often does one get offered that? He said, gaining contemplative looks from his loves. He suddenly smirked foxily. Besides, that would be the biggest bitch slap to Oro team, he said with a chuckle. Anko's eyes immediately brightened and she grabbed him before kissing him deeply. "You better come out alive and immortal or I'll kill you myself," she said, smirking. Naruto nodded dumbly before finding himself on the receiving end of yet another kiss, this time with a canine scent filling his nostrils. "You still owe me some dates before we get married, mister," Hana smirked. "Besides, I think I could get used to being with you forever," she said, before looking behind and then suddenly letting go. Naruto stumbled for a second before he found himself being kissed again. This time, of course, he noticed the fiery red hair of his demoness. "You become immortal or I'll manipulate your genes until you're so horny that it'll take 3 hours before you're flaccid. Understood?" she said sweetly. Naruto just nodded nervously. Being horny for 3 hours straight would not be a good thing for his health, he was sure of that. Amaterasu watched with sad eyes. She was actually rather attracted to the blonde boy. She wanted to wish him luck like that too, but she was slightly afraid of Hikari's wrath from choosing him for these trials in the first place. And she didn't want him to get hurt either. She decided to simply observe and not ruin their moment. She only hoped that she could make it up to him and them later. Naruto stepped back and comically shook his head fast before smiling broadly and looking at Ryujin. "When do we start? I gotta kick your ass first, right?" he said. Ryujin smirked. "My ass? Boy, you're gonna be a sore when I'm done with you. As to your question, now," he said before both beings disappeared in a flash of silver. Unknown location, Ryujin and Naruto. Naruto and Ryujin arrived and Naruto immediately began to take in his surroundings. They were on a large white-tiled arena platform that was easily a mile wide. Naruto turned back to Ryujin who smirked. "Welcome to my personal playground, boy. In here I control everything," he said. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "How am I supposed to beat you if you control everything?" he asked. Ryujin chuckled. "Nobody ever said the test was to beat me. No, the test is set by me and I don't feel like telling you what you have to do to pass," he stated with his arms crossed. Naruto scowled at this, but thought for a moment before asking, "Okay then, what exactly will we be doing here?" he asked, deciding not to run his mouth and actually use his brain. Ryujin smirked. "There's the Naruto I was looking for. Think before you speak or act," he said. He started to pace back and forth in front of Naruto. "Let me explain the rules and stipulations to this test. First off, you're going to be fighting me until I tell you to stop. Secondly, taijutsu or weapons only. No thrown weapons, however, kunais will be allowed to block my scimitars, if I use them. The last, and most important, rule. I have enabled you to reach the full potential your mind holds," he said, gaining a confused look from his blonde-haired opponent. "Full potential my mind holds? What the heck does that mean?" Naruto asked, thoroughly confused. Ryujin smirked again. "I'll only give you a hint. Mind is more important here than body," he said. Naruto was still confused but decided to just nod and drop into his Uruken back fist stance. "Good, you're not wasting any time. Neither will I," he stated before he blurred forward and slammed into Naruto's defenses like a bull. Naruto was hard-pressed to defend against the Silver Juggernaut, and he quickly decided that evading the Dragon God's attacks was the best course of action. He was able to somewhat stall Ryujin by doing this, but he couldn't hit the man to save his life. Unfortunately, his life was on the line and he needed to find a way around the man's insane speed and style or he would be in big trouble. Kami's court. Same time. Kami had made a TV-like screen that allowed the gods and guests to view the fight. Several gods were betting on wins and losses, whilst Naruto's girls cheered him on. Amaterasu sat in her seat next to her sister and brother, Tsukuyumi and Susanoo respectively. She was cheering Naruto on, but quietly because of her involvement in this affair. She knew she should have mentioned the trials before they had happened, but she just hadn't wanted to make Naruto worry about something that he couldn't change. And trial contestants weren't supposed to know about their nomination until the trials themselves. She glanced at Hikari, who was loudly cheering Naruto on, and cringed. She would pay the price for not telling her friend about this. She sighed and went back to silently cheering Naruto on. Over with the girls. Hana noticed Amaterasu's disposition and frowned. She didn't like Amaterasu's secrecy about this, but she also didn't believe that she meant anything bad by it. She turned to Hikari, Hikari-chan. She said, gaining both Anko's and Hikari's attention. What should we do about Amaterasu? She asked. Hikari frowned. I don't like her keeping secrets from us like this. I suppose we will have to think of something. She replied. Anko smirked mean-like. I say we strap her down and let Naruto-kun have his way with her. After we ride him, of course. She said. Hikari chuckled. That's a good punishment. However, I was thinking more along the lines of something permanent, she said with a foxy smirk. Suddenly Hana gained a grin that no one had seen before. You girls remember that she has a date set with him, huh? She said, getting nods from her fellow Naruto lovers. Well, how about we find out when their next date is? After that one, because it's too soon, and get her all hot and bothered for like a week before the date. Hell, we could totally spike her food and stuff with aphrodisiacs. She will be so horny that she won't have any choice but to jump Naruto-kun's bones. And, since Hikari wanted something permanent, we get her to marry Naruto-kun because she slept with him. She said, smirking like Naruto did after a well-planned prank. Hikari's eyes brightened and she quickly squealed and glomped Hana. Good one. Okay, so that's the plan? She asked, getting nods from her partners in torture. Okay, we will start after Naruto-kun passes these trials. She said. The three schemers smiled and turned back to the screen just in time to see Naruto smirk devilishly. Time warp. Before the Amaterasu plan, with Naruto. Naruto had spent the past 5 minutes trying to not get creamed by Ryujin. Ryujin, on the other hand, was getting bored and kept trying to get Naruto to step it up a notch. He threw another punch at Naruto and knocked him back before sighing in disappointment. What a waste! To think you're supposed to be the chosen of the Anjuin? He asked. He put a finger to his chin. Maybe I should offer to let Hikari be with a real man? He said. Naruto immediately rushed forward and tried to strike the dragon god. Ryujin easily redirected and avoided all of Naruto's strikes. Naruto growled and redoubled his efforts, going slightly faster. Ryujin smirked seeing this. Come on, stop trying to hit me, and hit me? He half yelled at Naruto. Yeah, I used a Matrix reference. Big whoop. Wanna fight about it? Ryujin suddenly found himself on the wrong end of a very fast and vicious assault from the Kyubi Jinchuriki and ended up getting struck in the chest and flying back about 10 feet. Naruto stared in shock at his fist. I am not that strong. Wait a minute, he said, to reach the full potential my mind holds, and mind over body? Let's test it. He thought before he suddenly felt his foot become 10 times heavier than the rest of his body. Ryujin smirked and said, Enough of the kiddie games. It's time to step up or die. Naruto watched as Ryujin disappeared and a cloud of dust appeared around him in a circle. Like Lee's fight with Gaara. Suddenly, everyone watched as a line of destruction raged towards Naruto. It was Ryujin running so fast he busted up the arena. Naruto smirked devilishly and Ryujin noticed Naruto's muscles expand and then shrink back down several times. Naruto swiftly threw a punch forward and everyone watched in anticipation as his fist met with Ryujin's and a crater appeared around the two combatants. Ryujin smirked. Seems you've figured it out. Let's see if you can keep up, he said before disappearing again. Naruto smirked right back. Oh, it's on, he roared as he too disappeared. Kami's court. Same time. Everyone was gaping, well except Kami and Yami. Cool, Anko suddenly shouted as she watched Naruto start to fight with the dragon god. Hikari chuckled. Damn right. I knew he'd beat Ryujin's ass, she said, pumping her arm in support of her future mate. Kami chuckled as well. Indeed, he is quite the human, she said, smiling. There were several other comments made, mostly positive, although some gods were miffed at losing their bets. Several minutes later, however, Ryujin and a battered Naruto appeared in the court. Ryujin smirked and said, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze has passed the test of courage and honor. Naruto looked at Ryujin with a curious expression. That didn't really test courage or honor. Why would you pass me without testing me for real? He asked. Ryujin chuckled. It may not have been a test in your eyes. However, I tested your courage when I told you that I controlled everything. Even though you asked how you could beat me, you never once entertained the thought that you would back down or run away. That shows tremendous courage. Your honor was tested with each strike of your fist against mine. I was able to see parts of your past, and I know you would never abandon your code of honor for anything less than your death. You passed my test, Naruto-san, and I am honored to say so, he said, bowing slightly to the young man. Naruto bowed back. I enjoyed our fight. Thank you for the hint, though, he replied. Ryujin smirked. No problem, Naruto. He turned and headed back to his seat, waving his hand in the air behind him. Pass the rest, or I'll resurrect you just to throw you to your future mates, he said over his shoulder, causing Naruto to pale and nod furiously. Kami chuckled. I see you already understand just how dangerous a scorned woman can be. With good reason, she said with a smirk. Naruto just gave her a, do you think I'm a moron look, which caused Kami to laugh. She shook her head as her laughing died down and said, I believe it is time for Inari's challenge, assuming Naruto-kun doesn't want to wait. Naruto nodded, and the mischievous-looking redhead suddenly appeared in front of him. Pleasure to meet ya, Naruto. I've always been a fan of your pranks. Man, the looks on your victims' faces priceless, he said, smiling the whole time. Naruto smiled broadly. Really? Well, I have this one prank I need to plan, he said. Inari's face practically glowed. Tell you what, kid, you pass my test and I'll help you with that prank, he said, causing Hikari and Amaterasu to pale. Amaterasu stepped forward. No, now let's not be hasty. Couldn't you just, I don't know, give him some secret only you know? She said, desperately trying to keep Naruto from getting help from the only person who could possibly outdo the prank master from hell. Inari put a finger to his chin. You have a point. Okay, new deal. You can have my help with the prank or the secret. You pass and I'll even give you a hint to the secret, he said, smirking. Naruto nodded. Done. When do we start? He asked. Inari snapped his fingers and Naruto felt re-energized. Right now, prank master from hell. Oh, and try not to destroy all my playthings, will ya? He said as Naruto disappeared in a white flash. Unknown location. Naruto blinked his eyes to rid himself of the spots in his vision and looked around. All behind and to the sides of him was a white plain. In front, a large wall that seemed to go on for miles with a single entrance that split several feet in. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Welp, guess that's where I gotta go, he said as he walked into the maze. He had only taken about 10 steps in when it split to the right and left. Naruto looked down both corridors and noticed they both curved again quite soon. He shrugged and closed his eyes before spinning around 3 times and walking forward to the right path. Naruto walked through many more twists and turns before he came across a large open plain. He was immediately on guard and kept his senses alert as he slowly walked forward and kept his eyes peeled, looking through the grass and around the area so he didn't get a nasty surprise. He noticed some movement in the grass and tensed, waiting for something to happen. His eyes watched as the grass kept parting closer and closer until a small white bunny rabbit hopped out and looked at Naruto cutely. Naruto sighed. Hello there, little one. You don't know the way out, do you? He asked. The bunny seemed to giggle. Of course I do. But that doesn't mean I'm going to tell you, the bunny said. Although Naruto heard it, it was like when he hears Hikari when she's in his head. Naruto tensed and immediately began to scan his surroundings. Noticing no one was around, he turned back to the bunny, who seemed to be pouting. It's not very nice to ignore someone, especially when you're the first guest I've had in decades, the bunny said again. Naruto eyed the bunny warily. Well then, sorry. It's not every day you meet a talking bunny, he said. The bunny seemed to nod. True enough. So, you are here for the immortality trials? Or is Inari-sama just messing with poor mortals again? It said. Naruto shook his head. Immortality trials, he said. So, How can I get the way out of here from you? He asked. The bunny seemed to chuckle. I'll tell you, if you can find my weak spot, it said as it started to grow. Naruto's eyes went wide as he watched this cute little rabbit turn into a rabbit the size of Kyuubi. Naruto quickly backpedaled and noticed a group of very strange knights. They all had different tabards on, but they looked like they were riding horses. Without the horses and their squires were clapping coconuts together. Naruto nearly sweat dropped when their apparent leader, and a king by the crown on his head, yelled, "Great Scott! It's the killer rabbit! Run for it, boys!" He yelled as they all pretended to run away on their fake horses. Naruto did sweat drop when the rabbit slammed its paw on top of them. Okay, that was pathetic, Naruto stated before turning back to the rabbit. Kami's court, same time. Everyone was deadpanning as they watched the scene. Well, except for Hikari, who was drooling and muttering, "Dinner!" Kami looked at Inari. "What the hell is that?" she asked. Inari chuckled. "Why that, my good girl, is a Monty Python and the Holy Grail reference," he said, causing more sweat drops among the gods and guests. Susanoo, however, was nodding sagely. "Aha, good reference. But why did you make the rabbit so big?" he asked. Inari chuckled again. "Because it'd make Hikari-chan drool, of course," he said, pointing to the nearly comatose Hikari, who had a puddle of drool under her mouth. Amaterasu sighed and walked over before shutting Hikari's mouth. "Control yourself. What would Naruto-kun think?" she asked, snapping Hikari out of her funk. Hikari chuckled nervously. "Sorry?" she said. Yami chuckled as she watched the fight. "Your mate is very good. He's avoided that rabbit for nearly 10 minutes now," she commented, turning everyone's attention back to the screen. Rabbit plane, same time. Naruto dodged yet another paw strike from the giant rabbit and cursed. "Damn thing is fast, and its size makes its strikes very powerful. So its legs can't be the weak spot. It's even snapped at me a few times, so its head is also safe to count out," he thought before he had to dodge the rabbit's teeth again. "Come on, Naruto. If you don't figure out my weak spot, you'll die in here," the rabbit said. Naruto growled and stepped back before rapidly making a seal and yelling out, "Heido no Sanjusen. Sokatsui. Way of Destruction number 33. Blue fire, crashed down. A bright yellow beam of fire blasted the rabbit and caused it to dodge to the side, but still suffer a burn on its right front leg. "That hurt, you little shit," the rabbit growled out as it attempted to stand back up. Naruto took this quick moment to think again. This is supposed to be a test of intelligence and cunning, so let's try solving this mentally. Its legs and head are safe, the body is too wide an area. The internal organs are too numerous, and while he is a prankster, he is honorable according to Hikari. Glad I took the time out to ask about all the celestial beings, Naruto thought happily. He looked back to the rabbit and noticed its burn mark starting to heal, although it still couldn't move yet. Good. So if its body is safe then, the only spot left is its tail, he thought before smirking. The killer rabbit growled as it finally stood up. "I'm going to get you for that, you little bastard," it said. Naruto chuckled. "Your weak spot is your tail," he said, gaining a pissed-off look from the rabbit. "Damn it!" it mentally yelled at Naruto. "You are correct. Very well, the answer you seek is in the clouds," it said before smirking and disappearing. Naruto stared in shock. "What the hell kind of answer is that?" he roared at the non-existent rabbit. There was no reply, and Naruto settled for groaning in frustration and walking toward the other end of the plane, where there was another entrance to the maze, all the while muttering something about bunny soup. Kami's court, same time. Kami shook her head. "I should have had someone more stable test his intelligence," she said. Inari smirked. Now, Kami-chan. Just because I love a good joke doesn't mean I'm unstable," he said cheerfully. Yami snorted. "Yeah, and I'm the queen of butterflies and angels," she said. The god and two goddesses continued to banter back and forth for several minutes, eventually causing many of the other gods to join in as well. However, 5 people were busy with something more important, so they did not join in on the crazy train. Hikari sighed as she watched Naruto walk off and turned to Amaterasu, who immediately realized she should have gone back to her seat and prepared herself for the verbal lashing she was about to receive. Hikari opened her mouth like she was going to yell, "You are going to apologize for keeping this from Naruto when he gets done. When you go on your date, you will dress nicely and you will hang on him like a girlfriend would. I won't force you to sleep with him then, but you better show him a good time," she said calmly. Amaterasu blinked olishly and Hannah stepped up to her. "When your date is over, you are going to make sure that he wants another one. If he doesn't ask, you will. Understood?" she said. Amaterasu slowly nodded and was about to speak when Anko stepped in and gave her a slap across the face. "That was for not telling us. We aren't mad. We are disappointed, Amaterasu-san. You will stand with us and you're going to cheer him on. Got it?" she said. Amaterasu nodded again. She may be a goddess, but these girls were her friends. Despite the rules, she should have given them some warning. "I'm sorry. I'll do as you say," she said softly. Hikari smiled and hugged her. "Good. Then all is forgiven," she said happily. Amaterasu looked at her in shock. "You can't be serious," she said surprised. Hannah quickly joined in the hug. "Yeah, just do as we said and it's all fine," she said smiling. "Well, that and we will rig your second date, but you don't need to know that," she thought. Anko squealed and joined in the hug. "Naruto's cheerleaders. Group hug," she yelled, causing all the girls to smile and start laughing. Amaterasu smiling more broadly than her friends. They all turned back to the screen just in time to see Naruto contort in ways that shouldn't be possible just to avoid spikes coming out of the wall. Maze corridor, same time. Naruto sweat dropped as he had dodged the spikes by becoming a living pretzel. "You have got to be kidding me," he said as the spikes retracted. He sighed and relaxed his muscles as he walked around the next bend and found himself in a strange circular room with 2 openings, one behind him and one right in front of him past the bed? Yep, that was a king-sized bed, all right, Naruto thought as he walked into the room, keeping himself alert. All of a sudden his instincts went haywire as something came flying through the air at him. "Yahoo, Naruto-kun?" a female said before all Naruto could see was a yellow sweater. He was suddenly well aware of the fact his head was in between 2 heavenly pillows that were as firm as they were soft. His hands shot up and began pushing against them, but it only resulted in him groping the wondrous breasts that were currently suffocating him. Naruto suddenly felt 4 very powerful KIs hit him and realized what would happen if he decided to stick around. He mentally sighed and suddenly the woman was holding a log which she stared at for a moment before saying, "That wasn't very nice, Naruto-kun," she pouted as she turned to the side of the room where Naruto froze in a running pose. Naruto chuckled nervously. Who are you?" he asked. The rather petite woman, with breasts as large as Tsunade's, giggled. "I'm Kurumu," she said. Naruto smiled, again nervously as he just knew his girls were watching him. "Well, it's nice to meet you, Kurumu-san," he said, eyes still darting around nervously. Kurumu pouted cutely. "You look like you want to run away," she half-whined. Naruto winced as he never did like hearing disappointment in a woman's voice. "It's not that, I just need to finish this challenge," he said. Kurumu slowly walked towards him, making sure to sway her body and let her breasts jiggle with each step as she spoke. "Why's that? Couldn't you just stay here with me? I'm sure we could play some games and have some fun," she said as she reached him and began to lean forward to catch him in a kiss. Naruto quickly stepped away as he felt the 4 KIs from earlier resurface and said, Look, not to be rude, but I don't have time to play with you," he said as he inched his way towards the exit. Kami's court. When Naruto entered Kurumu's room, the entirety of the court was quiet as they watched him enter, and many of the males in the room silently seethed at seeing the boy get glomped like that. However, for women were very pissed and some of their KI was being directed at Inari, who began to sweat nervously, while all 4 had the similar thought of, "That bitch best back off." Anko also thought Naruto-kun should only be pressed into my breasts like that, before giggling perversely at that thought. Amaterasu turned to Inari and glared, after Naruto separate himself from Kurumu of course. "Who is that?" she growled out. Inari chuckled, having regained his bravado. "That, my dear Okami, is a Rosario vampire reference," he said happily. Yami chuckled as she watched Kurumu put the moves on Naruto. "A girl after my own heart," she said smiling. Inari nodded. "Of course, she is a succubus after all," he said. Kami shook her head. "I knew I should have chosen someone else," she said as he rested her head in her hands before feeling the girl's ki again. When Kurumu tried to kiss Naruto, the girls flared their ki again. They watched as he began to escape and nodded in contentment. No one was getting a move on their man without their permission. Kurumu's room. Same time. Naruto chuckled nervously as he dodged yet another Kurumu missile, as he called her jumping attempts to kiss him. He sighed and watched her jump at him again, only for him to shunshin behind her and quickly make a kage bunshin. He hinged into a small rock and watched as the clone got tackled and looked at him over Kurumu's shoulder and mouthed "thank you," before Naruto quickly ran out of the room. Naruto was a good 15 feet down 3 more turns before he was stopped as his clone dispelled and showed him that Kurumu had been able to kiss him repeatedly. He could swear he felt those KIs again, and nearly got him undressed before it dispersed. He shivered as he really did feel those KIs and quickly made his way down the hall, so as to assure his future mates didn't kill him and only maimed him horribly. Naruto sighed as he spent the next 3 hours dodging strange traps and some gags. He was getting bored when he noticed another room up ahead. He simply steeled himself and walked into the room only to see a table with 2 chairs and a chess set. Now Naruto was no expert at playing chess, but he could play shogi and go, checkers, chess, and backgammon all rather well. He looked around until he heard a voice. "So you are my opponent?" came the slightly mechanical voice of 1-0. Naruto turned back to the chess table only to see a man dressed in a dark blue cape and suit combo, along with a strange helmet. He raised an eyebrow. "Your opponent?" Naruto asked. The man nodded. "Yes, my name is Zero. Would you care for a game?" he asked. Naruto nodded and sat down. "Name's Naruto. And sure, a game sounds fun right about now," Naruto said as he moved his pawn out. Zero made a move and Naruto silently contemplated his next move. He moved out another pawn. "So what do you do?" he asked. Zero moved another piece. "I'm a leader of a group of fighters who fight against the tyranny of Britannia. And you?" he answered and asked. Naruto moved yet another piece and said, "I'm a ninja from my home village of Konoha," he answered. This sparked off a series of questions and answers among the two. Kami Court. Same time. Everyone was silent and Inari was looking around disappointed. Yami finally got annoyed and said, "Okay, Inari, who is this guy?" she asked. Inari smiled brightly. "That, my dear bad girl, is a Code Geass reference," he said. Yami sighed. "Let me guess. Zero is a genius, huh?" she asked. Inari smiled again. "Yep," he said cheerfully. Hikari pulled a giant mallet from somewhere and smacked Inari over his head. "Quit making all these anime and movie references," she yelled as Inari was flattened into a pancake on the ground. Amaterasu shook her head. "Hikari-chan, don't kill Inari Baka. He controls the area Naruto-kun is in after all," she said. Hikari chuckled sheepishly. "Oops," she said. Hana shook her head as well. "Hikari-chan doesn't think before she acts very much, does she?" she asked, gaining shakes of their heads from both Amaterasu and Anko. Hikari blushed sheepishly and the rest of the gods just shook their heads. They all turned back to the screen just as Naruto yelled, "Hey look, there's the Emperor!" Zero's chess room. The past 30 minutes had been a back and forth question and answer while they played a rather rousing game of chess. However, Zero was winning and had stated that he would not allow Naruto to continue should he lose the chess match. Naruto glared at Zero as he said, "You lose in 10 moves." Naruto sighed. Perhaps. Hey, look, there's the Emperor, he yelled. Zero immediately turned around and looked around. Behind his back, Naruto quickly turned the chessboard around and sat there like nothing was wrong. Zero turned around and Naruto could feel his glare. You turned the board around. That was underhanded, he said threateningly. I have no idea what you're talking about, Naruto said innocently. Zero's eye slot opened and he said, You're not going to make a fool of me. His eye started to glow with a weird chevron signal. Lelouch 6 Britannia commands you. Answer my question, he ordered. Naruto's face suddenly became blank and he answered in monotone. Yes. Zero's visible eye twitched. You're faking, he stated. Naruto suddenly chuckled. Of course I am. I'm Naruto fucking Uzumaki Namikaze. Nobody commands me, damn it, he said, before feeling something was wrong and immediately added, except my future mates. Naruto relaxed as he felt that sense of foreboding disappear. Zero scowled. Fine, you win. Get out of here, he half yelled as he sat back and watched as Naruto just shook his head and walked out of the room with a smile on his face. Naruto, then, spent the next 3 hours making more twists and turns through the maze before finding himself at a fork in the road. To his right led to a wide open space. In front of him led to more twists and turns through the maze. Naruto looked around and shrugged before walking towards the opening. When he reached it, his eye began to twitch and the people watching could see his chakra visibly manifest around him. Exclamation point, he roared as he looked at the plain white area in front of him. He was back to where he started. He immediately began to look around and finally grew few up and said, Fuck it! Before pulling out a tri-bladed kunai. The girls in Kami's court all gasped and Susanoo stared intently at the blade. Naruto threw it in the air and disappeared with a shout of Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. Naruto appeared next to the kunai and grabbed it before throwing it again, this time clearing the maze's wall. He disappeared in another flash and landed atop the wall. He looked around and his face immediately twisted into rage. That bastard! He yelled and he threw the kunai yet again and reappeared halfway through the maze. He grabbed the kunai and threw it again, this time landing in a closed-off space, with an open exit right in front of him. I don't really have an abstract way to say this so. There was no way to get to the exit from inside the maze. You had to climb or walk around the maze to get out. Suddenly, Naruto was confronted by a lion-like animal with the head of a human. You have reached the end and now must answer my riddle to exit the maze Ningen, it said. Naruto scoffed and held up his hand. Like hell I do. That bastard owes me for making this stupid maze without an exit. Odama Rasengan. Great ball spiraling sphere. He yelled as he slammed it into the Sphinx and caused the creature to fly back and be knocked unconscious. Naruto swiftly walked out of the maze and disappeared in a white flash. Kami's court. Same time. The various gods in attendance were very surprised at Inari's action and Yami shook her head. That was underhanded, Inari, she said. Amaterasu glared at him. No, that was downright cruel, she said, being backed by her fellow Naruto lovers. Inari chuckled nervously as he saw Naruto disappear. Now, there's no need to be angry. He did pass after all, he said. Naruto suddenly appeared and looked around the room before making a beeline for Inari yelling, You! He quickly grabbed the god and lifted him off the floor. You better have a damn good explanation or reward. Otherwise you're going to be androgynous when I'm done with you, he roared. Inari started to sweat and he leaned into Naruto's ear and whispered something that caused Naruto to drop him in shock. Naruto regained his bearings and turned his glare back to Inari before saying, Tell me or else. Inari quickly nodded and Naruto whipped out a notepad, wrote down a few notes, and quickly sealed it away. You're damn lucky, Inari-san. Next time I won't be so forgiving, he said, glaring again. Everyone stared at Naruto in shock. What could he have possibly said that would make you forgive him like that? Enko yelled. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. I'll tell you later, after I make sure what he told me is true. He stated. No one noticed the slight blush he had. Kami simply sighed. That's enough. Naruto has passed the intelligence and cunning portion of the exams. All that is left is the heart. Susanoo, if you would, she said, motioning to the god. Susanoo nodded and stepped forward. I'll be testing you, last brat. If I don't deem you worthy, you will die, so prepare yourself, he said. Naruto gained a serious visage. I'm ready whenever you are, storm god, he said. Susanoo smirked. Good, he stated before he touched Naruto's head and time seemed to freeze. Susanoo's mindscape. Naruto looked around only to notice he was on a beach with a storm raging out at sea. He felt oddly at peace as he watched the storm rage and the sea move. Beautiful, is it not? Came Susanoo's voice from behind him. Naruto spun around and faced the calm god. Relax, Naruto-kun. You have already passed my test. We are simply here to talk away from prying eyes, he stated. Naruto looked at him warily. How did I pass your test so easily? He asked. Susanoo laughed. Easily? You call a childhood of hell easy? He asked with a raised eyebrow, getting a flash of recognition in Naruto's eyes. I have always watched you, Naruto. Your father impressed me greatly. I even gifted him with the idea of the Hiraishin, although he named is after Raijin and the bastard never lets me forget it, he stated, surprising Naruto. You watched my childhood? He asked quietly. Susanoo nodded and sighed. I could not interfere. I sincerely wish I could have. But alas, Kami rules forbade it and I had to bide my time to get you here, he said. Naruto frowned but nodded. Amaterasu had often cursed at Kami rules. So, what did you wish to talk about? He asked. Susanoo smiled. First of all, I will be marking you. You already have all the necessary elements for storm release, so I will leave you with some jutsu for that. In addition, your affinities will be stronger with my mark and they will mesh easier, so the release itself shouldn't take too long to master. I'm sure you're wondering why I'm the only one with a mark left, he said questioningly, getting a nod from Naruto. Well, I never found anyone worthy. Your father came close, but he didn't have the emotional fortitude you do. Understand? He said. Naruto nodded again. So I'll be getting storm release? Will this affect my children? And what about my bloodline? He asked. Susanoo nodded. Yes to the first. Yes to the second, as in they will inherit it. And your bloodline will be unaffected, he stated. After a happy nod from Naruto, he continued. Now, second, I will be altering you body to make you a demigod. You would normally gain traits associated with me, but I do not want that, so you will be special, and this will tie in to the last thing I want you to do for me, he stated. Naruto looked at him curiously and Susanoo smirked. I will be making your attributes more wolf-like, he said. Naruto stared at him for a moment. Wolf-like? Okay, but what is this thing you want me to do? He asked. Susanoo smirked. Well, Tsukuyumi and Amaterasu are my sisters, you see. Tsukuyumi and I have had lovers in the past, but Ami-chan has had, well, none, he stated. My third and final thing to talk about, and my request, is to make my sister stop being such a prude, he said, gaining a shocked look from Naruto. Why, wait, back up, rewind. You want me to sleep with Ami-chan? He asked incredulously. Susanoo nodded. I've seen the way you two interact, and I believe you are the one to break her out of being so, well, non-impulsive. She's always considered everything before acting, and I think you would be great to break her out of it. Not to mention getting laid would really help her stop being so uptight. Your body change is because she would find it more appealing, and I know your other lovers will enjoy it as well. Oh, did I mention you will also be able to transform into a wolf at will? He asked. Naruto smiled. So, basically, you will give me a whole body makeover and want me to hook up with your sister? He asked. Susanoo nodded. So, what do you say? He asked. Naruto thought for a moment before smirking foxily. Make the fur golden and keep it soft and cuddly for my girls, and you got yourself a deal, he said, extending his hand in agreement. Susanoo smiled and grabbed Naruto's hand. Good. Oh, and I'll be aging you a few years as well. Good luck, he stated as they both faded from view. Kami's court. 5 seconds after Susanoo touched Naruto's head, Naruto began to shine brightly as his changes took place. He grew to a rather nice height of 5 feet 11 inches, and his muscles seemed to expand before becoming slightly more compact. The girls all stared in awe as the light died down, and they immediately sported blushes as they all took in the new Naruto. While he was muscular before, now it was more compact. His eyes still held that bright blue, but it now had a slit pupil. His hair had grown slightly, and 2 bangs framed his face with a small mane of hair behind his head. His fingers and toes were slightly clawed. The last thing they noticed, and first thing they acted on, was the 2 golden wolf-like ears on his head and the golden tail swishing around behind him. The 4 girls yelled, "Kawaii!" before quickly glomping Naruto as Anko and Hikari each took an ear while Hana and Amaterasu began to pet his tail. Naruto smiled brightly and began to purr, much to his embarrassment, and said, "While I like the attention, girls, maybe we could save this for later?" he asked. The girls all blushed and stepped away, muttering apologies. Kami chuckled. "Good, you have passed the trials, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Your primary mission is to track down and kill Orochimaru. But first, get strong enough to do so. Amaterasu shall be your official liaison, since she seems so interested in you," she said, giving Amaterasu a knowing gaze. Amaterasu simply blushed and caused a ripple of chuckles to go across the room. "May your journey be fruitful and may your steps always be blessed," she said before waving her hand, and the group disappeared again. Kami turned to Ryujin, who stepped forward. "Ryujin, I have a job for you." Surprising all the gods present, she hadn't set forth a task for Ryujin in nearly 300 years. Ryujin bowed. "What is your command, my lady?" he asked. Kami's face turned serious. "Find that boy's mother. I have looked into the past, and she was sent into a personal dimension. You are the most versed in traveling between worlds, and I want her found ASAP. Understood?" she said. Ryujin nodded and bowed. "I shall start immediately. Good day," he said before disappearing in a silver flash. Kami smiled. "It's good to see someone so ardent about their work," she said happily. Yamki chuckled at that and looked to Susanoo, who stood near his seat. "So when do you think they will learn about him being 18? she asked. Susanoo chuckled and raised his hand, counting down from 5. When he reached 0, they could all hear, "Nanny," followed by "Sweet, he's legal," causing them all to sweat drop. Akitsune's claim and Nico's escape. Hikari glanced at Naruto as he sat with the rest of his girls. It was 2 days after Naruto had taken the trials and passed with flying colors. She looked back to the picnic basket filled with sushi and a jar of sake. Tomorrow was Amaterasu's date with Naruto, and she had no intention of letting him go without reminding him who the alpha female was around here. She had planned this late lunch for later today, and she giggled as she thought of what she had in store. Hopefully, Naruto would play along. They had moved in to the Namikaze estate the same day of the trials, and every girl had their own room, with Naruto having the major bedroom. There was a private onsen and a rather large library, so Naruto had sent several clones to read it over the past 2 days. He had read much of the history and was beginning to head into the politics. Aside from that, he left the jutsus alone so he could master the ones he had now, although he did learn one wind technique. They were all very happy to have more room, and it helped their friendships to live together, Hana having been given permission by Tsum. Speaking of Tsum, she had made a surprise visit and had quickly glomped the new Naruto. Naruto, while enjoying the attention his new features gave him, had asked if there was a way to hide them, and Amaterasu had ended up teaching him a simple jutsu to hide his extra features. Once Tsum had calmed down, however, she had insisted that Naruto inform the Hokage about his change. Naruto had agreed, and Hikari had mentally suggested that it be part of his bloodline so as to not arouse suspicion, which Naruto quickly agreed to. They didn't need anyone outside of their personal group knowing about his demigod status or mission, yet. As to his change, when they returned from the trials, Naruto had informed them of his age and nearly had to run from a rather horny Hana and Anko. However, they had quickly been cowed by the more level-headed Amaterasu and the Alpha Hikari. Needless to say, this had caused a major shift in the household. Where, before, the girls had all enjoyed his presence and were definitely contemplating their futures with him. Now, Hikari and Anko were ready to jump him. Hana was seriously considering ignoring the dating phase and joining the I Want Naruto's Meat Stick group, and Amaterasu was having trouble trying to keep herself from doing something rash. Simply put, Naruto was now legal and he had the body of a blonde Adonis, meaning that Anko and Hikari were done waiting for him to grow up while Amaterasu and Hana were trying to build a better relationship first, though not too much. Naruto, on the other hand, hadn't made a move on any of the girls, and they were a bit wary of his mentality concerning his new body. They didn't know if he was prepared to accept them sexually, and they had all agreed, after the initial lust had subsided, that they would not pressure him into sex, although they didn't say they couldn't tempt him. Then again, Anko and Hikari had been tempting him for years, so it may not work. Little did they know, Naruto was more than ready and he was just biding his time. For now. Hikari smiled as she finished packing the sushi away for the picnic and picked up the tea she had made for everyone. Since they had woken up late and no one wanted to eat breakfast, she set it down with a smile and listened to what they were speaking of. Naruto laughed. So then, I made this seal that would weaken the wood of the vendor's cart enough so that, when he got his next watermelon shipment, it'd collapse and make him lose all of his stock. Well that, and I loosened his brakes so the cart would roll downhill before collapsing. He said with a smile on his face. The girls quickly joined in on the laughs. While Hikari and Anko had often seen his pranks, even they didn't know all of them and most of them were actually rather funny. And all this because she sold you rotten food? Man, I'd hate to see what happens to someone who really annoys you, Hana said, smirking. Naruto smirked. You don't want to know, Hana-chan, he said. Anko shook her head. Don't even ask what happened the first time I decided to prank him, she said. Naruto smiled devilishly. Oh yeah, how did that turn out for you, butterfly? He asked, getting confusing looks from the other girls, sans Hikari. Anko blushed furiously. You promised that you wouldn't mention it, she hissed at him. Naruto chuckled. What's the matter? If the way you all acted when we returned from the trials is any indication, they're going to find out about it being somewhere private, he said, surprising his girls as they didn't really expect him to make such an innuendo. Hana leaned in. So you gonna tell us or leave us hanging? She asked, nearly drooling at the prospect of having blackmail on her friend. Naruto opened his mouth and Anko promptly covered it. Fine, I tried to put dye in his shampoo bottle when he was 9. He came out with neon green hair for a week, she said, getting giggles from all the girls. Naruto glared at her and removed her hand. I was pissed, so I decided to get back at her. She came home after a particularly long mission and I got her drunk, he said. Anko glared back. Yeah, and after you got me drunk you somehow got me to an all-night tattoo parlor and was able to goad my drunk ass into getting a tattoo, she said angrily. Naruto smirked. That's what you get for trying to prank the prank master, he said. The Hana and Amaterasu turned to one another before smirking and turning back to the paling Anko. So, where is it? Hana asked. And I'm assuming it's a butterfly considering that Naruto-kun called you that, Amaterasu added as she leaned in closer with Hana. And now girls, I'm sure we can. Anko never got to finish. It's on the inside of her right thigh. It's a purple and gold butterfly. Purple for her and gold for Naruto-kun, Hikari said, smirking. Anko stared at her with her jaw slack. She had totally forgotten that Hikari was inside of Naruto when he did that. She was brought from her thoughts as Hana and Amaterasu squealed and grabbed her, begging to be shown. She sighed and yelled, Fine. Get off me. Hana and Amaterasu immediately backed off but stayed nearby with big puppy dog eyes, enhanced by their feral qualities. She slowly raised her skirt to show a beautiful purple and gold butterfly rather close to the edge of her panties, and her special place. Hana whistled. That's pretty. She looked into Anko's eyes and smirked. Naruto-kun must be impressed that he has scenery while he's eating out, she said. Anko promptly blushed bright red. Despite her teasing, Hana had found that Anko was very prone to embarrassment when Naruto was involved. Naruto, who was sitting there, was also red, but he smirked. "Indeed, I am Hana-chan. Maybe you should get some scenery as well?" he asked her, causing her blush to rival that of Anko's own. Hikari smirked. "As much as I love seeing you establish your territory, you have a meeting with the Hokage and then lunch with me, so get," she said as she pushed him towards the door. Naruto smirked. "All right already," he said as he headed towards the door. "Keep your panties on." Naruto paused and looked over his shoulder and right at Hikari. "On second thought, take him off," he said, causing yet another tomato blush, and he walked out of the room laughing, barely dodging the vase that shattered against the wall. Hikari turned back to the girls, who were all still blushing, Amaterasu less than the others. "Well, I guess we were too good at teasing him, huh, Anko?" she said, smirking. The girls all nodded and Hikari shook her head. "Well, I have a lunch date to set up later," she said as she grabbed the basket with the sushi and disappeared in a flash of fire. The rest of the girls just shook their heads, trying to get rid of their blushes. Hokage's office. 10:30 a.m. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Sarutobi were waiting for Naruto to show up. While they all knew that Tsunade would take the Hokage position, Naruto had yet to be informed. Speaking of Tsunade, the chakra exercise that she had given to Naruto was progressing very well. He could float a medium-sized boulder for a good 15 minutes while a large boulder forced his concentration, and reserves too much to hold it for longer than 3 minutes. Naruto kicked the door open and the 3 occupants took in the new Naruto. Since he had aged, he had decided to change his look again. He now had baggy black cargo pants, reinforced of course, with shin guards and black combat boots on. His shirt was, again, black, but it depicted a hurricane with lightning on the back, with the Uzumaki swirl over his heart on the front. He had a long black coat on that went to his ankles and had golden flames along the bottom. It also had the kanji for storm and defense in gold along the back. His hitayate was strapped to her right arm, and his hair was reminiscent of Minato's, but he let the hair flow freely down his neck and upper back. Think Ichigo's hairstyle from when he fully masters Zangetsu, but longer and with Minato's front bangs. Jiraiya let loose a whistle. "Looking smart there, kid," he said with a smirk. Naruto smiled. "Thanks. So do we need to set up a silencing tag again?" he asked. Sarutobi shook his head as Naruto closed the door. "No need, Naruto-kun. Since Danzo's flight, I have had no problem with information leaks. Besides, the information here will soon become common knowledge," he said, smiling softly. Naruto looked to his 2 estranged godparents. "So, I'm guessing one of you chose to accept the Hokage position?" he half-asked. Tsunade nodded. "I have agreed to become Godame Hokage. Dan and Nawaki would want me to carry on their dream." She smiled softly before it turned into a smirk. "Besides, if I let the pervert have it, he'd make all the kunoichi wear stuff like Anko," she said. Suddenly Jiraiya burst out crying. "Why oh why did I not accept when I had the chance?" he asked, crying anime tears. The other occupants just sweat dropped and Naruto turned to her. "That's good to hear, Oba-san. So, what's your first order of business?" he asked, taking a seat with Tsunade taking the other and leaving Jiraiya to stand on the side. Tsunade's eye twitched, but she sighed and let it go. "I want to address the Medic Nin program and the academy. From what you told me when we trained, the academy needs a major overhaul. The medics, well, don't get me started," she said, sighing again. Naruto nodded. "Might I suggest a class for Fuinjutsu for the academy? At the very least, ninja should be able to seal and unseal their gear and such, even if they can't actually make the seal," he said. Tsunade nodded. "That's a good idea. I will definitely take that into consideration," she said. This line of suggestions and a few arguments between students, teacher, and Jinchuriki continued until 12:20 a.m., when Naruto noticed the clock. Naruto paled. "I gotta go," he yelled and shot out of his chair. Everyone gave him weird looks until he said, "I'm supposed to meet Hikari-chan for lunch in 10 minutes. He quickly rushed out the door to the amused chuckles of the elders inside. The Sandaime pulled out some sake and handed them all a cup. "To be young and virile again," he said with an amused chuckle. He raised his glass to the door. "To family," he said smiling, getting a smile and a raised glass from both of his students before they went back to work. Clearing near Konoha. 12:30 a.m. Naruto landed in the preset clearing and looked around for his demoness. When he noticed that no one was there, he began to slowly expand his senses. For a good 5 minutes he continued to look around, until a flash of red caught his eye. He turned to the woods and noticed a fully grown red fox staring right at him. It quickly turned and ran off when he caught sight of it, and he jumped into action as he barreled through the trees after the elusive fox. Naruto didn't notice it at the time, but the fox had 9 tails trailing behind it. He chased the fox for a good 15 minutes, losing sight of it a few times because of the thick underbrush, and finally grew fed up with it. He leapt into the air, and when he landed, a magnificent golden wolf with bright blue eyes took off after the fox. The fox, rather surprised by this, dashed out into a clearing and looked back only to be blindsided by a golden blur. The two creatures tumbled across the clearing and ended up near a set blanket with some sushi and a small jar of sake on it. The fox was looking up at the wolf with slight fear while the wolf was growling down at his prey. Suddenly, the wolf stopped growling and its muzzle came down to nip and lick at the fox's neck, caused the fox to mewl out in appreciation. The wolf stopped and seemed to smirk. "As much as I would like to continue our little hunt, Kitsunheim, I am hungry." Naruto's voice floated into the fox's mind. The fox blushed under her fur and nodded. "I am too. I didn't know you could change into a wolf." Hikari's voice also transmitted to Naruto. They both changed out of their animal forms and Naruto stood up, offering a hand to his demoness. Hikari was dressed in a rather loose red kimono with blue fire dancing along the edges. She was barefoot, however, and the kimono showed a generous amount of cleavage. "I wanted it to be a surprise, so surprise," he said with a smile as she took his hand and got up. Hikari smiled and blushed slightly as he held her hand and led her to the blanket. "It certainly was a surprise and impressive," she replied. Naruto blushed under the praise and they sat down on the blanket. "Thank you." Susanoo thought it might be beneficial to have, so he added the feature. He said as Hikari put some sake into a glass and handed it to him. He smiled and shed his jacket to the side. Hikari smiled again. "I'll have to thank him later then," she said. Naruto nodded and they both began to eat in a comfortable silence. The day was beautiful, not too hot nor too cold. A soft, cool breeze filtered through the trees and untamed grass. Naruto finished eating almost half of the sushi and smiled at Hikari as she continued to slowly savor her food. He had only had 1 glass of sake, even though Hikari had filled it again. He quietly lay down and began to look at the clouds, but he still kept an eye on Hikari. Hikari, on the other hand, was actually enjoying her food and the very slight buzz she had. It wasn't often that the two of them just went and had some quiet alone time, regardless of their symbiotic relationship. It was nice to see Naruto enjoy the food she made, and she had found his wolf form rather enticing. She subtly shifted and looked at Naruto. He seemed so at peace, and it wasn't often she saw him like this. She smiled softly and closed her eyes thinking, "I'm glad he's so relaxed. I'll just leave him alone. As much as I want him, I need to wait until he's ready." Naruto smirked as he saw Hikari close her eyes. He silently created a Kage Bunshin and it grabbed the various glasses and such and quietly moved them off of the blanket. Hikari opened her eyes as she felt herself be gently tackled to the blanket. Naruto let out his celestial features and smirked at his future mate. "You weren't planning on something else after this lunch, were you, Kitsunheim?" he asked as he kept her pinned to the blanket and started to subtly move his body over hers. She blushed. "And maybe why?" she asked as she let her own demonic features appear as well. Naruto smirked and his face descended to her, capturing her lips in a passionate kiss. Hikari went ramrod straight, her tails flaring straight out around her back, before melting into the kiss. Naruto pulled back and smiled at the slightly dazed look in her eyes. You're going to have to come back to reality if you want to continue, he said. Hikari snapped out of her slight funk and stared at Naruto. See, continue, you want to. She never got to finish as a moan escaped her lips. Lemon warning. Under 18, please skip to the next bolded line. Naruto was slowly nipping and licking at an exposed part of Hikari's neck. He stopped and moved his mouth to her ear. Don't ask, just go with it. He whispered into her ear before engaging in a lip lock again, this time getting a very energetic Hikari to engage in a tongue war. The Kage Bunshin off to the side was giggling perversely but suddenly looked shocked and disappeared. The real Naruto smirked and thought, my Kage Bunshin don't get a free show. Hikari smirked as she heard the giggling stop and let out another moan as Naruto's wandering hands started to knead her breasts. She reached up and tugged on Naruto's shirt, causing him to stop and quickly divest himself of the offending article of clothing. Naruto smirked as he slipped his hands into her kimono and noticed she wasn't wearing a bra. He quickly sent his hands to the underside of her large DD cup breasts and found a small softer spot than the rest and began to let one of his fingers gently massage that spot, causing Hikari's moans to get louder. Hikari was moaning so loud she couldn't believe it. He had found 3 of her special erogenous zones in under a minute, the one on her neck and the 2 on her breasts. Ho, how did you know about these SPOTS? She asked as she undid the rest of her kimono to show her wet red and black lace panties. Naruto smirked as he took in her nearly naked form. She was just as perfect as he remembered and smiled seeing her nipples actually be in the shape of red spirals, similar to the Uzumaki swirl. He kept his fingers working her breasts as he answered, You don't think I'm just that good? He asked with mock hurt in his voice. She half glared at him, although that was hard to do as his mouth started to lick that neck spot again. She moaned aloud and her hips started to thrust a little as she could feel all of this attention bringing her to a release. No, man, is this, good their first time, she moaned out. She felt his tails brush against her panties and her hips nearly jumped forward. Naruto removed his right hand from her breast and his tail kept brushing lightly against her panties and his right hand made its way to her tails, which were flailing as a symbol of her pleasure. He smirked and said, Quite right, but you don't think Inari could keep me from killing him so easily, huh? Before his mouth latched onto her nipple and began to tease it mercilessly. Hikari moaned again and was debating on cursing the fox god, or kissing him. She decided to settle for ignoring him as Naruto's tail put more pressure on her panties and he let go of her nipple, causing her to whimper. I think you deserve something for that wonderful lunch, Hikari Koi, he said before his mouth latched onto her other nipple and his right hand pressed a spot above her tails causing her eyes to widen and her mouth to open into an oh, as her pussy convulsed and her orgasm spread throughout her body. She could feel her juices stain her panties, but she didn't care as she felt one of the best orgasms of her life hit her. She was still acutely aware of his tail now teasing her right nipple as his mouth covered her left and his right hand still pressed firmly into her tail's erogenous zone. She slowly came down from her high only to notice that Naruto was hard and he still had his pants on. She frowned, this wasn't fair. She already had an orgasm and he was still clothed. She quickly divested herself of her now ruined panties and tossed them aside. Naruto was a bite surprised, but he didn't have time to contemplate it as he found his pants around his legs and a horny Hikari pushing him up and glaring at him with the patented, "Take them off before I rip them off" stare. Naruto chuckled and took off the remainder of his clothes, revealing his rock-hard 9.5-inch cock which was at least as thick as 3 of her fingers. Hikari smirked. I did good work, she thought as she laid back on the blanket with her legs open and made a "come here" motion with her finger. Naruto smiled softly and knelt between her legs, although he was slightly nervous. Hikari just smiled. It's fine, Naruto-kun, she said, calming his nerves somewhat. He looked at her slick opening and was surprised. He had studied anatomy and knew that, although a woman may be tight, her pussy should have an opening. Instead, it seemed like there was a small indentation where her opening should be. He looked at Hikari with a questioning glance and she blushed. Female demons are mated to the first man who enters them. It's one of the reasons rape is so detested even by demons. Just do like you normally would and it'll be fine. she said, blushing furiously. She may like to taunt him, but that didn't mean she wasn't still a virgin. Naruto smiled and nodded. Okay, Hikari-chan. He pressed himself slowly into that small indentation and was surprised when Hikari moaned loudly and his body was practically pulled into Hikari's as his cock entered her in one smooth motion. He didn't move as he half fell on top of his first lover and was looking at her slightly worried. He hadn't felt any hymen, so to speak, and she hadn't seemed to be in any pain like what the anatomy book said. Hikari opened her eyes and smirked at Naruto, shifting slightly, causing them both to moan. Are you going to sit there all day? She asked, getting a smirk from Naruto and a grinding of their pelvic bones together. He leaned forward and licked her neck again. Only if you want me to, he said lustfully into her ear as her pumped into her willing pussy. Hikari smiled and wrapped her arms around his neck and her tails around his thighs as he started to press himself into her pussy. What few knew was a demon's pussy shaped to their mate's cock. So Naruto was in vaginal heaven and Hikari could feel him hit both her G-spot and her cervix with every thrust. Naruto noticed her pleasure and started to pick up the pace, nearly pounding into her as she wrapped her legs around his waist and their hips met with the lewd sounds of flesh on flesh. Naruto's tail wrapped around one of Hikari's as he continued to pound into her and moaned aloud. You're beautiful, Hikari-chan. I could fuck you all day, he said as he felt himself getting closer and closer to the edge. Her pussy felt like a warm, wet hug to his cock, and he loved every minute of it as he kept pushing himself deep into her gorgeous body. Hikari shook her head, trying to get her bearings enough to respond, and moaned aloud before responding. Do it! I'd love to love you all day long, she half screamed as she felt the knot in her stomach getting tighter and tighter. Hi, Hikari-chan, I'm going to see you, he said as he nearly did so with another thrust into her tight and willing hole. Go ahead. Come inside me, she yelled as she pulled Naruto flush to her body when his cock brushed her cervix and caused her orgasm. Naruto grunted in response and happily complied as she pulled him against her own body and felt his cock go into overdrive and start filling his demoness with his baby batter. Hikari couldn't believe how hard she had come. She could feel her body tense and her pussy clamp on Naruto like a vice. She moaned aloud as she felt his cock spew straight into her womb and could feel each glob of cum as it pressed its way through his rigid meat stick while forcing her pussy to expand to make way for the warm liquid her body yearned for. Her eyes widened slightly before becoming glazed as she felt her womb literally be filled and his cum overflow and coat her pussy walls white. She sighed in contentment as her orgasm tapered off and she felt his cock going soft inside of her. Naruto, on the other hand, was seeing spots. He felt her pussy clamp down and had moaned at the sensation. Her pussy fit him like a glove and he loved it. He could feel her pussy milking him, and he happily supplied his cum to her willing hole. He finally felt his orgasm taper off and he looked right into Hikari's dazed eyes. His eyes suddenly glowed a soft blue and he felt a small pulse from his avatar mark. He smirked as he felt his canine lengthen slightly, so he bit her on the neck, channeling his chakra into her. He winced slightly when she returned the gesture but snuggled into her neck and whispered, "Mine," into her ear, his chakra still enhancing his voice. Hikari's eyes widened as he marked her and smiled before launching her own teeth into his neck and marking him as her own. She sighed as she let go and watched the mark form into a beautiful red cubie. She suddenly felt Naruto snuggle against her own mark and whisper, "Mine," softly into her ear. Even as his voice trembled with power, she smiled and cuddled closer to him. "Lemon End, you are safe now." Naruto sighed happily as he cuddled with Hikari and stroked her hair, causing the fox queen to purr. He smiled as he felt her shift slightly to a more comfortable position and her tails covering most of their bodies. "That was wonderful, Hikari-koi," he said softly. "MHM," Hikari murmured back, still snuggled into his chest. "We definitely need to do that again, and maybe add Anko-chan," she said with a perverse smirk on her face. Naruto blushed but chuckled. "Maybe, if she wants to," he said, smirking. He checked the sun and noticed it was nearly 2 in the afternoon. "We have another hour or two before the other girls get suspicious," he said. Hikari smirked and shifted her head so she could look in his eyes. Are you saying what I think you're saying? She asked. Naruto shook his head. Unfortunately, no. She pouted, but Naruto said, you got me first, so we need to wash or they will all know it, and I'd prefer for you to have the element of surprise on that, he said. Hikari's eyes suddenly got a prankster-like gleam. All right then, there's a small pond nearby, we could clean up there, she said. Naruto smirked. That sounds like fun, he said, his own eyes gleaming. Hikari slowly stood up and stretched. Well, what are we waiting? She turned back to Naruto only to be left in the dust as a golden blur rushed past her and towards the pond. She stamped her foot in frustration and yelled, That's not fair, Naruto-kun, before leaping and changing into her fox form and chasing after him. That night, lab. After a harmless and sexless bath, Naruto and Hikari had returned to the lab. Amaterasu and Hana had been out, as Amaterasu had taken to helping Hana with her veterinarian duties, and they would return late tonight. However, Anko had noticed Hikari's glow and giggled. How is he, Hikari-chan? She asked, smirking, causing the demoness and her mate to blush. Hikari suddenly giggled back, bigger and better than expected. Inari's little secret was quite pleasurable and worth it, she said, smirking. Anko looked back and forth between them before Naruto sighed. Inari is the god of foxes, so he told me all of Hikari-chan's special areas. He smirked. And I put them to very good use, he said. Anko giggled perversely and Naruto suddenly found her draped over his back with her mouth breathing heavily into his ear. I hope we get to explore a little more than you did with Hikari-chan, she said seductively. Naruto smirked and turned his head to let her see it. Maybe you should let Hikari-chan join in then, nay? He said. Anko's eyes went wide and she blushed but smirked. Sounds like fun, Naruto-kun, she whispered into his ear. Hikari blushed off to the side. Naruto suddenly turned and captured Anko's lips in a kiss, and she pulled a Hikari by stiffening and then melting into it. When they broke for air, Naruto smirked. I'll make sure to satisfy you later, Hibiheim. For now, I'm tired and I want my pillows, he said somewhat childishly. Both girls broke out into giggles as they grabbed him, and they all appeared on the bed. Naruto's head snuggled firmly into their generous busts. Naruto had one thought as he drifted off to sleep. It's good to be me. Next day, Team 10 meeting area, 10 a.m. Naruto shunshined in and smiled at his team. Ever since his little show for the clan heads, they had really come together. While Yamato had taught them all a defensive jutsu, he had decided to teach them each an offensive one as well, before he would request a C-rank mission. For Ino, since she had lower reserves, he taught her the Suetun Tepidama no Jutsu water release water buller technique, which allowed her to shoot up to 3 water balls at her current level at her enemy with high force. For Shino, he had taught him Doton Doryuso no Jutsu, earth release, rising stone spears technique, which, as the name implies, causes the earth to form spears to attempt to impale a target. For Naruto, he taught him the Suten Suryuden no Jutsu, water release, water dragon technique, which formed from a nearby water source into a dragon. Now, Yamato only taught Naruto such a strong technique because he knew, even though Naruto's control was pretty good, that any low-level technique would either blow up or become insanely overpowered by Naruto's chakra. So, he opted for power instead of control. This technique could be manipulated, but Naruto would never have the control to more than turn it. As it was, Naruto could only blast it straight forward. Naruto jogged over to his team and said, Ohio Mina! Ino smiled. Ohio Naruto-kun, she replied. Shino and Yamato both inclined their heads in greeting and Yamato stepped forward. Okay, all of you have done tremendously well in your jutsus. I have started Shino and Ino on their elemental manipulation, and I asked Kakashi-san and Asuma-san to detail the first step of lightning and wind manipulation for you, Naruto, here on these scrolls, he said before handing the scrolls to said Genin. Naruto smiled and bowed. Thank you, sensei. I appreciate this, he said. Yamato waved him off. It's all fine, Naruto-kun. Consider it a thank you for giving me a chance to get to know you instead of just immediately writing me off as the Sandame spy," he said with a soft smile. Naruto nodded. "I don't like to prejudge, after all, that's what the villagers do," he said. Yamato nodded before clapping his hands together. "Well, I believe it is time for us to get a C-rank mission," he said cheerfully, gaining a smile from Ino and Naruto, while Shino just buzzed slightly. "Let's go then," Yamato said, noticing their excitement. The team quickly made its way to the Hokage Tower, and Sarutobi smiled when they walked in. Team 10. I was expecting you. I have a very nice C rank for exterminating some bandits between here and the Hot Springs country," he said smiling. Yamato looked at his genin and saw only determination to prove their worth to their Jounin sensei. "We accept Hokage-sama," he said with a proud smile. "Good to hear," the aged Hokage said before handing the scroll to the Jounin. Yamato looked at the scroll and nodded before turning to his students. "I will give you the night to prepare. It will take us 3 days to reach the bandit camp, so pack accordingly." "Dismissed," he said, and watched with pride as they all disappeared to prepare. Sarutobi smiled. "You have trained them well. I just hope they are ready," he commented. Yamato smiled softly. "They work together now, and I have no doubt they are more than ready. Let's just hope that bandits are the only thing we encounter on this mission," he said before disappearing himself. Kumo Council Room, 5 p.m. same day. Yujito had just returned from her most recent mission, a full 2 days ahead of schedule. Another of her specialized missions that the council was trying to force on her. She completed the mission just like she had all the others, meaning she beat the guy so bad that he just gave her what she wanted without having to resort to debasing herself for the information. Yujito frowned as she thought of the council's recent actions. They had become very earnest in their attempts to turn her into a slut. The Raikage himself had warned her to not sleep alone, if she could help it, and she had taken the advice to heart. She often stayed at Killer Bee's or Samui's apartment. The past few months had been nerve-wracking. The council hadn't stopped putting in petitions and missions to get the feline female into their grasp, and she, or the Raikage, had thwarted them at every turn. Still, as she approached the council room after her latest mission, she couldn't help but feel that something was horribly wrong. Inside the room, the counselors most adamant about making the woman nothing more than their personal cum-bucket were in attendance, along with a very high-ranking squad of ANBU who happened to hate the Nibby for personal reasons. They were currently discussing their latest failed petition to have Yujito placed under a loyalty seal almost identical to that of the caged bird seal, except that this one would make her subservient and almost constantly horny as a bonus. "How can that oversized bull of a man deny our requests for a loyal slave?" One fat lazy businessman by the name of Manabu Hinaki said loudly as he took another swig of sake. Another man, this time slimmer but with a very deceptive appearance, said, "He does not believe that the Nibby can influence Nissan. However, we all know the legends of the cat being a wonderful seductress, and I, for one, would love to find out just how limber the kitty cat is in bed." His tone becoming lecherous at the end. This man was Rikudo Iberia, who held a rather lofty position in the banking industry and delighted in going to the whorehouses at least once a week, usually more. Yet another man with glasses and a law book in hand added, "I too would enjoy knowing her limitations. She is said to deny any man her pleasures, and we all know that women are nothing more than tools for our recreation," he said with a smirk. This was Fumio Akihira, who owned most of the food stores in town. "Bah! Who cares about other women? I just want that cat bitch under my body moaning my name. When do we just ignore that idiotic Raikage and give her the seal anyway? The previous Raikage would have given her to us the first time we asked," Manabu said. Fumio shook his head. "Soon, but you must be patient. We can only put the plan into action when she returns from her next mission," he said before turning to the leader of the ANBU, a snake-masked man. "Is everything set?" he asked. The ANBU nodded. "Indeed. Me and my team have set traps in her apartment to drug her. Once we have her, we will apply the seal and take her to Manabu-sama's estate. Once he is done with her, We shall ensure that her programming is complete before turning her over to you, he said. Although you couldn't see it, the three other ANBU were all smirking. They would love to get a piece of the feline bitch, especially since she wouldn't be able to fight against the seal. Rikudo smiled. That is our agreement, Song-san. You will also be free to enjoy her services anytime she is available in the future, he said, gaining a nod from the ANBU. Then it is settled. The entirety of the council is behind this movement, so do not fail us, he said. The team stiffened but nodded as one. In addition, if you are caught, we know nothing of this, he said dismissively, letting the team know they shouldn't fail as the Reikage protected Yujito religiously. Yujito, who was outside the council chambers, nearly broke down crying but settled for running away and getting atop her apartment complex before collapsing and crying her eyes out. Kitten, I know you probably don't want to hear this, but your best bet is to leave until those council members are gone, the Nibi said in her head. Contrary to most Jinchuriki, the Nibi and Hachibi were sealed with their consent, and so their Jinchuriki were actually friends with said Bijou. Needless to say, the Nibi was Yujito's closest and most trustworthy friend. Nibi-chan, they will just hunt me down, you know that, she replied mentally. Nibi sighed in Yujito's mindscape. Perhaps, kitten, but you will have a better chance out there than in here. People may trust B-san, but they are still wary of you because of those stupid necromancer rumors going around. 1. Yujito calmed down slightly and thought it over. On one hand, she had very few friends, mostly Killer B, his students, and the Reikage himself, as everyone else pretty much barely tolerated her. On the other hand, her friends would be very sad if she left. What of my friends Nibi-chan? She asked. Nibi purred softly. I'm sure they would understand, kitten. If it is to protect your purity, they would understand. You know this, she replied. Yujito smiled softly as she remembered many times where her friends protected her from the council. She shook her head free of those thoughts and had two more. They may be sad, but they wouldn't have to fight the council so much anymore. Nibi-chan, where do I go if I leave? She asked the Bijou. Nibi smirked in her mind. You remember I recently told you about a human who received an avatar mark, correct? She asked, getting a mental nod from her container. She continued, as you know, the Shinigami is a good friend of mine, so I called him and he told me who received the mark, she said. Nibi was silent for a minute and Yujito grew frustrated. Quit keeping me in suspense, you damn cat. Who is it? She half yelled, getting a chuckle from her friend. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, son of Konoha's Kiroi Senko, Minato Namikaze, and his wife the Aka Shinku, Kushina Uzumaki, container and mate to Hikari, the Kyubi no Kitsune, avatar of Susanoo, she said, smirking at the sudden jaw drop of her container. Yujito came back to her senses when she heard Nibi's chuckle in her head. Well, that's one way to get my attention. After I gather my things, where to? She asked her tenant. Nibi smirked. Hook, line, and sinker, kitten. Just gather your things. I can direct you to Hikari's signature when we leave, Nibi said. Yujito smiled softly and nodded in agreement before gathering her things. It was time to feel safe for once. Naruto's lab, 6:45 p.m. Naruto had decided to let Amaterasu have the house, along with the girls, to get ready for their date. Hikari had opted to help Amaterasu get ready for the date. Naruto dressed in a formal dark blue dress kimono with a small orange Uzumaki swirl over his left breast and a whirlwind with lightning striking around it on his back, the new Namikaze clan symbol. He kept his celestial features hidden though. He smirked as he noticed the time and thought, time to pick up my Megami Heim. He chuckled as he disappeared. Date, mission, and the Nico's greeting. Naruto sighed and looked at the clock one more time. He still had 5 minutes before he was to show up for his date with Amaterasu. He had learned from Anko and Hikari that a first date was never early, nor late. He shook his head and smiled. His girls were really getting along. Naruto was a little anxious when Hana had joined his group. Even though Hikari had accepted her, he was afraid she wouldn't connect with his other two fiancés. And, while it was true that Hana didn't connect much to Hikari or Anko, she had immediately taken to hanging with Amaterasu. Not totally surprising considering Amaterasu's patronage over wolves. Again, he was surprised when Amaterasu had confronted him in the forest that day, but was happy that she hadn't shot down the date idea. While Hikari may have suggested it, Naruto had felt a certain attraction to the silver-haired goddess before then. Naruto sighed as he thought about his date. She was a goddess, not that it mattered much to him, but she was rather strict. Hikari had often commented that Amaterasu, while having somewhat of a playful side, was far too uptight. Naruto had thought she was over-exaggerating but had readily agreed after spending a week with her. When she had worked with his clones, she hadn't tolerated them goofing off when they got bored or frustrated and often smacked the back of their heads, lightly so as to not dispel them, to make them stay on task. Hikari had suggested that Amaterasu needed to get laid or just pull a prank, but said goddess had always denied it. Then again, Naruto was surprised when Susanoo had literally told him to fuck her brains out, but he didn't argue as one. He got to screw a hot goddess too. She may actually loosen up if said action works. And 3, Hikari and Anko, who was persuaded by the demoness, had dropped subtle hints that they would like to have Amaterasu join them in their future family. Needless to say, their hints were more like glaring signs. Now, Naruto wasn't a womanizer, but Amaterasu was good friends with both his fiancées, and he was sure they wouldn't object. Besides, he knew he would need more women for his harem, so why not look early? Unfortunately, he hadn't noticed any other women of note, at least none that paid any attention to him, and had settled for just Hikari and Anko until these 2 new women were introduced. He was happy to meet Anko's friends and had felt an attraction to the feral Hana. He had acted on his attraction and hoped she wouldn't be negative to him. He had been pleasantly surprised with her and actually rather happy to hear about the arranged marriage. Pausing for a second, he nodded his head. If Amaterasu got a date, then he would have to ask Hana out as well. He nodded again in agreement to his thoughts before looking at the time and starting to sweat nervously. If he didn't hurry, he'd be late, and on the receiving end of 4 righteous women's fury. Still, he had one last thought before he left. Time to pick up my Mega Mihaime. Time warp. 20 minutes ago. Namake's estates. Amaterasu was nervously opening and closing her hands as Hikari did her hair. Hana sighed in annoyance. Calm down, Ami-chan. You're going to break your hands at this rate, she said loudly as she painted the goddess's toes a dark blue tone. Amaterasu closed her eyes and took a deep breath before relaxing slightly. I'm sorry, I just haven't dated anyone in, well, a long time. I'm nervous, she replied. Anko chuckled from the side as she snacked on a stick of dango. Look, just because you like him doesn't mean you have to put out on the first night, she said smirking, causing the goddess to blush and send a glare in her direction. I'm not going to sleep with Naruto-kun, she said heatedly. Hikari chuckled as she finished straining the goddess's hair and let it fall down her back like a waterfall, knowing Naruto loved seeing her own hair frame her face. You better not. It wouldn't be fair to poor Anko-chan, she said teasingly. Amaterasu, knowing she would be teased mercilessly, just huffed and crossed her arms. Hana sighed. Look, Naruto-kun isn't going to push you to do anything you don't want to. Hell, you should know this better than me. Just be yourself and have some fun. Naruto-kun won't let himself hurt you, she said smiling. She may not have dated him yet, but she knew Naruto's personality wouldn't let him be anything less than a perfect gentleman. Amaterasu sighed and relaxed. You're right. I'm sorry. I just don't want to disappoint him. I like him, not as much as you all do, but still a lot, she said softly. Hikari's eyes softened. Ami-chan, just be yourself. Do things that you enjoy. Knowing Naruto-kun, all he wants is to see you happy. After all, that's how he acts with us, she said smiling. Amaterasu nodded silently and looked at the time before panicking and running into her closet. Naruto would be there in 5 minutes. Hana turned to the others. So we still on for their second date? She asked, smirking. Hikari and Anko both smirked devilishly and said, Hell yeah! Before the girls started giggling. Amaterasu wouldn't know what hit her. Namake's estates. 7 p.m. Naruto arrived just in time and knocked on the door politely. He smiled as he saw Hana open the door. "Hello, Hana-chan. Is Ami-chan ready yet?" he asked. Hana looked back and shook her head. "Just another minute or so, Naruto-kun," she replied, smiling softly. Naruto nodded and rocked back on his heels. "I'll wait in the gardens for her then. No reason to go inside on such a beautiful night," he said. Hana nodded, yelled inside as to where they would be, and stepped outside, closing the door behind her. They both started to walk down the path towards the gardens. The garden was well maintained, since the compound had been sealed in a time loop by Minato, and they both marveled at the variety of flowers here. Naruto stopped and smiled lovingly. "You know," he started softly, "I asked Ami-chan on a date, and yet, I haven't been fair to you by extending the same courtesy," he said. Hana blinked olishly before blushing slightly. "Are you asking me out, Naruto-kun?" she asked. Naruto nodded. "I am. When I get back from my mission, would you honor me with your company for dinner?" he asked slyly. Never let it be said that Hikari and Anko let Naruto be crude. Hana nodded in agreement. "I would love to honor you with my presence," she replied, smirking slyly. Naruto raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Glad to hear you can keep up," he said. Hana giggled and noticed Amaterasu coming towards the garden, so she walked in front of him, swaying her hips. "The question you should be asking is, can I keep up with her?" she said, smirking as she walked away. Naruto's jaw went slack. That was something he expected from Anko or Hikari. Not Hana. As Hana walked past Amaterasu, she smiled warmly. "Knock 'em dead, girl," she whispered as she walked back into the house. Amaterasu blushed lightly and walked right up to Naruto, whose eyes were in overdrive as he took in her appearance. Her sliver hair cascaded down her back to her ass, with it framing her face perfectly. She had a natural color of lipstick on, and her finger and toenails were colored a dark blue to match the midnight blue kimono she had on. The kimono seemed to depict the night sky as it held several silver stars on it and was held together by a white sash. She was wearing blue shinobi stilettos. Naruto whistled softly. "Megamiheim, just when I thought you couldn't get any more beautiful, you have to go and prove me wrong," he said softly. This prompted a full Hinata-sized blush from the goddess, and she started to check him out. She knew what was under his kimono and decided to focus on his attire. His kimono was a dark blue with an Uzumaki swirl over his heart. On his back was a whirlwind surrounded in lightning. His hair was combed, and the normal mane he had flowing down his neck was now in a small ponytail, although the front bangs still framed his face. He also wore some dark blue shinobi sandals. She smiled warmly and walked up to him, taking the girl's advice, and grabbed the small tie that held his ponytail together and pulled it out, letting his hair cascade down her upper back. "I prefer your hair this way," she said softly. Naruto blushed lightly and nodded. The two stood in a slightly awkward silence until Naruto cleared his throat and held his arm out for Amaterasu to take. "Shall we go to dinner, Ami-chan?" he asked. Normally, she didn't like being called that, but coming from Naruto, it was a nickname she had come to enjoy. She took his arm and held onto it like a girlfriend would. "Yes, Naruto-kun," she said, smiling as the two walked off into the night. Animal Kingdom, 7:15 p.m. Naruto and Amaterasu took their time walking through the city as they headed to the new restaurant. Naruto and his date walked into a rather classy-looking place, and Amaterasu was impressed with the decorum. It actually had several sections to sit in. Each one had a different animal motif to it. There was a section for foxes, toads, hydras, lions, tigers, dragons, and wolves. Naruto smirked, seeing Amaterasu's reaction. "Pretty cool, huh?" he asked. She nodded. "Very nice, Naruto-kun. But why don't you seem surprised?" she asked. Naruto smirked, but before he could answer, the manager, who was manning the maitre d' station in honor of the first night, smiled brightly and said, "Master Uzumaki, what a pleasant surprise. What can I do for you?" he asked, ignoring the surprised or disgusted looks from the various patrons. Naruto smiled. "Shinzi, good to see business is so good." If it isn't too much trouble, could we have a seat in the wolf section? Preferably somewhere out of the way so as to not disturb your other guests, he replied. The now identified Shinzi nodded and snapped his fingers, summoning 2 waiters. You will wait on Mr. Uzumaki. Take him and his beautiful date to the lone wolf seats and ensure he is given proper service, he said to the employees. Both employees bowed and happily complied. After all, they knew who signed the paychecks. Please come this way, the female one said as the male rushed off to secure the table. Naruto nodded and motioned to Amaterasu, who stepped forward and followed their waiter. Shinzi smiled. Enjoy your dinner, sir, he yelled to him before taking up his station once again. They were soon shown their table and sat down. They were secluded from the main eating area, and it was obviously designed for a couple's use. It had romantic lighting, a love seat for the 2 people to sit on, with the table set high enough so they could still sit back and eat comfortably. In the center of the table, there was a golden wolf with an orb in its mouth that glowed slightly, setting the mood. After they ordered their drinks, Amaterasu turned to Naruto and turned serious. Explain, she said. Naruto sighed. I invested in this place. I even requested the fox, hydra, and wolf motifs because of Hikari-chan, Anko-chan, and you. Before you ask, hydras for Anko-chan because she honestly likes them better than snakes and they would be better received in Konoha. Although, you would be surprised at the number of people who don't hate foxes. Honestly, I wasn't expecting to bring you here on a date, but it seems to have given me some sort of luck in getting you here, he said, chuckling. Amaterasu's cheeks turned a light pink, but she just smiled warmly. She had noticed that all of the wolves were a silver color, like her hair, and realized that he had used her as the basis for an entire section of the restaurant. I'm honored you would do something like this for me, she said. Naruto smiled. No problem. You gave me a lot of help. It's the least I could do. So, do you like it? He asked. She nodded. Very much so. You have my animal form almost perfect, considering you've never seen it. That's rather impressive, she commented. Naruto chuckled. Thanks. Actually, I used ancient drawings and your hair color to create them. Just like I used Hikari's form to inspire the fox section and Anko's purple hair and honey eyes for the hydras, he replied. Amaterasu smiled and they spent the rest of the night chatting either about the motifs or Naruto's pranks and Amaterasu's various avatars. After they had finished dinner and began to head home, Amaterasu smiled warmly at Naruto. Naruto-kun, I have 2 things I want to talk to you about. Would you accompany me? She asked. Naruto nodded. Sure, Ami-chan. Where to? He asked. Amaterasu just smirked and took off. Try to keep up, she said as she blurred across the rooftops. Naruto growled softly. You're not getting away that easily, he roared as he chased after her. Neither noticed the pale eyes that watched them in envy as they left. Konoha's forest. 9 p.m. Amaterasu jumped into a clearing and changed into beautiful silver wolf with bright blue lines running along her body. She glanced back just in time to see Naruto land in the clearing and chase after her. She let her mental laughter ring clear and loud in his mind as she dashed away again. Naruto just smirked and jumped before landing in his golden wolf form and pouring on the speed. Not 10 minutes later, Naruto had caught up to Amaterasu and tackled her just like he did Hikari, capturing her under his paws. He growled lightly, causing surprise to come to her canine face. That was low, running off like that. I thought you were supposed to be the level-headed one, he said jokingly. Amaterasu mentally chuckled back. Maybe, but that doesn't mean I don't like a good chase now and again, she said. She noticed their position and blushed beneath her fur. Would you mind getting off me? She asked softly. Naruto chuckled and stepped back, changing back into his human form. Amaterasu flipped over onto her feet and changed back as well. Naruto crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. So what did you want to talk about? He asked. Amaterasu smiled warmly and ran through a few hand seals before a large scroll appeared next to her. This is the Ukami summoning contract. I would like you to be the first summoner and Sannin for its seeing, as I never let anyone else use it, she said. Naruto's jaw dropped. Why you want me to be the Ukami Sannin? He asked. Amaterasu nodded. Consider it a present for passing the trials and an apology for not warning you, she said softly. Naruto regained his senses and smiled. I would be honored to use the Ukami contract. Ami-chan? He replied. Amaterasu immediately brightened and smiled warmly at him. Then sign it and summon Fenrir. He's the boss summon. He may not be as strong as Hikari-chan, but he could take on the Gobi with a bit of help, she said. Naruto nodded and signed the contract before running through the same hand seals she used and slammed his hand to the ground yelling, Kuchios no Jutsu, causing a massive plume of smoke to appear beneath him. The smoke cleared to see a massive black wolf the size of Gamabunta with rugged-looking fur standing there. Eh? Who summoned me? He roared. Naruto raised his hand on the wolf's snout. I did, he said, letting his canine features show. Fenrir raised an eyebrow. You did? He sniffed and his eyes widened. Boy, explain why you have Lady Amaterasu sent on you before I decide you are a tasty snack, he growled at the human-slash-god hybrid. Amaterasu giggled on the ground. Fenrir always was protective of her. It's okay, Fenrir-kun. He is the one who passed the immortality trials, so I have decided he is a worthy summoner, and maybe something more, she said with a slight blush at the end. Fenrir blinked owlishly. As you wish, Lady Amaterasu, he said, focusing his gaze on Naruto once more. Boy, take good care of Lady Amaterasu. She is precious to us wolves, and we will be happy to aid you so long as you have her blessing, he said, gaining a nod from said blonde-haired demigod. Suddenly Fenrir's tone turned dark. However, if you hurt her, I will rip out your heart and enjoy feeding your body to my pups. Good night, boy, Lady Amaterasu, he said, bowing to his goddess and letting Naruto off his snout before disappearing. Naruto blinked owlishly and Amaterasu giggled again. Naruto shook his head and chuckled before turning to the goddess. So, what was the other thing you wanted to talk, Mpichem? He started to say. Amaterasu had closed the distance between the two and started to make out with our blonde-haired hero. Naruto was taken off guard but soon returned the kiss. As the kiss ended, they both backed away panting for air. Amaterasu blushed. That was for showing me a great time, Naruto-kun. She looked away but continued and said, and I would like to have another with you when you return from your mission. That is if you want to. Naruto stared stupidly at her for a moment before smiling happily. I'd be honored to go out with you again, Ami-chan, he said, getting a squeal from the happy goddess and yet another passionate kiss. When they broke again, Naruto chuckled. As much as I love being kissed, I think we need to head home. I need to wake early tomorrow, he said, getting a nod from the blushing silver-haired woman. Namake's Estates, 10 p.m. Naruto smiled as they walked into the house. He lived on the third floor, the master bedroom being on that floor, and the girls lived on the second. They ascended the stairs and stopped at the entrance to the hallway of the second floor. He turned to Amaterasu and pulled her close. I enjoyed tonight, Megamiheim. I can't wait for our next date, he said, smiling warmly. Amaterasu was blushing again, so she just nodded and kissed him softly before stepping away and towards her room. Naruto smiled and headed upstairs with a goofy smile on his face. Amaterasu entered her room and walked quietly over to her bed. She took off her shoes and plopped down on the bed face first. She stayed still for a moment before she squealed loudly and rolled back over. She sighed and was about to sit up when she heard a very familiar voice say, So he was that good, huh? Hannah said, smirking as she sat in a chair across the room. Amaterasu immediately sat up and looked at her only to notice that Anko was sitting in another chair and Hikari was now draped over her shoulders. Tell us all about your date with Naruto-kun, she said, saying all and Naruto-kun in a sexy voice, causing Amaterasu to blush. It was going to be a long night for the Naruto lovers. Next morning, 8 a.m., West Gates. Naruto shunshined to the gates only to see his team already waiting for him. Ohio Mina, he said loudly as he stepped forward towards the gates. The team turned to him and Shino nodded. Ohio Naruto. It is good to see you, he said, Naruto nodded back. Good to see you as well. Is everyone ready? He asked. Everyone nodded and Yamato smiled. Good, then we will be in a diamond formation. Naruto at the front, Ino to the right, Shino to the left, myself at the back. Naruto create a few cage bunshin and have them patrol in front of us in an arc for any traps or ambushes. Once again, his team nodded. Good. Team 10 move out, he said as they all blurred into the treetops. Yamato smiled as he saw that Ino kept up with the rest of the group. She had been the weakest of the team, but Yamato had made sure to get her to train physically and, while she wasn't overly fast, she was definitely able to keep up at a mid-chunin speed. He turned his attention to the entirety of his team and spoke up. Our destination is a small village called Yoka. The village elder, a man named Wiley, has asked for our assistance in ridding the area of bandits. There have also been rumors of living skeletons, but I highly doubt such things. It is simply best to be informed. I expect us to be there on the eve of the third day. Understood? He asked. 3 voices chorused out Asu as they poured out more chakra to enhance their speed. Maybe it wouldn't take them that long to get there? Time skip. 2 days, village of Yoka. It was dusk and many people were heading home for the day when 4 people wandered into town. The Konoha group had arrived a full day ahead of schedule, much to Yamato's surprise and pride. Yamato smiled at his team. We have made great time. Let's inform Wiley-san of our arrival and secure lodgings for the night. Tomorrow we will start our search for bandits, he said, getting weary nods from both Shino and Ino. Naruto raised his hands into a familiar hand sign and said, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, creating 10 clones. 1 of you go find an inn. 4 of you take positions around the village for the night and cover each of the cardinal directions. The last 5 gather info from the civilians and patrol the village after they are in bed. However, 1 of you dispel so I can gain the info before sleep, he said, getting stiff nods from his clones. They all sped off in different directions. Yamato smiled at Naruto's forethought. Good, Naruto. However, I don't believe you will get much information before the civilians turn in for the night, he said as he took the lead towards where he was informed the elder's house was. Naruto nodded. I know, sensei, but that doesn't mean we can't get a head start with even a small amount of information, he replied. Yamato nodded back. Very well. He acquiesced as they walked up to the elder's house and he knocked on the door. A few seconds later, a young woman answered the door and stared surprised at the shinobi. Hello? We are the shinobi that Wiley-san hired to clear out the bandits. Would you please inform him that we are here? He asked. The woman nodded dumbly and rushed back inside. Not even a minute later, an old man with gray hair and a cane stood in the doorway. Ah, Shinobi-san. I must say you have arrived earlier than expected, he said. Yamato smiled. Yes, we are. I apologize if that puts you in an awkward position. We would like to request permission to use your village as a base of operations whilst we track down and destroy the bandits, he replied. Wiley nodded. That is fine. The bandits seem to prey on innocent younger travelers. Thankfully, there have been no reports of them taking women. They seem to be based to the east near the Dikeo River. However, I must warn you, there have been rumors of a man in a black cloak going around raising skeletons and the like. While I am no shinobi, I thought it best to inform you in case you run across him, he said. Yamato nodded again. We already heard them. I would not put much stock in such rumors. Thank you for your information. It may prove invaluable, he replied. Wiley nodded and bowed to the shinobi before bidding them a good night and closing the door. Yamato turned back to his team just in time to see Naruto's face scrunch up in concentration. Naruto, you have something? He asked. Naruto shook his head. Most of the villagers I got to said the same as Wiley-san. The inn is on the other side of town and we have 3 rooms, 1 for you Yamato-sensei, 1 for me and Shino, and 1 for Ino-chan. All paid for, of course, he said. Ino smiled and gave him a quick peck on the cheek. Thanks for being considerate, Naruto-kun, she said as they walked along the street. Naruto nodded. No problem, Ino-chan. You are my teammate after all, he said smiling. They soon arrived at the inn and each took to their respective rooms, all confident in Naruto's clones to stand guard, and quickly fell asleep so as to begin their hunt tomorrow. Time skip. 2 days. Forest east of Yoka. A purple and gold blur flashed through the treetops. As it landed, one could make out the form of Yujito Ni. Damn it, she roared in her mind as she took off running again. How could they have caught on so fast? She asked herself. It was 4 days since her escape from Kumo. She had reached the border in 2 and they were already on high alert for her passing through. She had barely been able to hide from them and she had a very bad feeling that she would be found soon. Kitten, calm yourself. You've been running for 2 days straight. Hikari-chan's signature is close. Please, find a town and take a rest. You need it. The cat Biju implored. Yujito jumped once again and silently went over her options. She was dead tired, her chakra was almost out. She couldn't waste a soldier pill right now, and she was filthy. She hadn't seen any signs of pursuit, but she had learned long ago to trust her instincts. Right now, they were screaming at her that she was in danger. She sighed and dropped to the forest floor. Fine, Nibi-chan. One night. After that, we track down Naruto and ask him for protection. Okay? She mentally asked her friend. Nibi sighed in relief. That's fine, kitten. You only need 1 good night's sleep anyways. She replied. Yujito nodded as she stepped into a field and gasped. It was obvious that some battle had taken place here. Earth spikes and patches of burnt grass littered the field. Bodies that seemed to have been mangled by some unknown creatures were strewn about the field. But the thing that truly caught Yujito's eye was the unknown body covered in so many cuts that there was no way his death was painless. That, and his body was amid a small mound of bones. Yujito cautiously approached and noticed one more fact. These bones made up several skeletons. She gasped and took a step back. Nibi-chan, I know you can raise the dead for a time, but do you know any others with that power? She asked her feline friend. Nibi sent a mental shake of her head. Only myself and Shinigami-kun should be able to. I can only guess that someone has been dabbling in forbidden jutsus or god-related abilities. Pray that it is the first, for the second option would fall to a being I do not wish to see again. She commented before going silent. Yujito tried vainly to get a name from her friend, but realized it was fruitless, and she was exhausted, so she quickly made her way to the nearby town of Yoka. As she walked into town, she realized that Nibi was asleep. She smiled softly as she realized that the feline must have stayed awake to keep her company. She shook her head of these thoughts and quickly made her way to the inn where she rented a room, took a shower, and promptly passed out curled up on the bed. Yujito didn't awake until noon the next day. She tried to contact Nibi, but it seemed the Biju was even more tired or lazy than Yujito was. The feline female just shrugged, freshened up and checked out of her room, deciding to get some lunch at a quaint little stand she had seen yesterday. She smiled seeing the, obviously, family-run open-air cafe and happily ordered some dango with a side of sake. Remind you of anyone? Since they didn't have her favorite sushi. She spent a good 20 minutes enjoying her food and waiting for Nibi to awaken when her senses suddenly went haywire. She quickly looked up and around, noticing a mop of golden hair down the street before her attention turned to the squad of Bolt, Kumos and Byu that landed in the street before her. A man in a snake mask stepped forward. Yujito Ni, you are to return to Kumo immediately to be subjugated to the rule of the Council of Kumo by loyalty seal. If you do not comply, we will have no choice but to force your return, he said calmly, although he was mentally smirking as he knew she would resist and that would give his team the chance to punish the cat bitch. Yujito stiffened and heard 2 things before her jaw dropped. Kitten, today is your lucky day. And, Bakudo no Q, Geki, way of binding number 9. Strike. Time warp. Yesterday, 8 a.m. Yamato had ordered everyone to meet downstairs for 8 a.m. to begin the search for the bandits' camp. Even though Naruto had gotten some information the day before, Yamato had decided to do a full sweep of the village for information and to search to the east. He smiled as he watched Ino, the last of his team, come down the stairs. He waited until she was with the rest of the team and clapped his hands together to get their attention. All right, team. Shino, Ino, I want you two to sweep the village for information. Ino, you are better with people, so Shino will be your backup in case someone gets aggressive. He stated, getting a nod from both members of his team. He turned to Naruto. You and I will be searching the east based on the information you obtained. I will take the northeast, you will take the southeast, up to 5 miles out, and we will meet up in the village at noon. Understood? He asked, getting a nod from the Jinchuriki. Good. He stood up tall and smiled at his team. Move out, he said loudly. He smiled as Ino and Shino walked out of the inn and Naruto disappeared in a shunshin before disappearing himself. Naruto smiled as he jumped out of Yoka. This was his first time out of the village, and he was rather happy to be away from all the glares that Konoha gave him. Hikari materialized next to him and smiled. It's good to see you in such a good mood, Naruto-kun. Maybe we should take our time searching so we can capitalize on it, she said, smirking. Naruto chuckled. As much as I would love to make you walk bow-legged for the rest of the day, these bandits could become a bigger problem, so I'd like to focus on them for now. Our fun will have to wait, he said with a smirk. Hikari pouted. Fine. So, do you mind if I stay out? It's not often that I'm out in the fresh air, she said, using his denial of sex to get some fresh air. Naruto nodded, smiling. Sure, Hikari-chan. It'd be nice to have some company. Oh, that reminds me, he said as he stopped. Hikari looked at him curiously until he ran through some hand seals and yelled, Kuchios no Jutsu, as he slammed his hand to the ground. A mid-sized brown wolf appeared and looked at Naruto. You must be our new summoner. I am Kamimura. I specialize in fighting and hunting but make a pretty good tracker as well. How may I be of service? He asked. Naruto smiled. Perfect. I am currently looking for bandits in the area. Would you please assist me in tracking them and avoiding any traps they may have set? He asked. Kamimura smiled. Well, as much as a wolf can smile anyways. It would be my pleasure. May I assume the female beside you is your mate? He asked. Naruto nodded. Yes, Kitsunheim is definitely my mate. Please give her the same respect you would me, he replied. Kamimura nodded and bowed to Hikari. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Hikari-san. Hikari smiled and bowed back. Kamimura sniffed the air and turned towards the northeast. I smell humans not too far from here, please follow me, he said as he jumped to the trees. Hikari and Naruto shared a look before disappearing into the trees as well. Bandit camp. 10 minutes later. The trio arrived at the camp and took a moment to take it in. To the north was the Dikeo River, just as the elder had informed them. To the east was a small cliff, not unscalable by shinobi standards but definitely tall enough to be a problem by civilian or bandit standards. To the west and south, where the trio currently stood, was open forest. Naruto turned to his two companions. Okay, we need an accurate layout of the camp and an approximate number before we return for noon, he said. Kamimura and Hikari nodded. I'll take the east side. Naruto-kun, I can melt into the cliff face and it'll make me nearly indetectable, she said, gaining a nod from her lover. I'll take the forested south and west. I work best in the woods, and there's no way they will question a wolf being in these areas, Kamimura said. Naruto nodded again. Very well then, that leaves me with the north. Meet back here in 2 hours and we will compile a report and head back to the village in time for lunch. Don't take any unnecessary risks. Understood? He asked. Getting nods from his two companions, he smiled. Good then, let's get to work, he said as they all disappeared. 2 hours later, the trio met up. There hadn't been any unforeseen problems, so they began with their small meeting. Apparently the biggest tent was right in the middle, although most of the tents seemed to be centered around the north and west, seeing as they offered water and shelter respectfully. They each took a stab at the amount of bandits and came up to about 200 bandits. However, Kamimura mentioned seeing a man with a black cloak walk towards the big tent. After their short meeting, Naruto dismissed Kamimura and nodded to Hikari, who decided to stay out for the fresh air and would return just before they entered the village. They spent the next half hour returning to the village and just enjoying being alone together. Hikari smiled and kissed him softly on the lips before disappearing into the seal as they approached the village. Naruto landed in a clearing and smiled, seeing his sensei and his teammates already waiting for him. He skipped the hellos and quickly jogged up to them. Yamato nodded in his direction as he arrived and said, "Good. Let's get some lunch and we can pool our information." His team nodded and Ino directed them to a nearby open cafe. After sitting down and ordering lunch, Yamato cleared his throat. "Okay, Ino, Shino, you two first please," he said. Ino nodded. "We didn't get much out of the villagers. They all seemed to agree that they were based out of the east, but they also kept warning us of a black-cloaked man who could raise the dead. I'm beginning to believe that we should take some stock in these rumors, sensei," she said, with Shino nodding his assent. Yamato nodded. "Very well. I will take that into consideration. I searched the northeast quadrant but found nothing to suggest bandit activity. Naruto, you?" he asked his final student. Naruto smiled. "I found the bandit camp. After spending 2 hours researching it, I made a map and estimate the total number of bandits to be around 200, barring any excess that may not have been there at the time of my reconnaissance. I must note that the man in black seemed to have been entering their command center, so I agree with Ino's assessment of him. We should be wary," he stated as he pulled out a somewhat crude but effective map. Yamato smiled at the map. "Well done, Naruto. Since you have made a map, any suggestions for taking out the camp?" he asked. Naruto nodded and pointed to the forests. "If we go in under cover of the night, Shino could work his way towards the command tent from this way, using his Earth Jutsu and Kikeichu to mass effect. Myself and Ino should approach from the north, using the Dikeo River for our jutsu. You, however, would be best on the cliff, seeing as you have a larger chakra capacity and could use a more devastating Earth Jutsu to collapse the cliff. This is all assuming that someone triggers an alarm and we have to start fighting using our more flashy techniques," he stated. Shino nodded in assent. "This seems to be a very logical choice of action, Naruto-san," he said. Yamato nodded as well. "Yes, a very well thought out attack plan. I do have the perfect jutsu for that cliff as well, so good planning," he stated. Naruto smiled and nodded. "So will this be the strategy, sensei?" he asked. Yamato nodded. "I want everyone to relax for the afternoon. We will leave at 10 tonight and strike for midnight. Plan for a silent infiltration, but be prepared if the shit hits the fan." "Dismissed," he said. His genin nodded and quickly finished their food before setting out. Tonight would be hectic. That night, Bandit Camp, 11 p.m. Team 10 had arrived without trouble and, after a quick review, had been sent their different ways to set up for their sneak attack. The team had each been given a shinobi headset so they could start the attack in sync. The basic plan was to kill as many as possible in their sleep before someone noticed them. At that time, the call of "Bring the Rain" would be heard and the true battle would begin. Luckily, Yamato had made his team kill innocent bunnies to prepare them for killing. Naruto hadn't needed it considering his childhood, but had humored his sensei in any case. Ino and Naruto quietly went over some plans, and it was decided that Ino would skim the tents closest to the water, considering her jutsu were all water-related, and Naruto would be the one to advance to the inner circles faster, seeing as he had some lightning and wind jutsu. Now, they were just waiting for the sign to begin the attack. They had to wait another 10 minutes before their radios crackled to life and their sensei said, "Begin operation." And they both sped off into the camp. Naruto had quickly made his way into the camp, silently dispatching sleeping, or drunk, bandits. He did have ANBU stealth after all. Ino had taken control of one of the guards and had taken out the other guards using her controlled one before jumping into the river and letting the man be washed away in the swift current as she returned to her body. She had then joined Naruto in killing the sleeping bandits, although in her area and not Naruto's. Yamato was sitting atop the cliff. He had sent a Moku Bunshin to take care of his area, although it started closer in, so when if he had to collapse the cliff, it would cause maximum damage. Shino had silently drained the guards of their chakra slowly and caused them to die from chakra exhaustion. He had sent his colony into many tents, but had killed a few bandits himself since his hive wasn't large enough to cover his entire area. Unfortunately, this seemed to be a bad idea as a few of the bandits had awoken to the bugs and promptly screamed their heads off until Shino silenced them. Shino, however, sighed as the idiotic bandits had blown their cover, and he could see the sentries around the main tent were calling out the alarm. His monotone voice crackled over the radio and said, "My position has been compromised. Request permission to bring the rain sensei." Yamato nodded atop the cliff. Even if no one could see him, request approved. "Everyone, bring the rain," he ordered, receiving a loud "Asu," followed by "Suetun, Tepidama no Jutsu, water release, water gun technique. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu, water release, water dragon technique. Doton, Doryuso no Jutsu, earth release, earth spears technique. Doton, Dachubaku no Jutsu, earth release, landslide technique." As each of the ninjas used an offensive attack, with Yamato causing the cliff to tumble down on his enemies, destroying nearly 80 bandits in one strike. Needless to say, by the time the 4 jutsu had settled and the ninja could view their handiwork, there were hardly 20 bandits left. They all stood, shaking, at the command tent where a man in a black cloak came outside yelling, "What the hell is going on out here?" He stopped, however, when he noticed Naruto standing over the destroyed remains of his bandit camp. Ino had decided to join with Shino, and Yamato was still heading down from the cliff, so Naruto was on his own for now. "Well, your little group has been preying on innocent travelers for long enough, so we decided to take care of you," Naruto replied calmly. The man narrowed his eyes. "Upstart shinobi ne?" He looked to the bandits. "He can't be more than a genin. Kill him," he ordered and walked back into the tent. The bandits hesitated only for a second before they drew various weapons and charged the blonde man. Naruto sighed and ran through some hand seals before slapping his hand to the ground just before the bandits reached him yelling, "Raitun, Kaminari Saji no Jutsu, lightning release, lightning surge technique," and turning the bandits into crispy human husks. Naruto scrunched up his face and waved his hand. "Damn, I hate the smell," he said as he walked towards the tent. Suddenly he heard, "Harafea, Hell's Fireball," and jumped to the left just as a green fireball burst from the tent and hit the ground where he was standing just seconds before. He raised an eyebrow as he saw the black-cloaked man step out with his hand outstretched and a book in his left hand. The man glared, "I am Jigaku, necromancer of the Third Order, given power by the Orochi himself to spread his fear throughout the lands. You will die for my glorious master," he said as he launched another green fireball at our blonde hero. By this time, Yamato had joined with Shino and Ino, who were watching the fight, and were getting ready to step in when Naruto held up a hand to them. "This guy is mine. Just make sure no one else interferes," he said. His team nodded, Yamato only giving him the go-ahead because he knew that Naruto wouldn't be beaten easily. "Kage no Baruto, bolt of shadow," Jigaku yelled as a mass of darkness flew from his hand. Naruto's eyes widened and he quickly dropped to the floor, allowing the bolt to pass over him harmlessly. He looked up just in time to hear Jigaku start chanting in a strange language. Naruto's eyes narrowed and he rushed to his feet, released his seals, and nearly jumped when the necromancer cackled maniacally. "Behold the power my lord has bequeathed me. Fujiwana Fukatsu, impure resurrection," he yelled as 50 of the nearby bodies suddenly were engulfed in a green light and stood up, only to reveal skeletons holding shields and swords. Naruto's, Ino's, and Yamato's eyes widened in horror, and you could hear the sound of a fevered buzzing coming from Shino. "Naruto-kun, you need to kill the necromancer to release the souls of the skeletons," Hikari said in his mind, letting him know his duty. Naruto's eyes turned into a strange mixture of oceanic blue and stormy gray. His avatar mark pulsed and he glared at the man that dared to disturb the rest of the dead. You take the souls of the departed and use them for your own twisted gain. You serve a master that will stop at nothing for his own immortality. You are the worst scum upon this earth. I am the avatar of Susanoo and the chosen of the Anjuin. Your fate has been decided. Rantan. Kami Ikari no Hurricane. Storm release. Hurricane of divine wrath. Naruto roared as his hand blurred through hand seals in a flash. Even Shino's eyes widened as his team watched a massive funnel of air reach down from the sky and rip the man to shreds, causing the skeletons to waver and crumple to the ground. As the jutsu ended, Naruto's eyes went back to his normal bright blue and he blinked. Hikari-chan, what the hell was that? He asked his mental lover. That koi was you accessing your divine right of judgment. Guess Susanoo really likes you to let you activate it so readily. She answered, Oh, before you ask, divine judgment activates when something is truly against your morals. So you activated it because you believe that the dead should rest. As for activating it again, you will have to figure that out on your own. She commented. Naruto mentally nodded and turned back to his team before sighing. This was going to take some explaining. Next day, street in Yoka, noonish. Following their successful raid on the bandit camp, Naruto's team had returned to the inn where he had explained his trials/transformation/mission. Shino had accepted it outright seeing as they were friends, and Yamato and Ino had agreed when shown his celestial features. They had agreed to keep quiet until Orochimaru was a more prevalent problem, although Yamato had come clean about his Mokutan abilities and informed them of Orochimaru's experiments on him. They had been quick to assure their sensei that he was precious to each of them, and they had turned in for the night following the assurances, Yamato opting to explain the mission to the elder the next morning without his team so they could get some much-needed rest. Naruto had awoken late and decided to get some lunch. The cafe they had eaten at before had come to mind and he had decided to make his way there, hoping to meet Shino who had already awoken and left. He had quickly gotten dressed and headed downstairs. He let his mind wander as he walked down the street until Hikari had spoken up in his mind. Naruto-kun, I sense Nibi-chan's chakra signature coming from where we ate yesterday. You should be wary. It's not like she will attack you, but we don't want something bad to happen, she said. Naruto mentally nodded and approached the cafe. He noticed rather pretty feline female stiffen and look around. Naruto-kun, that is Nibi-chan's container, she informed him, getting a nod from her container. Naruto immediately stiffened as he saw the bolt appear. A man in a snake mask stepped forward. Yujito ni, you are to return to Kumo immediately to be subjugated to the rule of the Council of Kumo by loyalty seal. If you do not comply, we will have no choice but to force your return, he said calmly. Naruto scowled and Hikari growled in his mindscape. Naruto-kun, don't you dare let them take her away, she said. My sentiments exactly koi, he responded. Bakudo no Q, Geki. Way of binding number 9. Strike. Strange name for a binding no, he yelled as the 4 bolt members were encased in a golden film of chakra, disabling their movements. Yar yar. What could you want with a poor defenseless kitty cat? Naruto asked, adopting an uninterested persona much like Kakashi's as he held the seal that bound the bolt members. The leader, Snake, seemed to frown behind his mask. Yujito ni is a rogue ninja of Kimogakure. Kanahagakure has no jurisdiction, he started. Au contraire, Snake-san. This is fire country and we do not allow foreign nin inside our borders without the proper passports. So I assume you have said papers and the clearance to retrieve said kitty cat, Naruto said smiling disarmingly. Otherwise, his eyes opened and they were an electric blue that screamed power. I will have to force you out of my country, he said still smiling despite the threat in his eyes and words. Snake was silent for a moment. We do not have the passports on us. However, we have evidence that suggests she has been committing illegal acts here in Fire Country and asked to be allowed to apprehend her to stand trial, he replied, trying to change the subject and still get what he wanted. By this time, the civilians had evacuated. Yujito was sitting ramrod straight and glancing nervously between Naruto and the Bolt squad, and Naruto could feel Yamato approaching as he flared his chakra. Yujito was scared. If this man let those ANBU free, she would be caught. Even she couldn't fight off a whole squad of Bolt and a Konoha team. Calm yourself, kitten. That is Hikari-chan's container. There is no way he'd allow you to be taken so easily. Trust me. The feline in her head said. Yujito sighed and relaxed slightly. All right, Nibi-chan. But it doesn't hurt to be prepared, she replied, getting a mental nod from Nibi. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he took a stand between the Bolt and Yujito. Please tell me this evidence before I release you. As it stands, you are skating on thin ice being here without passports. He replied. The snake man was frustrated but kept his cool. He was in Bolt after all. Yujito ni is the Nibi no Nikomata's Jinchuriki. We came across a battlefield not far from here where someone raised the dead. We believe her to be under the control of the Nibi and to have desecrated the graves nearby to use the bodies, he stated. Naruto scowled. You are mistaken. My team fought a necromancer there just yesterday. He claimed to have been given power by someone known as Orochi. If that is your only evidence, I am afraid that you will have to leave and I will take Yujito ni into my custody as a shinobi of Konoha. You will have to go through the proper channels to request her return, he said coldly. Yamato arrived just in time to hear the Bolt's evidence and Naruto's explanation. He nodded and stepped forward. I am the jounin in charge here. I agree with my student. You will leave this area immediately and return to Kumo or I will report this as an act of aggression to Konoha, he said, gaining a grateful glance from both containers. Snake seemed to glare from behind his mask, as the rest of his team grumbled behind him. Fine, please let us go so we may return with all due haste, he said. Naruto looked to Yamato, who had joined him in front of Yujito, although he had an eye on both Yujito and the Bolt unit, who nodded. Naruto sighed and dropped into a fighting stance before releasing the unit. They all stumbled for a second before Snake waved his hand, dispersing his unit. He looked back over his shoulder and the Konoha ninja could feel his sneer. This isn't over demon lovers, he said. Naruto scoffed. That's not an insult to me, you snake bastard, he yelled to the man, who faltered for a second before continuing his dash out of the village. He. That's one way to throw them off their game. Ne Naruto-kun? Hikari said mirthfully. Naruto just smiled and mentally nodded. Arigato, Naruto-san. You saved me from a very tight spot, Yujito said softly as he turned around. Naruto smiled brightly. Think nothing of it, Nico-chan. I wouldn't allow anyone to be put under a loyalty seal, Jinchuriki or not, he replied. Yujito blushed as Nibi sent several images of the blonde Adonis taking her in different positions but shook her head and smiled. I am glad to hear that. As for taking me in, she asked, leaving the question hanging. Naruto nodded. Unfortunately, you are missing Nin. However, I have a feeling it's not by choice. Please come with us to explain your situation and we will see what we can do, he said, looking to Yamato, who nodded his assent. He knew Jinchuriki were not easy subjects, and he agreed with Naruto, no one should be subjugated to a loyalty seal. Yamato's room. After arriving back at the inn, Yujito had patiently followed Naruto and Yamato, with urges from Nibi to remain calm. She was glad to have this Naruto guy on her side. She had never seen a technique like the one he used to stop the Bolt members. They soon arrived at Yamato's room and each took a seat, Yujito sitting in front of the two men. Hikari suddenly materialized outside of Naruto before touching Yujito's head and disappearing again, gaining surprised looks from Yamato and Yujito. Naruto smiled. Hikari-chan just decided she wanted to chat with Nibi-chan. Please don't worry about it. She won't harm you, Yujito-san. As for information, I would simply like an overview of your life in Kumo and the reason you have fled, he said, gaining a nod from the feline female as she heard the two whispering in the back of her head. Yujito sighed and tuned them out before turning her attention back to her. Hopeful friend. Well, to begin, I lead a pretty decent life. I was overcharged or refused service, but I could get by without too much discrimination. This was, in part, due to Killer B, my sensei, and the container to the Hachibi, seeing as he has proven himself invaluable in protecting Kumo. However, I am not too well liked in Kumo due to the fact that Nibi-chan was sent into a rampage by one stupid man who demanded that she submit to him before she was to be sealed again. Needless to say, she didn't take that very well. Caused many deaths and property damage. In any event, I was just beginning to gain respect when the council started trying to send me on seduction missions. I did not take too kindly to that, seeing as the missions involved, well, any and all of the council members fucking me till I passed out, she said. Naruto growled and his chakra spiked at hearing this but kept silent otherwise to allow Yujito to continue. Yujito sent him a comforting smile seeing his reaction and continued. Who is Killer Bee's brother, made a rule that I couldn't be sent on frivolous seduction missions. However, they found a way around that and started sending me on missions to major political areas hoping to turn me into some type of slut. I never did sleep with the men, instead I beat the shit out of them to give me what I wanted, she said with a smirk, gaining a smile from her fellow container, and surprisingly one from Yamato as well. She took a big breath and decided to get down to the nitty-gritty. They frequently asserted that I was a flight risk because I have no familial ties to the village and constantly tried to prove that I was disloyal to my village. All this was to finally pass the petition to put me under the loyalty seal, which was really just an excuse to turn me into nothing more than a whore for the council. I really don't know why they targeted me, but I happened to return early from a mission and saw that Bolt Squad meet with some of the council to trap me and put the seal on regardless of the Raikage's approval, which prompted my flight. Nibi-chan recommended finding Naruto-san seeing as he may be able to protect me, if he wishes. She finished, getting another growl from Naruto and his eyes turning that same stormy gray/oceanic blue as yesterday. Yamato nodded. You are more than welcome to seek asylum in Konoha. I believe it would be a good idea to request Naruto's support seeing as he has recently established a clan, he commented. Yujito turned to Naruto with big pup, kitten eyes and said, Would you please help me? Naruto smiled. Of course, as of right now, you are under the Namikaze family's protection. Please relax and don't worry about Kumo. I will deal with them, he stated. Yujito smiled brightly and jumped him, hugging him happily, saying, Thank you, over and over again. Naruto chuckled. No problem. Yamato-sensei, may I request that we leave early to get this situation under control back in Konoha before the Bolt team returns? He asked. Yamato nodded and disappeared to collect the rest of his team. Yujito suddenly stepped back and sat down, blushing furiously, muttering something about perverted foxes and cats. Naruto chuckled and Yujito adopted a nervous look. I appreciate the protection, but not all of Kumo is bad. Killer Bee, the Raikage, Karui, Omoi, and Samui, who are Killer Bee's squad, are all really good friends of mine. If they want to come visit, can they? She asked. Naruto smiled and Hikari appeared next to her, quickly glomping her. Of course they can. The more the merrier, Hikari said. Naruto chuckled. And don't start questioning why I'm helping you. First, I couldn't live with myself if I let you become nothing more than a… Well, you get the idea, he said, frowning at the end because he hated that with a passion. Second, us Jinchuriki have to stick together. Third, if I didn't offer to help, my girls would kick my ass from here to IWA and back, he said with a smile. Hikari chuckled and wrapped one arm around Yujito, whilst Yujito giggled at them. Damn straight we would, she said loudly. Naruto just shook his head and waited for his sensei to return as the two girls started chatting. The next few months would probably be hectic. Kami's court, same time. A silver flash appeared and then settled down to reveal two beings. One with long red hair and beautiful jade green eyes. The other, Ryujin, standing tall and smiling. He bowed to Kami. I have retrieved Kushina Uzumaki, my lady, he said. Kami nodded. Good work, she said happily. She focused her gaze on Kushina. We have much to discuss, Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze, and you have a very important decision to make, she said, gaining a hard look from the woman.